This story begins with a rainstorm and some people lying on the ground. Of all of them, it seemed that there was only one survivor. That tired young man looked at the people on the ground with a sad expression. Because there, all of them had been struck down, and only he remained standing. He didn't seem resigned to that tragic end. Looking around, all he could see on the vast horizon were piled up bodies. Even after everything he had been through, it didn't seem like a victory. He was still lamenting when he heard a voice. He quickly turned to see what it was about. The voice couldn't believe that such a powerful human existed. Despite being very exhausted, that young man still had enough strength to feel disdain for that being. He was standing on what appeared to be a giant with wings and horns. Ahiyuri, 20 years ago, after revealing himself to the Empire for unknown reasons, caused destruction. He was the last of his race. That man, alone in the rain, filled with anger and disdain, was stepping on that giant. He told him that half of the Empire had become a cemetery, and it was because of him that he didn't understand why he was still alive. The giant didn't seem to have much time left, and soon he would return to his own side. The young man thought it would be better that way, as his friends who had died before might be waiting for him. Ahiyuri wanted to know who those friends were. The young man replied that they were the other two who came before him. One of them, the temperamental red dragon, ended up getting roasted, and the other, an old man named Ronan, sealed him for eternity. Ahiyuri asked him not to hide the truth. He said that the children of the stars share their feelings with each other. He revealed that he already knew the opponents had annihilated each other. He already knew that there were no stronger people like him left there. The young man told him to shut up because he was still alive. The giant knew that his time was approaching. Ahiyuri knew that if he had tried harder, if he had realized his abilities and focused on training, he would have become an even bigger obstacle. The young man thought that guy, until the last moment, was still being arrogant. The giant didn't need to say anything. The boy already knew that his life hadn't been the best, and just wanted him to be silent and leave. The giant thought he was a good human, and he could be proud of that. The young man, holding that weapon in his hands, was preparing to deliver the fatal blow. However, the giant looked at him and said that, in the end, his world would be swallowed and disappear by the starlight. But those were his last words, as that young man ended him. Now that the giant's head was separated from his body, that young man thought he was the only survivor on that battlefield. He was deeply discouraged, for he couldn't change anything he had done, as it had all already happened. His footsteps in the rain puddles, and the despair of being alone, made him start having memories of when he still had friends. He remembered his companions as his last resort. It was as if he was saying goodbye to that universe. Even though he had good memories, when he looked around, the bodies of the people he loved didn't give him peace. Even now, they were part of that pile of bodies, yet they had been there. He didn't understand what kind of pride would make people fight to the death. He thought that his friends should have simply accepted each other's weaknesses and just given up. They could all have defended the aura of the strongest sword, but he wondered why his was the only one that succeeded. That's the only reason why he, a trainee soldier, was able to stay on the front lines, and if not for that, they would have died first. He was very sad and depressed. He was on his knees and seemed to be just waiting for his own end. And he thought he heard someone. His eyes regained a light of hope. Someone said they couldn't move because of their injuries. He was trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. He was sure there was someone there. He leaned on his sword to stand up again. After that, he went looking for the one who was still alive. He started searching among those piled up bodies, until he seemed to have spotted someone. It was a woman who was leaning against a large stone. She seemed to have a serious injury. His face lit up when he realized there was someone else alive, and it was the great commander. Even as he looked and saw the amputated arm, she showed no pain. She was Adeshan. He felt deeply sorry, knowing that Adeshan wouldn't last much longer. He wanted to know what had happened to her, since she was in command, and reminded her that he was just a corporal. There was something more important. He wanted to know if Ahiyuri was already dead. Ronan replied that yes, and that he himself had brought it down. He said that the body wasn't far from there. She said she understood, and he kept watching her expression. When she learned that he had departed, she took a deep breath. Crying, she thanked Corporal Ronan. He was just watching her sigh in relief and cry with emotion. Trying to be kind, he said that if she was truly grateful, she could then listen to his request. He knew that fallen soldiers were usually burned or abandoned, and he asked that, this time, they be treated well. She wasn't sure if she could fulfill that. She thought he was in better shape than her, so he could do it personally. She asked how she could and began to cough a lot. He was also quite injured. After coughing a lot, he showed his hands and said he wasn't any more alive than her. He mentioned that he could leave at any moment. Despite just wandering around, he thought it was a bit unfair to leave like that. Adeskin asked if he survived. Was there something he would like to do? And he said he had several things. Looking up, he said he could only think of one thing. He wondered what it would have been like if he had gone to the academy. That question surprised her. Ahiyuri had said something to him, and he was still disturbed by it. But to him, the most important thing was his sister's wish for him to go to the academy. However, he knew he would soon return to be with his family. The commander said that when the rain passed, the search party would come for him, but he said it was a lost cause. Ronan thought she was just saying nonsense, and there the rain continued, now seeming to be its final drops. Both of them noticed it, that the rain had stopped. Such a storm had suddenly ended. He began to feel a pressure coming from above. They were sensing a very heavy aura approaching. A very bright light took over everything, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. No matter how much he looked, he wouldn't believe what his eyes were revealing. Now there was a giant in front of him with 8 wings. It wasn't just one, there were several, and the place was infested with them. There were many of them with their huge wings. He wanted to know what those things were, and where they had all come from. The commander couldn't believe that those 3 giants were the last ones. Adeskin was upset because it was the 3rd time she had tried in vain to save the whole world. She was distant, thinking that she had only one last chance to restart everything when she began to hear him. Ronan was calling because she was lost in thought. He asked her to come to her senses and quickly use telekinesis or anything else that could throw him upward. She couldn't believe that even in that state he still wanted to fight. She asked if, even under those conditions, he would still fight. It was clear, and he asked if she just wanted to sit and die. He unsheathed his sword and said that even if he died, he would at least take one of them with him. When he said those words, he already had his sword fully unsheathed and stood in front of the commander. She thought he still hadn't given up, even in that situation. She was sure he was a great man, and that's why they had managed to get this far. She looked at him standing, facing the giants in the sky, and thought it was him. She gathered her last strength. She stood up, placed her hand on his shoulder, and called him Corporal Ronan. He said he was busy and asked her to stop talking, but it was he who stopped because he was surprised by a kiss from her. She had put something in his mouth, and he wanted to know what it was. The commander spoke only to him in his ear. He didn't seem to understand and wanted to know what she was saying. Realizing he was stumbling toward the end, he asked what she wanted in that situation, saying those things. She looked at him again and called him Corporal Ronan. She said that if they met again, she wanted him to promise not to do anything stupid and become a tailor. Said she had done many things, but nothing compares to that. He just looked into her eyes. From above, watching them, one of the giants was already preparing a strike. He was still in front of her when that flash of the strike was already approaching them. When the strike hit, they were no longer there. They had already been sent to another time. There was a child on the ground calling for the great commander. Slowly, he began to take in the scenery and the place where he was. He thought it impossible to be in that place. He recognized it as his homeland, Nimbutan, and realized he had really gone back to the past, and it was the first day of regression. He was under a tree, thinking that the words the great commander had said were true. He remembered the kiss she gave him, and how she placed something in his mouth with it. She said that it was a temporal return pill. She explained that it was how she went from being a tailor to becoming the great commander. She told him she could go back a total of 4 times and had already used 3, so only one chance remained. She said she was leaving it with him because he might be able to kill the giant. She believed he would find a way to prevent the destruction of the world. She mentioned that he needed to improve his skills and was glad he wanted that too. If he wanted to learn, he should go to the Filion Academy. She was certain they could help him there. He remembered what she said, that they would meet again. She asked him not to do anything foolish and to continue being a tailor. She had done many things, but nothing like this. Now, he was throwing the tree frantically, thinking it might be a dream. Even if it was a dream and he had gone back, what could he do alone? He picked up a stick from the ground, looked at the tree, and said he could. He ran off with that stick because he wanted to see his older sister. With that stick in hand, he was running through the city. He thought that if he really had gone back and if he went a little further. He heard some commotion and looked to see what it was. Bullies were hanging a boy. Seeing that scene, he wondered why they were hanging that child upside down, to think that those guys hadn't changed. He looked closer and realized that the person wasn't tied up by a rope but by magic. He thought that a valuable person like that was hard to find on the battlefield. There couldn't be one in a rural town. He was sure they were also there. The girl didn't know how long they would continue doing that. At that bad point, something could happen to that child. The boy hanging upside down in the water shouted at them to let him go. He said he didn't have any money. He mentioned that his mother's medicine that month had been expensive. The guy holding him asked why he was worried about his mother. Since he had little money, the guy didn't like it and slapped his face. The bully turned around and noticed she was powering up her magic. He continued yelling at the boy on the tree, saying that since he didn't know his place, he would take him to the top of the tree. She said he couldn't go any higher because if he made a mistake, it would be bad for him. The man gave him a very unpleasant look and told him to shut up and lift him. before he finished him off. She felt sad because she didn't know how she ended up in that situation. She thought it was wrong to trap him with magic. She just wanted to show that she was good at something. She needed to say that she couldn't do it, but she was so scared. But even so, she needed to say it. She caught their attention, saying, "Please," and she asked them to stop. At that moment, Ronan arrived and used that stick to hit her on the head. With that, the boy's feet were freed from the magic, and he fell to the ground. The bully asked what was happening now. He charged at the girl, asking if she was going to stop just because that meddler asked her to. Ronan told her to stop worrying about trash like that. He asked her to speak to him. Looking at him, she was very scared. Looking at her, he said he needed to say something very serious to her. He asked where she learned telekinesis, and she said she learned it from a grimoire she bought from a traveling merchant. Ronan was thinking about how good she was just with a cheap grimoire. He thought it was amazing and would discover more if he saw whether she was better. Then, he heard a familiar sound. He remembered it was a sword, and the bully asked him how he dared ignore her. The boy, charging at Ronan, said he would fix his lies. All he could focus on was that the sword was very good, and he wanted to know where she got it. He dodged the attack the boy made, and he kept wondering how he managed to dodge it. Ronan realized that even though his body was younger, he hadn't changed. The instincts were those of a disciplined soldier. His battle senses didn't seem to have changed. The bully asked if he was very lucky because he would make sure he never lifted anything again in his life. He said that, since it had come to that point, he should just kneel down and beg, since he stood still and said nothing. The bully began to taunt him, saying that if he killed him, he would take good care of his sister. He managed to get his attention when he mentioned his sister. At that moment, the boy was blinded by rage and gave him a lesson. That was when the bully lost his ear. He dropped his sword on the ground and brought both hands to his ear, and he kept shouting that his ear was hurting. Ronan didn't like when people made offensive jokes about his sister. He asked the bully if he wanted another lesson. The boy who was previously subduing the other on the tree was now on his knees in front of Ronan. The other boys in his group couldn't believe Ronan had cut off his ear, using just a stick. He looked at the group and asked if they were enjoying the show. He told them to leave and take the boy on the ground with them. He also ordered them to leave the money they had stolen, along with an extra amount for ruining his mood. The boys said they would give it back. He handed the money to the boy who had been hanging on the tree earlier. He asked if he was sure about giving him all that money. Ronan said that the only thing that mattered to him was the sword. The boy was very grateful. Or maybe not. He just said to go back home. Asel was ashamed of what he had done, so he apologized to both of them. He knew he shouldn't have done that, but he was so scared that he couldn't do anything about it. He said it was all his fault, and that he was really sorry. The boy said that Asel was crying just like when Hans first brought her there. He mentioned that when he saw her, he wondered if Asel was in the same situation as him. He placed a hand on Asel's shoulder, and told her not to blame herself. Smiling, he said it wasn't her fault, but he appreciated her apology. Now with the money and his belongings in his possession, he was saying his goodbyes. Ronan and Asel watched him leave. Ronan looked at Asel, and realized it wasn't so bad. He asked if he remembered earlier when he said he had something to resolve. He told Asel that they would see each other again in 4 days. He said he had a few things to take care of and that they would meet again when the light was visible in the sky. He asked Asel if he knew what would happen if he didn't show up. Then, he ran off from there. Asel thought he was acting stranger than usual. He was standing in front of the door of a small hut in the middle of the forest. He was at the door with flowers and remembered she liked flowers, so he gathered all he could see. He ran and thought he would throw them away, but it was too late because the door had already opened. The person said they were wondering who was out there. He was facing away, but she asked if it was Ronan. He quickly turned to see her while asking if he had come back. She was happy at the door because he had arrived early that day. Then, he said he had returned. The girl, very emotional, said she thought she wouldn't live to receive flowers from her brother. She was very happy, and he was glad that she appreciated the flowers. She said her little brother was sweet and asked if he wanted to eat more soup. He said he was already full. The brother asked how old she would be that year. She said 22 and asked why. He was thinking if she was 22, then there were 10 years left, until those giant beings with wings invaded again. The sister placed her hand on Ronan's forehead and said she thought he had a fever. He remembered her as that amazing and kind person. She made him wish that moment would last forever. But in 10 years, to protect the world and his sister, he told her he had something to say. He was thinking about entering the academy. That took her by surprise. Then she got very emotional and happy. She wanted to ask if she hadn't heard wrong, if he really wanted to go to the academy. She ran off and said there was no time for that. Gathering a few things, she knew this day would come. He was smart, so she was sure he would do well. Then, she took out a large cauldron and placed it there with some effort. She told him it was her gift to him. When he looked inside, that huge cauldron was full of money. He asked how much was in there. She had saved it because of him but feared he would change his mind about the academy and wanted to be able to pay for everything quickly. He said he appreciated the gift, but he wanted her to use it. He told her that he wanted to go to the Imperial Filion Academy. She found it surprising. First, he didn't want to go to the academy, and now he wanted to go to the best one that existed. The Imperial Filion Academy looked like one of those ancient castles. It had the best teachers on the continent. He knew that the people from that academy had been very useful during the war. Because the academy had such high entry standards and immense fees, and because it was famous, it was also a problem. He didn't know that would be her reaction. His sister became even happier. All he had to do was show good results to her. Ronan was at the designated place waiting for Asel. She said she only came because he wouldn't leave her alone if she didn't. He said it would be a long night because there was something he would like to test with her. Asel asked what he was talking about, and he replied that it was nothing too serious. He asked her to use telekinesis on him, to lift him as high as she could. She thought it was strange to use telekinesis out of nowhere like that. Then she asked him why he thought she would do something so dangerous. He told her he wouldn't die, so she shouldn't be afraid. Asel warned him she was going to start. She cast her powers on him to begin levitating him. When he started rising and leaving the ground, he was already quite high and thought it was better than he expected. Even though it wasn't very high or stable, the feeling was similar. That was what, during the battle with Ahiyuri, allowed him to fight on equal terms with him. It was telekinesis. Telekinesis was a rare ability, even among mages, who were already rare in that place. Ronan knew Asel would become the most important element in the battle that was to come. Asel was having difficulty continuing. She asked if she could bring him down now, but he wanted to stay a bit longer. He said he would come down on his own. Asel wanted to know what he meant by that. Ronan gripped the sword tightly and seemed to be cutting something in the wind. And that's how he came down on his own, cutting through the mana. When asked what he had just done, he replied it was nothing, just an acrobatic move he had learned. He said to let it go, as he didn't know what was happening either. One of the things he thought he needed to do was figure out what that ability was. Yes, before finding out why only his sword worked against the giants. That could be the reason. He could think about it slowly. There was something he preferred to do. Anyway, Asel had passed the test. That could be the first page of Ronan's biography, the greatest storybook in the Empire. Asel and Ronan were walking down a path in the forest. He asked Ronan if he heard correctly, if he really wanted them to go to Filion Academy. Ronan told him he understood correctly, and he didn't know why he kept asking. He asked what he was thinking. Asel didn't want to go. Asel replied that she understood why Ronan wanted to go. He had talent in martial arts, but she couldn't do anything. Asel said she was a coward and shy. Ronan asked if she wanted to continue living like that. He said she was wasting her innate talent with those bastards. Ronan didn't think she had any particularly bad traits. She was just timid and cowardly. She was a crybaby who cried over anything, a loser afraid of everything. Ronan also said it was fine because she could change from that moment on. He seriously said that whatever was done from then on couldn't be changed, and one day she would regret it, just like Ronan regretted it once. He placed his hand on her shoulder and asked what she thought, and if she had changed her mind. Asel could hardly believe that Ronan was worried about someone like her. Ronan said he wouldn't force her to do anything since it was her life, so she could go back if she wanted. He turned his back and said he was busy. Asel told him to wait, that she wanted to change too. Ronan was pleased when he saw that she would go to the academy and that he would teach her what she needed to learn. He said it was the first time she acted maturely and that she was the first obstacle of the new Asel. Everything was going according to Ronan's plan. Asel had wide eyes, staring at a campfire. They were observing from behind a bush when Asel timidly asked if that was her obstacle. Ronan warned that it was the best opponent he had found to bring out her ability. It was a Luna Goblin, and that one was the leader. He was very satisfied and asked Asel if she was enjoying it. Ronan, looking at her, asked if they should start now. It was a Luna Goblin, a type of goblin that usually appeared in that area. Most people could differentiate common goblins by their yellowish color and the shape and bodies. In fact, the only trait of the lunar goblins was that they were obsessed with treasures. They liked to ambush merchants and steal their treasures. They would gather everything they stole in one place, and there they would hold the moon festival, on a full moon night like tonight. Asel understood the reason they were there that day. Ronan said they were going to steal all their treasures today. He had already heard about something like that, about goblins who guarded their treasures in one area and held festivals. Asel asked how Ronan knew that, and he replied that he had his own methods. He suddenly pulled Asel closer and said that he could use telekinesis to move all their treasure into that bag. He said it was simple, but Asel didn't seem to think so. If he made a mistake, they would wake up. Ronan said that they would be quite angry. Asel thought the plan was too risky and said they should reconsider. Ronan explained to him that, to get into the academy, they needed two things. The first was money, and the second was real experience. Money was a problem, but real experience was more important. Philion was full of aristocrats who had received elite training since birth. If he wanted to beat them, there was only one thing for Asel: gaining experience by risking his life. Ronan said those guys were the perfect enemies, and they would gain both money and experience. He asked if Asel had a better idea. Since he didn't, they would start right then. He began using telekinesis to move the goblins' treasure into their bags. There were many silver coins, gold coins, and jewels. The bag was almost full. Ronan kept saying it was just a little more. When the bag finally filled up, he said it was enough now. He looked at the treasure falling into the bags and was very satisfied. When he noticed that the last bag was full, he said that was the last one. Ronan said that experience was the best thing. He placed his hand on Asel's head, thinking that he wasn't that confident but would get used to it quickly. Asel was better than he imagined. His eyes were shining because he had found a servant. He said that since the bags were already full, they should leave. Ronan said there was nothing else to do there, and that they were leaving before something went wrong. In the dark forest, there was a bird flying at full speed and two boys running after it. They were shouting and making a lot of noise during that chase. Ronan and Asel heard all that ruckus. Ronan wanted to know what kind of lunatics were causing so much chaos at that hour. All that commotion ended up waking the goblins. They arrived too late to the noise and quickly looked at the treasure chest. They realized it had been stolen and started yelling that the treasure had disappeared and that there was a thief there. In a few moments, all of them were awake and searching for where the thief was. Asel and Ronan tried to leave without being noticed, but they were spotted. He already knew that wasn't going to be good. He was familiar with goblins. Asel was terrified. Now they had to deal with something that seemed too good to be true. Asel asked him what they should do, if they should give up the treasure and run away. He asked Asel how he would pay for classes without it, and how he would earn money otherwise. All the goblins figured out where the two of them were. Observing the sword to see what he could do with it, he noticed the long sword was made of cheap steel. He also knew it wouldn't withstand more than 15 strikes, and there were about 15 goblins, who were already impatient, trying to attack. Asel was worried about the situation, but Ronan was focused. He grabbed his sword and remembered that he had 15 attacks and thought it was enough, then began to slash. Asel was sitting, just watching heads fly. Ronan had done significant damage with just one strike and still had 14 left. Those birds, who were responsible for waking up the owners, were still around. With the sword embedded in the skull of one of them, Ronan said that was the last one and that it wasn't so bad. Asel was still sitting in the same spot. He thought everything he had just seen was impossible. He had eliminated 3 goblins with one strike and the other goblins who came after. He noticed that Ronan disappeared for a second and reappeared again in an instant. The goblins didn't have much of a chance. Asel was thinking about the spectacle he put on against the goblins. Ronan asked him if he was going to keep daydreaming, told him to ask if the things were going home. He found it very tiring to think he could travel comfortably, but nothing went as planned. He thought his muscles hurt from cutting just the goblins. He thought that when he returned, he would need physical training. Asel asked what those screams were earlier, but he didn't know either. Then Ronan remembered that those screams caused all that confusion. He said they would make them pay for putting his life at risk. Someone shot an arrow aimed at Asel. When he turned and saw the arrow coming toward him, he got very scared. Ronan caught the arrow before it hit him. Asel was even more terrified when he saw Ronan holding the arrow that would have certainly struck him. He even thought the forest was cursed because there were so many lunatics there. The two who had been chasing a bird and caused a commotion were now standing in front of them. Ronan didn't like it when they said they were just kids. They were apologizing for having been bothered. One of them said he heard a noise and thought it was a monster, saying these things while looking at the backpack and the visible treasure. One told the other that they almost killed people. Ronan told them to stop, as they couldn't even hide their gazes. He told them to quit the acting and answer properly. He asked again who they were. There was a moment of silence from the two, then they said they would introduce themselves properly. They already had a hand on a sword and charged directly at Ronan, saying that he was Caliboro. He grabbed the hand holding the sword and, with his other hand, punched him in the face. The boy who took the punch seemed to feel empathy. He seemed to know them and didn't like them. The second guy in the forest, seeing his friend down, ran towards them. Asel became worried when he saw the guy running without a weapon. He used telekinesis on him and managed to hold him in place so he wouldn't hurt Ronan. He recognized that the move was the invisible hand, and the opponent couldn't move. Before dealing with the other guy, Ronan looked at Asel with joy. And now he was going to do his part. He took his weapon, passed by him, and struck him multiple times. The boy was falling, but everything happened so fast that he didn't seem to realize what was going on. Ronan just watched as he fell to the ground. Asel, even though he had been brave in helping, was still afraid. He asked Ronan if the boy had died. Ronan said yes and that he wouldn't let someone like that live. He asked if he hadn't heard when they said they were Caliboro. They were involved in illegal hunting, kidnapping, and human trafficking, the group that committed all sorts of crimes and was the most malicious in the empire, while he was dealing with the other one. And then he told Isel that if he hadn't stopped them, they would definitely have sold Isel's organs. He said that knowing who they were and letting them live would be a crime. He told Isel to stop making a fuss and to grab the things. That's when he noticed a strange sack that was moving. Isel wanted to know if it was an animal, but he was still opening that sack. As he said, they would find out as soon as it was opened. As soon as he opened it, a bird flew out quickly. Ronan wanted to know what that blue chicken was. That bird was flying near them, and Ronan wanted to know why it was blue. Isel said it was the first time he'd seen a blue bird. Ronan also said it was the first time he'd seen one. Ronan noticed shackles on the bird. He knew those shackles were Caliboro traps. They disrupted the prisoner's mana and restricted their movements. He thought they only used those in rare cases or when capturing fantastic creatures. He thought that maybe that blue bird. The bird looked at him as if wanting him to respond to something. When Ronan finally understood what the bird was, the bird connected with him. Isel freaked out again when he realized it had just spoken. Ronan explained that it was communication magic. Realizing it spoke as soon as it came out of the sack, he understood that perhaps it was possible to block mana. Ronan spoke through the bird and asked if he was the owner of the blue bird. He said his name was Varen and that he was researching rare beasts at the institution. Varen apologized for being rude and asked with whom he was speaking. Ronan said they were just travelers. He reported that they had just fought some thieves who had kidnapped that bird. Ronan commented that they had saved the bird. The bird's owner was worried about the thieves being kidnapped. He said the thought crossed his mind, but who could imagine that it would really happen? He said he wasn't sure how to repay the favor. Isel said there was no need, just to let them know how to return the bird to him. Ronan said the bird was exhausted and that if they removed that thing, maybe it could fly. The owner said it probably could. Varen said that the dream bird had a good sense of direction, so if they managed to free it, he drew his sword and, with one strike, broke the shackles restraining the bird. He spoke to the bird, telling it to go back to its father, calling it Little Blue. He told the bird to stop worrying its father. The bird seemed to be saying something, but Ronan didn't understand. It was wagging its tail at him. He didn't know what that meant. The bird's owner said it was asking him to pull out a feather. Varen explained that when a feather is removed from a dream bird, the feather would act as a compass for the main body. He asked if he had removed one before, and if he ever came to the institution at some point, to please visit him and Marpez. When the bird was flying, he shouted that he would definitely repay the debt. The two of them stood for a moment looking at that feather. Then they returned to the bag and kept staring. A few days later, in a town, they had gone there to sell those two items and turn them into money. A merchant was observing and thought the objects were incredible, offering 20 gold coins for one of them. The merchant said that all the items he had brought were of great value. Ronan was satisfied and had finally found someone who understood. All the other merchants were swindlers. He didn't think he would find such a fair merchant wandering around. The merchant said he was honored to hear that. He mentioned to the merchant that he had something else he wanted to check besides that and pulled something out of his pocket. He showed it to the merchant but said he wouldn't sell it, as he was just curious about what it could be. He remembered that, on the night he caught the blue duck or bird, it left that behind. When he first saw it in his hand, he thought the bird might have defecated. He thought that chicken had returned his kindness by doing such a thing. He found it disgusting and threw it against a rock. The rock shattered, and the egg remained intact. He realized it could be a valuable item. The merchant thought he wasn't sure if it was a bird egg, but it was a product of a fantastic creature. The merchant kept examining its color and texture. Since Ronan was in a great mood, he decided to make a joke. He asked the man if it was horse dung. The merchant said it wasn't and didn't know what it was. He thought it was an unusual object. He advised him to look for a specific place for evaluation. He put it back in his pocket and said he couldn't sell it, as he was curious to find out what it was. Ronan asked him if, by any chance, he sold books about Filion. He explained that they were planning to take the entrance exam to the academy, but he knew very little. The merchant said his daughter was also going to take the entrance exam and was sure she could help him. She arrived and asked her father who they were. The merchant told Ronan that she was his only daughter, Maria. When he heard the name, he thought it sounded familiar. When he looked and saw it was a girl, he was surprised. The father said they were important people who had just made a deal with him. She called the two of them children, and the father asked her to mind her manners when speaking. The merchant apologized to him for his daughter being so sharp-tongued. Isel was talking to the merchant when he noticed that Ronan had distanced himself. He approached the girl and asked if her name was really Maria. He asked if she used the surname Sun. She replied yes and wanted to know how he had that information. He thought it strange because she really looked like someone he knew. He called her closer to ask another question. Ronan wanted to know if she was really a girl. or if she was a boy. She looked at him incredulously, not believing he was asking such a question. She was puzzled, not understanding why he was asking her that. Then she said that no matter how much she looked, she couldn't figure out what he was thinking. So he looked at that merchant and thought that old man must have another child he didn't know about. The girl told him to shut up, called him crazy, and slapped him. When he received that slap, he found that sensation familiar. He knew it was him, the friend from his past life, Count Mariason. Ronan remembered that back when he was a soldier in a place called Armarlin, Maria was in charge of supplies. He had great ethics and was an easygoing personality. He made friends with everyone. He didn't like some of the topics that men loved to talk about, and he had a strange habit of slapping others. He always wanted to know why, but since Maria had died before, he was grinning even after being slapped. He never thought he would find the answer there. He discovered that Count Maria was a girl. She noticed he was still smiling, so she was about to slap him again. He didn't like that and flicked her forehead. He told her she was getting full of herself just because he let her hit him earlier. He said he only let her hit him because he made a mistake. She asked if hitting twice would count and headbutt his chin. The two started fighting, pulling each other's hair. Her father and Asel watched, finding it strange. They quickly separated the two, who were in a serious fight. A while later, Asel got confused, seeing that they were trying to kill each other before and now were having a conversation. Now he was looking at some items to take. If the things he looked at weren't good enough, he would buy something else. Asel saw that the two were fine. Maria told him there were 3 swords and a magic staff. She asked why he wanted 3 swords. Wouldn't it be difficult to carry them? He asked what she thought and said they weren't bad, but that black iron one was the best. She mentioned that black iron was very hard, an item sought after by many renowned knights. He remembered that the black iron sword was his favorite in the past. Maria was explaining that the magic staff had an excellent magic stone and said it should go to Asel. Looking at him, she asked if that cutie was the mage. She asked him what kind of magic he used, and he replied telekinesis. She was impressed. Telekinesis was incredible. If he did things right, he could even get a scholarship. She asked Ronan which technique he would show during the practical exam. She explained that to enter the academy, he would need to take a practical exam where he had to impress the professors and showcase his techniques. Of course, the theoretical exam would be very difficult, but not as hard as the practical one. Ronan replied that to be a swordsman, he only needed good swordsmanship. Maria said that they usually demonstrated their battle techniques using mana. He asked if kids using swords at that age could use mana even if they weren't mages. She affirmed that the basics were used for combat, but by his expression, she realized that he didn't use it. She asked if he didn't know how to sense his own mana. He asked if it was similar to aura. Maria was shocked because a guy like that shouldn't even attempt to enter the academy. She wanted to know how he had the nerve to say that aura and mana were similar things. She said he wasn't fit to follow her. She asked if she could take those swords. They were at the blacksmith. She wanted to know why he was so confident, and if he damaged his swords. Maria claimed that it wouldn't happen, but if it did, she would pay triple. She told him to stop talking and follow her, as she would give him special training. She explained that mana is the root of nature's power, and once they learn their own mana techniques, they go to the academy. She thought it didn't make sense to explain to him the difference between mana and aura. She told him that, if seen from a certain angle, aura was a type of mana, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Those with talent are known to train for at least 10 years and barely gain power. That was aura. She asked if he understood a little, and he said yes. He told her that he encountered them on the battlefield some time ago, and felt proud because he was an aura user, and they shared a common power. He said they were very annoying, but it was unexpected to discover how amazing it was. Maria said that was enough explanation for now, and that they would begin. She said she thought he would learn much faster using his body instead of his head. When she prepared to attack him, he thought it would be fine since she was just a young girl. All he needed to do was block her attack. He found it all very surprising. Those strikes were surprising. He blocked and pushed her back. He was shocked that she could exert so much power even being so young and that she also used 2 swords. Maria couldn't see clearly and wasn't sure, but she thought that fighting style might be using mana. She kept watching, wondering what had happened to him. She also planned to finish it off with 1 strike and show him the power of mana to make him give up on the exam. She thought that would be better than him being humiliated in the exam area, but she was being pressured. That was the skill of someone who couldn't use mana. He asked her what she was thinking about. He realized she focused, and all of a sudden, the fight got easier. He started attacking seriously and told her to dodge instead of blocking. She got a little scared, but he wasn't going to change the attack. She really had to dodge. Ronan was attacking for real. That person. Something bad could have happened to her if she had hesitated. She told Ronan that he wasn't normal, and he replied that the same applied to her. She said that, aside from his mana, his talent with the sword was great, but his swing was a bit rusty. But if he fixed that, it would improve a lot. Noticing he was leaving, she asked where he was going. She got furious and asked if he thought he had won because of that. He said it didn't matter, just to keep her word. He showed the broken sword and said she had promised to pay 3 times more. Then he asked them to prepare the swords. Asel was trying to get her attention and wanted to say something. He said she did a good job because he could understand what was happening. Ronan told him to walk faster because he was tired. Maria stood still on the battlefield, wondering who those two were. He said he had just gone to the merchant's market to collect the money she owed. He came across several things near the money and asked if it was a book. She replied yes. It was a theory book for the Academy's theoretical exam and summaries she had made herself. She asked if he wouldn't need them, as there was only 1 month left until the exam. He said he needed it, but why go so far? He asked if she was planning to mess with him. She said it wasn't that she had already started to like them. Maria said it was something she was giving him because she wanted him to pass. She told him to study hard, and if they slacked off later, it wouldn't go unpunished. She asked if he understood, and Ronan said the same applied to her. Leaving in her father's carriage, she said she would see them in the capital on the day of the exam. She told them to be sure to read everything she gave them, as he thought he needed to train his weak body and study things he wasn't very good at. But he thought it wasn't a bad feeling. That was Ronan's life after returning home, now with his sister Iril. He ate to the point that his stomach nearly exploded after every meal. He began increasing his stamina and adapting his adaptability. He found a place where he would train. That day, he would do it until there were no more monsters around the village. He also studied things that were expected of a soldier like him. Even without knowing how everything would end, he gave it his all. After a month, the day finally arrived, Valen, the central city. Asel was impressed because he thought the academy was huge and beautiful. He was fascinated. Ronan asked him what he was doing standing in the middle of the street. He told him to stop acting like a bumpkin and go in because they were late for the exam. Asel stood still, staring at Ronan. He asked what was wrong. Asel said he was a bit surprised because it had only been a month. He was already bigger. He asked if he was going to start with that again. Giving him a few pats on the head, he told him to stop talking nonsense and get going. He thought that now that he was at the academy, he might find someone. He wanted to meet the sword Saint Schlieffen, a descendant of Grancia, a prestigious family of swordsmen. He thought he would meet him at the exam, not that it mattered much. Asel asked Ronan if he had that thing. He wanted to know what he meant by that. The bird's feather, which was supposed to lead him to its owner. He had put it in the bag before they left, as he remembered the old man mentioning living in the capital. He planned to visit him only after the test. The feather pointed to the highest floor. The bird's owner, in his room, thought it was hard to get used to being a teacher and was considering returning to research. The bird, Marpez, was trying to cheer him up. The professor of zoology at Philion, Varanganashir, was a beastman type. He was talking to his bird about opening the window for fresh air in case his hero visited. He didn't think it would be a problem. He hadn't even knocked yet, but it was already open. While Ronan noticed it was the little blue bird from before and asked them who the owner was, the two were having a panic attack. The professor was startled and asked who he was and how he got there. Asel was tired, as that was one of the highest floors. Ronan told him he got scared, thinking he was going to fall. Varan got angry, thinking they had come after his bird, but he calmed down when he saw Marpez's feather in Ronan's hand. It took a while to connect the dots, but he understood they were the heroes. The professor apologized, and Ronan said it was fine, no need to apologize. He said that if he wanted to blame someone, he could blame Asel. He was the one who climbed the stairs. Ronan covered his mouth and asked him to stay quiet. Ronan said the most unexpected thing was that a lion, which was a rare type of beastman, was the owner of that bird. Varan was also surprised because he thought the heroes were just applicants. It was a pity. If he had known this earlier, he would have prepared a recommendation. But now in the afternoon, the exam was already set for that day. She said she needed to ask something and didn't have much time. He showed that stone and asked what it was, as the blue one had left it behind. The professor said that it was a dream bird's egg. Marpez had given birth and knew what surprising thing had come in peace and laid an egg. He said it wasn't just any egg, it was a dream bird's egg, but he had no idea what would come out of that egg. He said that if it was a dream egg, another dream bird would come out of it. The professor explained that the dream's compass was different. Everything depended on the environment around and the mana. He said that if they analyzed the mana coming from the egg, it wouldn't be impossible to predict what would appear. But that egg had an infinity of manas. It looked like molten metal, as if it had been altered. But he couldn't say for sure what would come out or didn't think he was placing too much meaning on just an egg. The professor asked the bird where he had given it to lay an egg like that. He commented that he had never seen such a cheeky bird. The professor wanted to make a request to Ronan. He asked if he minded taking care of the egg. He said he didn't mind. Ronan asked the professor if it was alright, and if the egg wasn't too precious. The professor said of course it was, as the birds only laid one in their lifetime. The professor said that the fact Marpez had laid the egg in front of his heroes made him believe that he had felt something special. He was going to respect a friend with whom he had spent a long time. Ronan said it was fine. He was very curious to know what was inside. Ronan was already saying goodbye, as it was almost time. In 2 years, they would have to leave, but the professor asked him to wait a little longer. He said he had been thinking about how to reward him, and came up with something really good. So, he gave him something that would help incubate the egg. Sometime later, in the practical test hall, in the waiting area for martial artists, it was announced that the exam for Candidate 111 was over. Candidate 102 was called, and the test was about to begin. Ronan would be next. He thought they were making him wait too long. He asked what Maria thought, and she said it was like this in every test. He asked why she was dressed like that. Wasn't it uncomfortable? She told him to be careful about it because the academy was private for nobles. She said they could become valuable clients later, so it was necessary to make a good impression. She was missing a cell, but the mage test was held elsewhere. It was announced that the exam for Candidate 112 was over and that Candidate 113 should enter, please. It was his turn. Maria advised him not to be nervous and to do as she had said. She said that if he failed, she wouldn't let it go. He was very confident and said he'd be back soon. He was facing a few people. He thought they might be the academy's professors. Looking around, they all seemed very impressive, but among them was an old man in the middle. He was the principal and the Archmage Kravakrotir. He also noticed that there was a woman there. It was surprising. He rarely felt such vigor in his past life. He greeted and stated his name to everyone. The one who greeted him back was the principal. He told him that he would face a magic dummy and could demonstrate his technique. He didn't think much of it. It was just a quick slash. He thought it was enough for a dummy. That caught him by surprise. It was a simple slash, without mana. 2 professors were commenting that the boy was judging the dummies just by their appearance. The dummy was a highly valuable magical engineering product. The genius Schlieffen almost couldn't leave a mark on it, and kept wondering what that boy planned to demonstrate. The principal wasn't comfortable, as he noticed the professors were offending the candidate who was standing right there. He thought that if that child proved them wrong, then, he just went and disconnected the dummy's head, which left the swordsmanship professor, Great Sword Saint Nabiros, quite impressed. Putting away his sword, he asked if that was all. One of the professors couldn't believe he thought the most difficult slash was just some trivial thing. He asked the principal what he thought about the score, but the principal was left speechless by the swordsmanship professor's reaction, who jumped over the table and ran towards the boy, putting her sword on Ronan's neck. He just looked and commented that she scared him and asked why she wanted to know who he was, and who had taught him that swordsmanship. Ronan was confused by the questions from the fencing instructor. She changed the question and asked if he could see her movements, and he replied yes, saying he thought they were incredible. She said that at that moment, it should have been difficult even to draw his sword. But even so, he managed to swing it 3 times and stated that it was exactly 3 times, just as he had shown to the other instructors. She asked if he thought that such an arrogant strike wouldn't be noticed. Did he think she wouldn't recognize his fencing style? Then he slowed down the last strike on purpose in case the instructors couldn't see it, as if he were underestimating all of them. She remarked that he had forgotten where he was. The headmaster and the 2 theory professors were watching him. But that wasn't what happened. He simply adjusted his strength because he thought the sword wouldn't withstand the last strike. However, judging by her current mood, she wouldn't believe him. After removing her blade from the student's neck, that instructor said she would remember him. She looked at him with a devilish gaze and said she would make a point to teach him personally. The headmaster looked on and understood what she meant when she said she would teach him personally. He knew she wanted that student as a disciple. He thought that he needed to pay closer attention. The headmaster told Ronan it was a good performance. He was going to end Ronan's evaluation with a simple question. He said there was no definitive answer and that Ronan could reply however he wished. He asked what Ronan had come to learn at the academy. He knew the answer was the only one possible. He came to learn to have no regrets. That response caught the headmaster off guard, but he understood. The headmaster was worried about how they could teach him not to have regrets. One of the professors thought that the boy didn't seem special, but he had already captivated both the instructor and the headmaster. Looking at the test dummy with a visible cut, he thought the best way to explain that was talent. In the midst of the confusion, the professors hadn't properly looked at the dummy. When one of them finally did, he was shocked, as the dummy's head was no longer there. Thinking of that woman with the sword, he believed that not even he, in his prime, would have been able to defeat her. He thought he had already faced enough challenges, but after meeting her, he realized he still had a long way to go. Now, he was convinced that the commander was right to send him to the academy, and he thought Ronan could learn many things. There was only the written test left, and he had memorized a lot over the past month, so he thought it would be easy. After taking the written test, he realized it wasn't as easy as he had expected. He thought it was difficult for him, but then again, his whole life had been that way. Mario was angry, talking to Asel because he had only answered half of the test. He gathered the things he needed to study, reviewed them, and then completely forgot. Asel believed it was his fault for not remembering to remind Ronan. Maria told him to relax because the practical test carried more weight, and with his skills, she was certain he did well. The students started to stir because the results had finally been posted. A massive board appeared through magic, displaying the names of those who qualified. Asel asked if that was the list of those who passed. Asel's result: he placed 12th in the practical magic test and 1st in the theory test. Maria placed 9th in both the practical and the theory tests. She looked at Asel, and the two jumped with joy because they had passed. Maria was praising him for placing 1st in the theory test. He and 2 other people had ranked among the best. Maria was very happy for him. Maria asked Ronan what his ranking was. He seemed a bit down and said he knew he wouldn't be there. He thought someone like him couldn't possibly enter the academy. She got angry at him, asked if he was joking, told him to look closely, and widened her eyes. A light descended from the sky and formed a small explosion. Maria explained that it was the final result of the entrance exams for the top candidates in each department. The one making the announcement was a glorious phoenix that seemed to be heading toward Ronan. It exploded a message in the air stating that Ronan was 1st in the tactical test of the martial arts department, and almost last in the theoretical. The 3 of them were a bit shocked by that, but then the other 2 began hugging and squeezing Ronan. For someone who placed almost last in the theory, he was the top candidate in the martial arts department. Maria was pleased because she knew he was a genius. When she thought that if he ranked 1st, then that person must have lost to him. With her personality, it wouldn't be possible for her to stay quiet. Someone was watching him and thought he was strange. Then a young man approached him and asked if he was the one who ranked 1st in the practical test. And that's how he met the Sword Saint Schlieffen for the first time. Now he was face to face with the Sword Saint. The people around were commenting that they didn't expect to see the Empire's rising star there. Maria told Ronan that guy seemed to want to talk to him, and she thought it would be annoying if he kept acting like that. Before, he couldn't see anyone with better swordsmanship than his. It was an overwhelming spirit. Ronan would do his best to avoid that situation, so he said he had no idea what was going on. That response didn't seem to please the guy talking to him. He asked why Ronan was lying. Ronan asked what he meant and if he had any proof. If he didn't stop picking a fight and continued attacking. The young man said that if he wanted proof, he would show him, unsheathed his sword, and charged at him. Maria and Asel got worried. He asked if that was enough because if he hadn't been the one who ranked 1st, he wouldn't have been able to react to that. The people around got excited, thinking it was a duel. He asked Ronan to show him the skills that defeated his opponent. Ronan wanted to avoid it, but if that's what he wanted, then he would show him. He sent a power attack straight at him, which the young man managed to block. Ronan asked if that was enough, if he was satisfied. He replied that his score made sense. He decided something. He had a good technique. He said that, as expected, it wasn't enough to defeat him. Ronan wanted to avoid the confrontation at any cost, but the Sword Saint wanted to see what he was hiding. The Sword Saint still wasn't satisfied. He couldn't accept that. Ronan realized that he was trying to kill him, which is why he didn't want to meet him. He knew that if it continued, he would start using aura, and that would be bad. A storm created by a single slash, an overwhelming aura called the Storm Sword. He knew he couldn't handle that, so he turned around and ran. His opponent said he couldn't turn his back during a fight. He was going to swing his sword at Asel's neck. The opponent was still chasing him, but when he saw what he had done, he stopped immediately. Asel, scared, asked Ronan what he was doing. The Sword Saint didn't like at all what he was doing. He called him a coward for using a girl as a shield. Asel shouted that he was a man, but it was just as Ronan thought. He hadn't changed, not even when he was about to die. He knew he would continue to uphold chivalry, and he took advantage of that, punching him in the face. He grabbed Maria and Asel and ran away from there. The people around had already called the guards to stop that commotion. When they arrived, they saw Lord Schlieffen, who asked what was happening, and who had dared to do that to him. He asked them to speak to him informally, as he wasn't the son of a ducal family there. He was just a regular applicant, without status. Then he said they didn't need to worry because it was just a fair fight, that he would handle it himself. Looking at his sword, he noticed it had cracked. It was made of high-level mithril. He had thought Ronan's skills were nothing special, didn't expect him to cause such damage to a sword like that. He said he would remember that name. The next day, outside the capital, in the forest, the two of them were walking and looking at the map. Ronan swore it was around there. Asel asked if they really could have done that. He was talking about the fight from the previous day. He had heard that guy was the heir of the ducal family. Ronan told him not to worry because that guy was a good person, and was just crazy when it came to swords. He was a model for his position and someone who protected the weak. He said Asel should have said that what happened was just a fair duel, because if it wasn't, they would have been arrested by now. Asel agreed and said that, upon reflection, it made sense. Ronan thought he had found the source of mana that circulated around the world for unknown reasons. He knew the value of that was astronomical, and most people would want to monopolize it. But that professor was very generous to give them something like that for cracking an egg. He asked Asel if he was feeling anything different. He said it was the first time seeing so much concentrated mana in just one place. He said that there he could use magic freely. Maria said that the egg in his pocket was reacting like before. He said that it was absorbing magic at an incredible speed, and it seemed like it liked the mana there. Ronan said he understood and thought that if Maria were there, she would have liked it too. Asel stayed quiet for a moment, looking at that source of mana. Then he asked Ronan if he thought it seemed strange, because the professor had said that there was a lot of mana there, and that various mystical species lived and nested in the area. That meant that even ordinary animals in that place found it very appealing. He concluded by asking, why couldn't they hear any animal noises? It was only then that Ronan realized he had been too complacent. Things were going to get complicated again because that happened everywhere he went. He asked Asel to be ready, because he was sensing a strong smell of blood. Asel felt a bit uncomfortable when he heard Ronan say he could smell a strong scent of blood. Ronan also said that some were already there before them. Of course, as a visitor, he meant invaders, and those people began shooting arrows in their direction. Ronan quickly drew his sword to defend himself from the arrows. Seeing the arrows, he was sure they were the same as the ones used in the squad camp. He remembered someone bragging about how good those arrows were. They could blow the heads off most orcs. After spending a long time showing off those arrows, the person asked the captain if he would like some too. For someone who was caught using them while hunting, how did he dare talk about anything? But the guy kept saying that the person who used them over 100 times had been successful in hunting and was an elite member of his organization. Caliboro's hunting dog. Ronan remembered thinking, it was him again giving himself the name of hunting dog. He told Asel to hide and be careful not to become an easy target. Then he dashed off, saying he was going to take care of something. They realized that person was on the move. They saw that he would take on all that mess with a single slash. As all the arrows contained mana, he zigzagged through the trees until he reached them. The leader ordered them to spread out and target him. Ronan thought the decision-making was very quick. Maybe they were different from the ones he encountered in the forest. He also realized that this wouldn't be good. So he shouted for them to stop attacking and asked if they didn't recognize their own allies. He asked if they had never heard of him. He was the new hunting dog of the Damas Ahiyuti lineage. Everyone around him started asking if he was really a hunting dog. They didn't believe that a child like him could be a hunting dog. Ronan said that if they didn't believe it, they could ask the wolf of the lineage, and he would give them a small warning. Assuming that others couldn't do what they couldn't themselves was a terrible habit, and he called them dogs. He said there was nothing more pathetic than that. Grabbing the leader's shirt, he said that child was humiliating him and asked if he wanted his arms cut off. Another member asked him to calm down. He shouldn't doubt him just because he was a child. He said Ronan seemed to understand how things worked and spoke knowledgeably about Caliboro's system, which only they knew. He said he would confirm with the captain because if Ronan wasn't lying, they could be in trouble with the Damas lineage later. Someone was approaching and said he had already told them to stay quiet. He asked what was going on. The one arriving was the captain, the wolf of the Demith Vume pack. One of them explained to the captain that the child was claiming to be part of their group. Ronan looked at the situation and thought that the fact that the wolf was there could only mean that they were all in the same place. The captain asked the boy if he was Ahiyuti from the Damas lineage, and he said yes. Then the captain found it odd and asked what he was doing there, considering that part of the mountain was theirs. Smiling, Ronan said he didn't know since he wasn't the Ahiyuti. He drew his sword and started slicing. He had only used the first name, and it was his head. It was the best name to use when pretending to be an illegal hunter. He advanced towards the captain and killed him. Then he told the guy who had been causing trouble with him earlier that he had already warned him he would regret it. Afterward, he cut off a few fingers from one hand. The guy crouched and screamed in pain. Ronan threw a leaf at him and told him that if he didn't want to die, he should get up and take it, and start writing the location of all the lineages he knew. Ronan's sword got closer, and he asked what the problem was. Didn't he want to? If he didn't want to, then there was no need to keep him alive. The young man said he would do anything he wanted, but he had nothing to draw with. Ronan said he had already made pens for him. He told him to use his right hand, the one from which he had already removed the fingers. Ronan looked at that sheet and said his drawings were good. He said that young man was very talented. Then the man asked if he would spare him as promised. Ronan put a hand in his pocket and said of course. He emphasized and, after that, said that of course, he wouldn't keep him alive. They had already walked a certain distance when Asel felt tired. Ronan asked him to stop exaggerating since he had already asked him to get prepared. Asel said it was a bit too much. Asel wanted to know if all of that was really Caliboro's work. Ronan had already warned that letting them live was a crime. He added that Asel shouldn't worry because they were wanted criminals who needed to be eliminated. They suddenly noticed something that made them both widen their eyes. The drops of blood from the slain animals were rising and forming a larger particle. And that particle was massive and took the shape of a giant wave. Even without knowing what it was, Ronan was about to draw his sword. However, the egg started reacting and came out of his pocket. It went to the center of where that giant wave was and began to absorb everything. Asel was worried and asked what was happening. Ronan told him not to ask him. One thing he knew: whatever was inside that egg wasn't something ordinary. The egg absorbed every last drop of that giant wave. Asel, concerned, asked Ronan if it was over. He said it seemed so. But he didn't think much had changed. However, the egg started to crack. It levitated, and several cracks appeared on it. Asel seemed worried about what would come out of it. Ronan was happy that it finally hatched. A big hole had already formed in the egg, and he wanted to know what was inside. The creature inside the egg came out quickly and bumped right into his nose. There was no time to see what it was. He noticed it had wings. It could be a dream bird. Although Ronan observed it closely, he couldn't tell if it could be a bird. Asel said it looked like a dragon. He said it was very similar to what they had seen in the book. Remembering the form of that beautiful little blue bird, he didn't know where it had absorbed mana to turn into something that strange. Caressing the creature that came out of the egg, he said at least it was cute. But he got angry at it, saying that its welcome was a bit too much. A punch straight like that. That little thing made a seal and threw it at the boy. He realized that the wounds were gone. Asel noticed that it could use healing magic. Ronan was pleased because that little creature had more abilities than it seemed. Asel told Ronan that they could give it a name and couldn't keep calling it a dream bird. While he was still thinking, believing no name would suit it, the little animal seemed to hear something that caught its attention. It went towards the sky and took off. Asel wanted to know where it went like that out of nowhere. Ronan said it seemed like it sensed the presence. There was a wanderer from the Demire branch running around there. He didn't know what was going on, had just gone out for a moment to run an errand, and when he returned, everyone was down. He managed to see that wave, which looked more like a sea. Now he was chasing something that was pursuing him. The professor, at the root of a tree, fell to the ground. Suddenly that bird, which looked more like a dragon, was above, sucking his blood. The man was desperate because the bird wouldn't stop feeding. Ronan asked it to stop and said he wanted to avoid ending up killing it. Asel asked if Sita would be her name. He said yes, that he already had that name in mind. Then he asked the little creature what it thought. The young man lying on the ground thought that guy was the same one from before. He imagined he was the owner of that brother. He went over and asked if he was okay, calling him Blaraus. The young man replied yes, that he was fine and alive thanks to him. Then he touched him and asked who he was. How did he know his name? Ronan, placing the sword on his neck, told him he didn't need to know that. The young man seemed to remember him from the night before. He thought he was the Calaboros Houndmaster. Ronan told him the ranking was lower back then, and that he had something he needed him to do, just so he would know he wasn't lost. With a few gold coins in hand, Ronan said it was better than he thought. Asel agreed with him. Asel collected some of that water that turned into gold and looked a bit confused. Ronan wanted to know why Maria's father had offered such a high price for her. And thanks to that, they didn't need to worry about money, as they were indebted to Professor Varen in many ways. They had gone there to thank him for everything and to show him Sita. But little did they know they would end up on a business trip. But aside from the task he was given, Balraus, there was also the map he received from that hunting dog. It was simpler than just a thank you. He had scared him so much that he was sure he wouldn't dare do anything wrong. Asel asked Ronan what he would do with the money. He said that the top-ranking students were exempt from the academy fees. There was something he wanted to do. The entrance ceremony was approaching. A few days later, at the carriage station in the city of Valen, someone told that young lady that they had already reached their destination and thanked her. She was pleased because it was the capital, and she thought everything was amazing. Ronan asked if she should be tired from the trip, and she was very happy to see him. He asked her if nothing unusual had happened while he was away. He said she should be the one asking that. She got really scared when a high-class carriage stopped in front of their house and didn't know how it was possible. Pinching his cheeks, she wanted to know why he had lost so much weight and asked if he was eating properly. She was relieved, but then she noticed that he had a small animal on his shoulder. She asked what that cute little creature was. Ronan introduced it, saying it was Sita, who had started traveling with him. He said the most important thing was that they needed to hurry because they didn't have much time. He said he had something he really needed to do. Shortly after, they were inside a very luxurious shop. She knew he had earned the money to enter the academy. Even so, she thought that gift was a bit too much. Ronan curiously looked at the clerk and asked if everything he had tried could be delivered. His sister was thrilled because there were so many. He said it wasn't that many and that they wanted to buy more. She was very moved and realized that her little brother had grown a lot. She spun around the whole store, shouting that her little brother was a very kind person. She asked him where they would go after that. He said he wanted to visit some places and that his sword had been damaged a few days ago. Then he opened the door to leave, Outside, the young man asked him if they were done. To get his attention, he called out Ronan's name. Ronan almost died of fright because he didn't expect to see him there. He asked why he was coming from there, and if he was a stalker. He said he had just picked up his sword nearby, and coincidentally saw him, so he decided to wait. He asked him to please stop with that disrespectful attitude. Ronan said that's exactly what a stalker would say if he were crazy like him. He got irritated when he heard that his sword was defective, and asked whom he should be blaming there. He said he really wished he could have shown something like a defect, if it seemed so. Ronan's sister got angry because she had already taught him that he shouldn't be using bad language. Saying that the guy started it only made things worse for him because he realized he was responding to her. She gently apologized, saying that her brother had a foul mouth but a very good heart. She said he must have been very shocked. However, he didn't mind at all because, to him, she looked like a goddess. She said it was her fault for not disciplining her brother properly. Schlieffen took full responsibility, and said it was his lack of discretion. He said that everything that happened was his responsibility, and that she could rest assured. She took his hands and said that having a friend like him made her happy for Ronan. She asked him to take care of her little brother. From that day on, the young man, very red and embarrassed, said he would take care of him. He wasn't really enjoying being there, but there was nothing he could do. Still blushing, the young man said he would first compensate him for the sword and that he didn't have gold on him at the moment. So he offered a crest as identification and proof of his family. He said they could use it anywhere in the empire, and if the girl wanted to buy a sword, to please go to the blacksmith at the end of the street. It was a place known for carrying a legacy of 500 years, making it difficult for commoners to enter. He said he hoped they would make a good sword for them. He went there and then realized that the crazy guy knew exactly what he was doing. Iroh thought that, with the identification proof from Grancia, he could buy the entire village. He didn't think that was really the sword Saint Schlieffen he knew. The next day, at the academy's entrance ceremony, the principal said it was a pleasure to meet all those newcomers. He introduced himself as the academy's principal, and said his name was Kravakratir. While the principal spoke, Maria, Ronan, and Asel were there together, listening. Schlieffen, with his status, was positioned more at the front, near the professors. The principal concluded by saying that he believed all of them would become part of the Empire's history. He congratulated everyone for joining and addressed class 787. Ronan, in the middle of the crowd, was already yawning. His sister, as a guest along with other people, was already in tears. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal snapped his fingers, and a multicolored light began circulating around. Everyone started noticing that reality seemed to be distorting. The sky appeared to be breaking, and suddenly, they all appeared in the center of a large arena. Someone said it was a pleasure to meet them and called them freshmen. He didn't think he had teleported the entire place with a snap of his fingers. The principal said that the ceremony had reached its peak and that they would begin the meeting between veterans and freshmen. It was something that happened between newcomers and second-year students, as it was the first encounter between them. The process used to be intense, and was also a special event at the academy. The process occurred so that the first and second ranked would represent the freshmen, and each one was assigned to one of the 4 second-year students, who had their own individual fighting styles. Then, a one-on-one battle would take place. The principal warned that the significance of that event was directly tied to the academy's instructors. He believed they would improve and that healthy competition was the beginning of true education. Ronan's sister wondered if the duel was really educational. The principal said, of course, the freshmen could choose their opponents, and it was also possible to refuse the duel, so they shouldn't feel intimidated. Freshman representatives, feel free to do as you wish. The second-year martial artist, ranked first, was named Nando. The second was named Brown. The third in rank was named Irina, and the fourth was named Curran. They looked at Ronan and could barely hold back, eager to fight him. He looked at his sister and thought that, since the situation had turned out like this, he would show his older sister. It would be better if he could show some camaraderie as well. He heard that the freshmen could choose their opponents for the duel. Then he raised his hand and asked if he could make a suggestion. The principal asked what suggestion Ronan was proposing. He said that, since it was free to choose, he would like to be taught by all the respective veterans. This made all of them frown deeply at him. To top it off, he said he wanted all of them together at the same time. Since it was something innovative, they needed to gather and share their opinions. The principal asked Professor Nabirose what she thought of Ronan's suggestion. The academy didn't follow the rule that, if they had enough skills, they could do whatever they wanted. It didn't matter who won the duel. It would still have great significance for everyone. She told the principal that if things got dangerous, she would intervene. The principal thought about the case and was informed that they would proceed. All 4 found it absurd how much that boy was underestimating them. Someone there asked them to calm down. He was arrogant, but Schlieffen was certainly very skilled. That was an opponent they couldn't underestimate. They said they would go all out from the beginning, so everyone understood. Iroh thought that atmosphere was too chaotic. She shouted to her brother that if he thought it was dangerous, he could give up at any time. He just waved at her, trying to calm her down. The principal was giving the order to start. He wanted to begin the first match between veterans and freshmen. The first veteran was Nando, who charged aggressively to take out that freshman. Ronan dodged and avoided the strike. He thought they were good and were a few levels above Maria from back then. The next to attack was Irina, who blocked his attack. Karin asked Irina to duck and also wanted to strike. Even with both attacking together, they didn't intimidate Ronan, who blocked and thought that their teamwork wasn't bad. To get out of that double attack, he blocked and was still thrown far away. When he was still crouched, he noticed that someone was trying to strike him. Braun asked why he was doing that. He wanted to have a fierce duel against him. He didn't realize that Ronan had a quick and powerful strike, as well as follow-up attacks right after. They weren't playing around, so they formed a strategy to corner their opponent. When everyone was prepared to attack, they simply missed because he had already dodged. Irina found his speed quite reasonable. He thought the Philion Academy was truly amazing. Before the three of them even realized it, they had already received their respective blows. Of the 4 he had targeted, only 3 were directly attacked. Braun was strong. However, seeing the stance Ronan took, Braun realized he wasn't going to hold back. Ronan was thirsty for victory and intended to finish him off. The stance he took was the same one instructor Nebiros used. Ronan noticed his opponent's fear, smiled, and passed by him. The opponent's sword was not enough to withstand the strike. Ronan left victorious after defeating the 4 senior students, saying that he had learned a lot. The arena went wild after seeing what the simple freshman had done. They shouted that the freshman was incredible. They thought he was going to lose, but it was over in an instant. They wondered if he was really a first-year student. Nasto said it was so one-sided that he wasn't even sad about losing. Everyone agreed that he was truly a monster. Ronan looked at his sister and realized that now she would trust him more. Now he had to show he was skilled with words and told them that they had done a good job. He bowed slightly to greet them and said he had learned a lot from them. He was put in that position due to the excitement of the challenge set for the academy, but their strength was undeniable. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart and thanked them for accepting his challenge. He politely asked for their forgiveness for his attitude at that moment and said he looked forward to learning even more from them. They moved a little away while talking amongst themselves about the boy. They agreed that they had misjudged him. He was strong and respectful. Braun grabbed him by the arm and said that he fought fairly, using only his skills to win. He squeezed his arm and said that was how the attitude of a student at that academy should be. He said Ronan was truly amazing, and Irina said he definitely had a lot of energy. He was happy because he had already shown his social skills to his sister, and now she wouldn't be worried anymore. A mysterious girl found him quite interesting. He was sitting in the grand hall for the welcome banquet. Asel thought it was too big. Maria said that, being the best institution of all, that much was the least they could expect. Asel asked Ronan if he had seen his sister. He replied that he had and that it took a while to comfort her since she was very worried about it. He said he even left Sita with her so he wouldn't have to worry about her safety. Asel thought he was an incredible brother, and Iril agreed, saying of course he was. When Ronan went to pick up the piece of meat that was on his plate, sneaking up quietly, Schlieffen asked if he thought he could really eat at that moment. Looking to the side and seeing him, Ronan couldn't believe he was there again. Ronan got upset and slammed the meat on his plate, breaking it, and asked what he wanted this time. Schlieffen said it was nothing much. He just wanted to check something important. With a notebook in hand, he asked where Irina lived and if it was far from there. He wanted to know the conditions of the road, if the security was good, if there were any reports of incidents. He assumed that Ronan had hired the escort and trusted that he had hired at least an army of mercenaries. Ronan was still upset and told him that he had hired people much stronger than he thought. He said that unless a wyvern appeared out of nowhere, nothing would happen. Schlieffen concluded then that if a wyvern showed up, something could happen. With each passing moment, Ronan got more agitated and asked why his sister's life mattered so much to him. He asked what he thought it was. Schlieffen replied that he was just worried about the girl who became his friend. He said it was the duty of a knight. A girl arrived and said that scene was very interesting, since she had never seen the Grancia wolf talk so much before. In a not-so-friendly manner, Schlieffen asked what she wanted with him. The woman who appeared there and showed interest in their conversation was Elizabeth Akalicia. With an air of importance, she told him not to be mistaken. He was not the one who had her interest. It was Ronan. Ronan was startled, pointed at himself, and asked if it was really him. He asked why him. Schlieffen said it must be her annoying habit again. He told Akalicia that he was done with things there, so she could do as she pleased. Still unsatisfied, he turned to Ronan and asked if he should send guards from his family. Ronan asked him to leave and not get involved. Asel warned Ronan that she was the person from before, and he said there was no need to explain. He knew she was powerful, and radically powerful. Akalucia said that those who raised their claws needed a lesson. She told Ronan that she knew he understood what she meant, and he said he had no idea. She said she was very interested in his talent, so she would make him an offer. It was a special offer that a mere criminal could never dream of receiving. She showed him a necklace with a violet stone in the middle, and that was Akalucia's invitation. Akalucia was different from most nobles who prioritized bloodlines. They prioritized talent above all else. They offered an opportunity for those with potential to become part of the family. The symbol of that opportunity was this: a necklace with a violet stone inside. Ronan wanted to know if she was allowed to give that to someone else. She said that if he was asking, he should already know the answer. He had heard from someone while passing by. Then, his thoughts returned to another life when he was talking to the commander. She showed him the invitation, saying that with it, even as a commoner, he could become part of a great family. When he asked if it was like the great commander, she replied yes. The commander was Adeshan Akalucia. She told him that, of course, he would need to pass a test conducted by the patriarch, but with his talent, that wouldn't be a problem. She told him to keep this in mind: once he paid for his sins through his deeds in the war, he might end up receiving one of those. Because she thought he was quite talented. Returning to the present moment, he looked at that necklace that symbolized the Akalucia's invitation. She said that if he already knew about it, then she didn't need to explain, and hoped he would make the right choice. Elizabeth told him that even if born a beast, if he stayed close to sheep long enough, he could become a sheep. She and her group then left. Asel felt more at ease after she left. Ronan realized that the twins really did as they pleased. At least it was good that he had a contact now. The Akalucias could be useful to him. Everything there depended on grades. The atmosphere could change drastically. The clearest example of this was the dormitory system. The place where intermediate-level students were placed was the Netian Hall. Each person had a clean room, a high-level cafeteria, and it was an incredible dormitory with everything one might need. On the first day at the Courtier Hall, it usually began with some student shouting why they had to stay there if they were nobles. The person in charge would apologize for not having servants to serve the Courtier Hall. It was 4 people per room, and the cafeteria, shower, and bathroom were all shared. The person in charge couldn't do anything about it. They were academy rules, and there was no need to look at him that way. Just study and they would leave there. Otherwise, they would stay there for another semester as well. Finally, the best students, including Ronan, were placed in the Neighborfoser Hall, which could be summed up in one sentence: it was simply too amazing. Asel was astonished when he saw that luxurious room. He had left notes from the classes that had been explained earlier. He needed to choose the classes he liked the most and wanted to attend. It was important to adjust during the first year, so he heard that it wasn't good to choose too many. It was a common misunderstanding for a first year who hadn't yet experienced the hell. Ronan got excited and chose almost all of them. Since he was there, he would study. On the first day, he was exempted from the basic swordsmanship class. The instructor told him that there was nothing more he could teach him, as he had already performed excellently. The academy rules allowed the student to be exempted from a class if they had already learned everything, and if he kept him there, it might discourage the others, and they would lose motivation, so he was dismissed. He was sitting near the lake, with his sword stuck in the ground, very sad. He couldn't believe that this could be all an academy of that caliber could offer. He was exempted from target practice, from monster hunting, and was expelled from all classes. Frustrated, he thought that it didn't seem like anything he had imagined. When they arrived, someone said he looked familiar and asked if he shouldn't be in class. When Ronan turned around, he realized it was Instructor Naby Rose. From his expression, she could tell he had already finished all of the classes. He replied sadly that yes, he had, and asked if that's how all the classes would be. He thought the academy would be better than that. She understood that a single glance was all he needed to replicate her technique. So, as his instructor, she couldn't turn a blind eye to that and asked him for his sword. When she looked at it, she asked him what he thought and taught him a very important lesson. Looking at his broken sword, she said that something like that couldn't be called a weapon and would only hinder the user's power. She asked him to pay close attention as she gently placed her hand on her sword, drew it, and he observed. She released a strike that made the water from that lake shoot up into the air, making it look like it was raining. Looking at him, she asked if he could see what was missing. A sword is a hard and sharp piece of metal used to fight against your opponents. Disposable. Or at least that's what he thought until he saw that. It was a perfect technique. He thought it was ridiculous. He was certain that she had used the sword in her hands. He knew the cut was the same, but how could the power be so different just because of the weapon? She said that the waste of strength was what determined whether he lived or died. And if he were using mana, it was essential that he find a weapon that matched him. She said that it wasn't something he could understand since he didn't use mana. He asked if she already knew. She said yes, but the fact that he had so much energy was truly incredible. She said that one day he would be able to use mana. So, to use that power correctly, he would need a proper weapon. She told him that he must have a lot on his mind. She asked him to join her for class. He asked if he could say yes, even though normally only second-year students and above were allowed. She told him that instead of that piece of metal, he should bring a real sword. Asel and Maria were with Ronan. It was his first day off from classes. It was the place Schlieffen mentioned when he gave him the crest. That was the forge. Maria thought the place looked a bit rundown. It didn't look like it would last much longer. They asked Ronan if he was sure he wanted to rent the place a renowned family frequented. He said they would know once they stepped inside. Inside, it was even worse. It wasn't a joke. Someone showed up and opened the door, saying it was too noisy and that he was trying to sleep. He asked who they were and why they were making so much noise so early. Didn't they see that the fire was out? Ronan found it to be an interesting sight. A beast man in a forge. But he wasn't in a good mood and asked if they were deaf. He asked why they were there and demanded an answer quickly. Showing the family crest, Ronan said that Schlieffen had recommended the place and told him that the weapons there were the best. Then he recognized the Grancia family crest. Being quite rude, the beast man asked if, just because he showed that, he thought he was from the Grancia family. He said he didn't know who had leaked information about the place, but he didn't accept customers like him. Ronan got angry and refused to leave without his sword. The beast man, licking his lips, said there was another way. Just give him that little boy's arm. He said he was getting hungry, so why not do that? He wanted to eat Asel's arm. Asel said he didn't taste very good while Ronan inspected the beast man's mouth. Then he called out to him again and told him that he had crossed the line. He unsheathed his sword and launched a strike. Ronan said he knew the moment things seemed off, so he asked where that came from out of nowhere. Now the beast man was wearing armor that appeared as soon as he was attacked. Holding the sword, he said it didn't matter if it was something like that. He just needed it all. The beast man asked him to wait a moment. He explained that it was just a test. Ronan found it strange and asked why there was a test. He explained that it was a test for all new customers. It was a protocol to test their abilities. And he also needed to test the invisible armor, so he said he provoked him on purpose. He said he had no intention of hurting any of them. Ronan wasn't convinced whether he should believe that. He said that if he had any doubts, he could speak with Schlieffen later. Asel said it was a good process for a calm death. The beast man tried to explain that wasn't the case. He looked at Asel, apologized, and called him a friend. He said he didn't hurt people, so there was no need to worry. He said that, anyway, he was Didakan, and that he was an apprentice at that forge and sometimes the gatekeeper. He asked the boy's name, who answered, Ronan. Then he said that Ronan was looking for a weapon. Didakan said he would show the way, as this was only the entrance to the forge, that the real place was further inside. When they arrived somewhere, he asked if they were comfortable. He asked them to prepare themselves mentally and pressed a button. The gears started to move. Then they began to descend, carried by something. Ronan asked what it was, and he said it was an elevator made with a magic stone on a pulley. Then he said that this was the biggest and best forge in the capital. This was Cappadocia. Asel could never have imagined that something like this could exist underground. Didakan told Ronan to get excited, as he had passed the test and was now responsible for taking him to the best blacksmith in the entire capital. Ronan never imagined a place so complete could exist. To think there was such a big place beneath the capital. When he looked around and found everything amazing, indeed, that forge only provided items for the royal family and a few nobles. With no discrimination at all the skilled masters were there. However, the one who held the title of the best was the elder dwarf who lived there. Of course, he was a master who had been melting metal for hundreds of years. Didakan explained that the old man could be a difficult person, but the possibilities were incomparable. Opening the door with his feet, showing great disrespect, he entered and asked about the old man. Walking past several weapons on the ground, he said he had brought the guest. He said that, judging by the commotion at the entrance, it could only be Didakan. He said he had already told him to keep quiet and work, but he really didn't listen. Didakan tried to explain, saying he couldn't help it. There were weapons at the door, so he couldn't open it. He told him to imitate that place, and said that the elder Doron complained too much. The elder told him that since he had brought guests, he would assume they weren't bad. All proud, he said that he himself had tested them and that their swordsmanship skills were great. The elder found it unexpected, judging by his appearance. He looked like a child. He asked him to show his swordsmanship, as he could say many things just by watching. When he started unsheathing his sword, Doron took a good look at his sword. Then he looked and asked what kind of trash that was. He asked if he had carried that as a weapon all this time. The three of them were startled when the blacksmith hit it with a hammer and broke his sword. Ronan became very upset and asked him what he was doing. Then he pointed and said he could use any of the swords there. He said that with such a terrible sword, he couldn't show his true abilities. He said he would give him any sword he chose for free, so he shouldn't feel wrong. And he said that any one he picked would be hundreds of times better than that piece of junk. Since Ronan didn't say anything, he just stared at the two of them. When choosing another, he realized that the situation was completely different, but he still wasn't sure if it would really be that different. He went ahead and said it wouldn't be his fault if something broke or got destroyed there. The elder said he didn't care. If he wanted anything, he just wanted him to perform the best strike of his life. Then Ronan remembered the strike his teacher had performed. He took a deep breath and began to mimic the technique. The elder, when he saw the strike, immediately understood what it was. Already prepared, Ronan unleashed the attack. It was a perfect strike, so perfect that it could be seen from miles away. The people at the other forge were worried about Elder Doron. It wasn't even noon, and he was already causing a commotion. When they saw the damage, they thought a furnace had exploded. Even Ronan himself was shocked by the extent of the damage. He asked himself what had just happened. The elder said that technique was Nabirose. Then he asked if he was her apprentice. When Ronan asked if he knew instructor Nabirose, the elder said he was the one who made her sword. He became much more interested and excited, as that sword was absurdly long. Elder Doron mentioned that it was the mysterious sword she used, one of the few masterpieces he had forged in his entire life. He thought Ronan was a novice and couldn't judge his own skills. He said it had been a long time since he had met someone with so much talent. Elder Doron said it was also a problem that he was so talented. It would be difficult to forge something for him. As he could see, the swords there couldn't withstand his strikes. Ronan asked what he should do. He said he would need at least a byproduct from a wyvern. Ronan took it out of his pocket and asked, "How about this?" He wasn't sure if it would work, so he brought it with him. Elder Doron found that eggshell strange, but he decided to test it, and was shocked when he realized that the mithril hammer couldn't even scratch a mere eggshell. Such a material really existed. He was fascinated and asked if he could really use something so valuable. Ronan said it was useless to him, and asked if that would really be enough for a sword. Doron said yes and told him to come back in 2 weeks. He said he would make the best sword in the Empire for him, and Ronan was looking forward to coming back. Ronan spoke to the two who were already there, asking why they wouldn't go look for the other masters. Doron said he couldn't send someone so valuable's friends away empty-handed. He would like to do something, but he couldn't do anything more than melt that material. The three were impressed by the old man's determination. A little further down, some people in white cloaks were annoyed by the noise. They wanted to incinerate everything at once, but one of them asked to hold back, as it wasn't time to reveal themselves yet. He said it wouldn't take much longer, and they could start with those ignorant blacksmiths. With them, they seemed to see stone monsters. On the day they would see the light, everything in that empire would disappear and be consumed by the approaching light. A few days later, while walking without a care, he thought about how the blacksmith said it would be the best sword in the empire. Both Asel and Maria had managed to place orders with other blacksmiths. It was going to be a bit expensive, but it didn't matter much. The money wasn't his. If there was any problem, it was the time his sword would take to be ready. What would he do until then? Asel and Maria were in class at that moment. He realized he had arrived at the training center, which offered exclusive classes for veterans at the Galilean facility. He was sure that instructor Nabiro's classes were held there too. She told him to come with a real weapon, but he already had something to use temporarily. So he thought he could go, and realized she was very close to him. He slowly turned his head and greeted her. She also greeted him by pulling on his ears. She asked him how long it had been. Saying she was sure, she told him to show up there as soon as he had a weapon. She asked if he was skipping class and started dragging him by the ear. He tried to explain that he had a good reason. She told him to forget it and follow her. She said she would listen to his excuses along the way. He shouted that he understood and she could let go. Someone was watching the commotion through the window, and a girl wanted to know what was happening. Another young man came by and bumped into her, asking why she was blocking his way in front of him. She immediately apologized and said she was a bit distracted. Cardan told her that if she had time to stand there, she might as well go to class since she was a loser. She said she was going and left. In the first duel room, the instructor was introducing Ronan and said he had caused quite a mess. She said she would introduce him once more, showing that he would be part of that class from that day forward. He introduced himself, saying he was a first-year student of martial arts and that it was a pleasure to meet them all. One of the boys there asked if he was that first year who had ranked first. They didn't think he was that good since he looked like a baby. Ronan thought that he heard that clearly, but there were also friendly faces there. Others, not so much. A girl arrived, apologizing for being late. Ronan immediately recognized that voice. She said she had something to take care of, which is why she was late. She was very nervous, apologizing for being late. The instructor said it was fine. She said she had just introduced the newcomer. The assistant came over and said it was a pleasure to meet Ronan. She said she was a second-year martial arts student and the assistant for that class, and that her name was Adeshan. She said it was a pleasure to meet him. He had met the great commander Adeshan Akalushia, the Iron Lady. Adeshan didn't have blood in her body, only pure iron. Who would have imagined that such a great commander could smile like that? Of course, she didn't have the memories of the regression, so that was the true great commander. She had made a request before, asking him not to let her do anything stupid and to become a tailor. He didn't know what to do. It had been a big problem since earlier when he saw her posture. There, everyone treated her like a slave. She bent over backwards to handle all the tasks. Cardan approached Ronan and asked if he wanted to duel. He didn't ask why there was a sudden duel, and Cardan answered that it just happened out of nowhere. He introduced himself, said his name was Cardan, and that he was in the 3rd year. He heard about how incredible Ronan was during the exam. If those rumors were true, he would love to learn from him. However, Ronan told him he was busy with something else. Pretending to be polite, he said he called him for a duel, but he didn't even bring a weapon. Then he called Adeshan a loser and told her to bring him his practice spear. She replied that she would bring it in a minute. Ronan didn't like hearing him call her a loser, especially coming from someone who looked just like an animal. She brought the staff and handed it to him. He called her an idiot and said she brought the long spear, but he had been using the short one for a long time. He asked if she was responding, as it didn't make sense for such a dumb assistant, and he hit her on the head repeatedly. After that, he said she didn't even deserve to attend that class, and that she only got in after begging a lot. He asked if she was really that dumb or just pretending, even though she was apologizing. He didn't stop. Tired of it, Ronan grabbed the staff and stared at him. He said they would duel, if that's what he wanted. If not, he didn't know what he might end up doing. Cardan asked what he was talking about. Ronan asked which part he didn't understand. Staring him in the eyes, he said they would settle it with a duel. Cardan found it unexpected. He asked Ronan if he had heard correctly, and what exactly he didn't like. Staring at Ronan, he asked if he was doing this because of that loser, and told him he didn't even know who she was. Mockingly, he asked if it was because they were both commoners. He asked if, by any chance, they were siblings, and he didn't know. Ronan threw the staff at him, and told him to shut up and get started. If he didn't want to end up dead, then, he just pressed the tip of the staff against his chest. Cardan couldn't understand how he could put so much strength without using mana. Then Ronan threw him very far. Ronan said he was complaining about not wanting to use the long spear, so he shortened it for him. Seeing Cardan holding the 2 parts of the broken spear, he asked him if he was enjoying it. However, he didn't like it at all and thought it was too bold of someone like him. In a fit of rage, he said he would show him where people like him belong. While yelling and running to attack Ronan, he just watched him. Cardan shouted, asking if he thought he would get away with it after doing that. Ronan, after slicing his spear, said he would get away with it, and told him to worry more about himself, and struck him to teach him not to show off. The strike hit him squarely on the face, followed by other blows. When he was getting ready and attacking him, blow after blow, until the opponent fell to the ground, Ronan, looking at him, said to be grateful because they were at the academy. If they were somewhere else, everyone around was saying that Cardan, who was highly ranked among them, had lost. Ronan wasn't joking and asked who would be next. Then he called one of them shameless, and said he was holding the towel. Looking at him, he said that if the towel was smelly, he should wash it. Why was he making someone else do it? He asked if they thought the assistant was their servant. Then he said he was going to break his nose. Adeshan asked him to stop. She stepped in front and said she didn't know why he was doing that, but it wasn't necessary. It was okay. He asked the assistant to please step aside and be able to handle it when it came to other things, but not when she was being belittled. He thought that neither those idiots nor anyone, at least in the Empire, should treat someone like that. Once again, he asked her to move aside. He didn't plan to stop until he had beaten them all up. Instructor Nabirose ordered Ronan to stop. She said she wouldn't hold him accountable for his duel, as accidents could happen in real battles. However, if he continued with that behavior, she wouldn't let it slide. She ordered him to drop the sword and step back. When she realized her body didn't want to move and looked a little behind, she noticed that it was a serpent. She thought he was unprecedented, even against the sword saint. Instructor Nabiro's aura seemed like a giant serpent. She told Ronan that what he was about to do wasn't considered a duel. As the one responsible for that class, she couldn't let the lesson get out of control. Ronan said she should know that her assistant had been going through that sort of thing, and until now, he had just been watching and doing nothing. The instructor said this was the last warning and ordered him to stop. He told her it didn't matter if he was a sword saint or not, his answer would be the same. Looking into her eyes, he said he would beat them all up. She said that in that case, there was nothing else to do, and he left her no choice, so she unleashed the Serpent of Torment. Then he seemed to be trapped in the illusion of a dream or something, being called by the great commander. He asked why she had volunteered for the position of commander when everyone else had refused. She answered that one day he would understand that there were things you couldn't force anyone to do. She said it was fate. That was how she explained what she had been thinking. Then he found himself surrounded by that pile of people stacked up, not knowing that she was carrying all of that on her shoulders. He heard her voice calling out to him, saying she was sorry for placing that burden on him. She told him not to forgive her, and then he woke up screaming, and realized it was all just a terrible nightmare. Then that familiar voice called out to him, and asked what had happened. She asked if he had had a nightmare, and he called her the great commander. He woke up confused and saw the assistant instructor in front of him, thinking she was the great commander. He realized what he had done and made up an excuse. He asked if he was in the infirmary, and she said yes, that the instructor told her to bring him there. The instructor left a message saying she wanted to correct his audacity starting that day during supplementary lessons. Hearing that, Ronan realized he was in serious trouble. Audishan had a question and asked if, by any chance, he was angry at her. He said he was angry because he was sensitive to etiquette and because he was a respectable gentleman. She asked him to include Cardan so as not to hate any of them too much, since it wasn't as if she understood their feelings. She just asked him not to get stressed again, wondering if it was something she should even be saying, as she dedicated herself so much as an assistant. He didn't ask why she chose to be an assistant in that class. She said she went easy on the students, and they acted that way because of her situation. But what about the instructor, who was watching all of that and doing nothing but observing? Adeshan explained that part too and said that the reason she did nothing was that she herself had asked for it. He asked why she would do something so stupid, if she was already receiving special treatment, and thought she didn't deserve it. She said that, besides, she was a year behind and had just started controlling mana now. He found it hard to believe since the great commander had such an incredible aura. He thought she must have gone through something like that. The girl continued, saying that she privately asked the instructor not to interfere. Since they accepted her as an assistant, she didn't want to be an extra burden. And of course, she could handle that burden. She said she could bear it as many times as needed. Even so, she thanked Ronan for helping her. She thought she had gotten used to everything, but Cardan was harsh on her, and it hurt a little. He asked if the reason she was going so far was to become a great commander. She put her hand to her mouth, incredulous, and asked him if it was that obvious. She said that was it. She was just too embarrassed and couldn't say it with pride, but it was her dream to become a great commander of the empire. She said that, of course, for someone who wasn't experienced yet, she knew people would say things like that. She could always hear that. But even so, she wouldn't give up. She was doing her best every day. Saying that, she looked at her hands, all calloused. She bid him farewell, saying it was time for the next class, and told him to rest a bit and then return to class. He thanked the senior for helping him. She said he didn't need to worry and that she would see him next time. He stayed there a little longer, thinking about what to do, looking at the seat where he was sitting, and only thoughts came to his mind. He remembered the commander's words, telling him not to let her do anything foolish. Now he didn't know what to do. The present her wanted to be a commander, and in the past she asked him not to let her. A few days later, on the weekend, at the entrance of the forge for the great Cappadoci, Ronan, Maria, and Estelle were at the entrance of the forge, waiting to be attended to. He realized there was no one there. If they weren't going to attend to him, why did they bother sending a message in the middle of the night? The note said that the sword was his greatest work, and that he could come pick it up. He was unhappy with the treatment he was receiving there. He started kicking things that were in his way. Maria asked Estelle if he knew why Ronan was so sensitive, and he said he didn't know, thinking something must have happened in class. She said she wasn't going to wait any longer. They would go in themselves. Maria wanted to know if they could really do that. He said they were the ones who called them, so they could. So, in the elevator, he was looking for where to activate it. Finding the place to access the elevator, the three of them were already on their way. He was outraged and thought that old man didn't even know the basics of customer service. He was angry when the elevator reached its destination, and he realized everything was engulfed in flames. Many of them had already been overtaken by the fire and didn't survive. Estelle pointed out something that looked like a stone giant. That stone giant was chasing some blacksmiths. As he didn't know why there was a stone giant there, Estelle said that the blacksmiths would be caught soon. He grabbed Estelle and was ready to jump. He told Maria to get instructors or anyone she could find. Then he jumped down with Estelle, using telekinesis. He used invisible hand. The blacksmiths were exhausted from running and fell to the ground, thinking that was how it would all end. The flash of a huge attack that shattered the stone giant was seen by those blacksmiths. Ronan had been very stressed lately, with a lot on his mind, and this would serve as a way to blow off steam. He told the stone giants that their little party was over. Ronan warned that the party for the stone pieces was over. One of them prepared to attack Ronan. Even though he was close to the attack, Ronan didn't move and waited for the right moment. When the time came, he simply counterattacked and managed to defeat that stone giant. Its head fell off its body, hitting the ground with a loud noise and raising a lot of dust. The blacksmiths realized it was that guest of Doron who had come the other day. Up on the stone monster, he asked them to explain what had happened quickly. He wanted to know exactly what was going on there. Coming down from the stone giant were the two blacksmiths and a cell with Ronan. After explaining everything, he asked if many stone giants had suddenly appeared. They said yes and that they didn't know the cause. They appeared suddenly from somewhere underground and began destroying everything. All the blacksmiths were captured, including Doron, and they went back to where they came from. They said Didakan went after them, but he wasn't a good fighter. If things continued like that, Ronan said that if it kept going, they would become food. He understood that there were no more of them left there. One of the blacksmiths said he had killed the last one. Ronan asked to sell that, until Maria returned with reinforcements, he should look for anyone injured. He told him that if he found anyone, he should heal them. He would also leave Sita there to help with first aid without any issues. Asel was worried about Ronan. He said he would rescue those who were taken and also had something he needed to get from Doron. Doron was thanking Didakan for his bravery. He said he didn't need to risk his life and didn't need to be there. Didakan asked him to run away from there, but the blacksmith wanted to know if his invisible armor would hold. Angrily, he said there was a lot happening there, and he couldn't stop to talk about nonsense. He told him that if he had the strength to keep talking nonsense, why didn't he just swing his sword? Doron said he couldn't. That sword was his greatest masterpiece. He couldn't damage it. With his poor swordsmanship, Didakan thought he was crazy. He really believed he was a lunatic for weapons. This was too much. And that stone giant was charging at them. One of them raised its hand high, ready to crush them, and it brought down that heavy hand straight at Didakan. Doron, seeing that the giant hit, became very frightened and feared for his friend's life. He was stronger than he thought and managed to withstand the punch that the stone giant delivered without suffering major damage. But the defensive enchantment of his armor was depleted, and the giant was preparing for another attack. He thought that if he knew he was going to die, he would have done what he wanted. He had so many regrets. When the giant was about to strike and end Didakan's life, he was sliced apart by Ronan's blade, which cut him to pieces. He told Didakan he had done a good job, but he could leave the rest to him and rest for a while. In front of him, there were still several stone giants, but he didn't care. He placed himself in front of them to defend them. Didakan asked how he got there so quickly. There should have been giants in the way. She said she took care of all of them and saved the other blacksmiths. Didakan said that was impossible. Ronan told them to stop talking about useless things. He asked Doron to hand over the sword, saying that the masterpiece he was talking about was the sword, so he should give it to him. Doron seemed a bit obsessed with it, but he handed it over and said that the hilt was still missing. It was incomplete, but he could use it as it was. Ronan was eager to see how good it was, and he had the perfect targets in front of him, a few stone giants. One of them stretched its hand toward Ronan to try and grab him. He was wondering whether he should swing a bit. In the end, he decided to swing and unleashed his power in an extraordinary strike. And he defeated those giants in just one blow, leaving him astonished, and the two blacksmiths in awe. He even asked what kind of marvel that was. Doron asked what he thought of La Mancha, and said that was its name, inspired by a favorite dreamer. He was very happy to have created a wonderful masterpiece. It was so light that he couldn't even feel its weight in his hands. Doron hadn't even placed an enchantment on it yet because it had a trait that restored damage by absorbing blood. He thought it was due to the material being made from the ribbon egg's shell. Ronan told the blacksmith that he was more amazing than he had thought, and Doron was happy that Ronan liked the sword so much. Didakan wanted to leave right away and said they were the only ones left, so there shouldn't be anyone else to save. Ronan asked him to take Doron and leave because he needed to check something. He said it was nothing major, but he thought there was a rat hiding there, a very big rat. Didakan wanted to know what he meant by rat. Ronan said something felt strange. He knew the habits of stone giants, and they weren't known for being hostile. Ronan was analyzing behind their heads. Doron and Didakan found his behavior strange. After looking closely, he found a very suspicious mark. It was a magic circle. He asked Doron if he had ever seen it before. He said he wasn't a specialist, so he wasn't sure. But he noticed that the mana reverberation was very well done, and that was the reason the stone giant went crazy. He wondered who the hell did that. Ronan didn't know either. That's what Ronan wanted to find out. So he said it was something they needed to uncover. Ronan started running down a subterranean path. At first, he wasn't sure if he was going the right way, but as he went down, he became more certain. Among the stone giant's footprints, there were other tracks that resembled human ones. There was also a magical stone defense system. Those guys had planned it very well. He stopped at a certain spot because he heard something he couldn't quite understand. So he hid to try and hear what they were saying. he saw something that caught his attention. It looked like a giant, but many times bigger. Just by seeing the scene of the two in front of the giant, Ronan already knew they were behind all of this. He just didn't know what it was. The giants he had faced earlier seemed like children compared to that one. Observing it, it seemed sealed, but it could start moving. Ronan heard when he was discovered. The two people were talking, and one said that considering the brainwashing bond cast on the stone giant had been severed. The woman asked if it was done by a third party. The man replied that those empire bastards were too fast. He didn't know what to do, as they didn't have a stone giant sovereign and still couldn't operate that thing. So the guy said that, since it had come to this, he would kill him himself. She called that man Edwin and said he had already destroyed most of the facilities, which would affect the Empire's weapon maintenance. But if their identities were revealed, that person wouldn't stand still. So she said it was better for them to retreat. The man said Cirilla was too strict, so there was no other choice. They were considering getting rid of it. The woman said he could do whatever he wanted. Ronan heard when they talked about destroying the one who was hiding, and he sensed sparks from a blacksmith. Then the guy said he was getting really fed up and launched fire in Ronan's direction. After that, firebomb exploded on Ronan and spread. They looked on and said it wasn't unexpected. The man asked Ronan who he was, and said that since he hadn't dodged the attack, it seemed he was quite agile. Then that man started manipulating fire and asked if he should tie his feet first. He was surprised because they materialized so much magic at high speed, realizing that guy wasn't normal. The guy wanted to know how he got there since their defense system wasn't easy to break. Ronan wanted to know who they were. He told them that even if they wanted to hide, he didn't think that place was too extreme. Edwin said it would be great to kill a jokester like him, and the girl complained that they were running out of time. He asked Cirilla to let him have a little fun since there wasn't much time left for the Empire to be buried by the starlight. When Ronan heard those words, he remembered what the giant from his past life had said. So Ronan confronted him, asking why he had spoken those exact words. Very angry, he asked if they knew what that meant. Edwin thought his sudden change of mood was strange. Ronan said they would come with him. He said he had many questions for them. Edwin underestimated Ronan's power, and said that the child must be crazy if he thought he would be captured. Forming a fireball in his hand, he asked if that brat thought it was possible. He was already close to him, and replied yes when he severed his arm. Passing by him, he said it was possible, so shut up. Everything happened very fast, but now he was on the ground, crawling to try and retrieve his arm. Cirilla was stunned because not even Edwin could react. Then she stretched out her arms to try to do something, but she couldn't, as his hand was already around her neck. Ronan told the lady it would be very good if she answered his questions objectively. Looking into her eyes, he said that, of course, if she didn't want to end up like her friend. Saying that, he began squeezing her neck very tightly, and she only managed to escape with her mana shield. This pushed him away, so he asked if she really wasn't going to cooperate. Touching the shield she created, he said it was quite sturdy, but not enough, and he began slicing through the mana shield she made. She wondered how he could cut through her mana shield. After it shattered, he pierced the side opposite her heart. He realized she was a half-elf and was disappointed, thinking how she could associate with that guy. Something strange was appearing nearby, and he didn't notice when an explosion occurred. He only turned to see what it was, and while still stepping on the half-elf, he sliced through the flames with his sword. He thought it was odd that the weird giant kept bombarding him with flames since he had already severed its limbs. Then he noticed that every time he cut them, another would grow in the same place, and that being was something strange. Edwin ordered him to get away from her. He was being threatened by that flame guy while still stepping on the half-elf's body. Ronan told that guy that he really didn't understand the situation. Saying this, he drove his sword into the girl. Edwin got angry for having pity for Cirilla's life. Ronan, looking at him, said they were in big trouble. He told him to choose whether he wanted to listen to what he had to say, or if he wanted him to show that elf what it was like to be amputated, and asked if her arms grew back like his did. Edwin said he would go with him. Ronan, pulling the sword he had stabbed into the girl's legs, said he didn't want to hurt anyone anymore either. He said it would be troublesome if one of them died. When he looked at her, she was smiling, and he wanted to know what was wrong with her. He wondered why she was smiling. Behind him, there was that enormous giant about to launch an attack at him. This time he was caught by surprise, not knowing when it had broken the seal. Even so, he managed to avoid the giant's first attack, though it threw him a bit far away. Only rubble and dust could be seen everywhere. The attack from that immense giant was colossal, so much so that they thought it had finished him off. Cirilla said she owed Edwin one. If he hadn't caught his attention when she was about to attack, she wouldn't have had time to use the magic to work her perception, or even activate the giant while they were talking. She was still sitting with some injuries, he standing, and the giant had caused immense destruction. Cirilla said that even though she managed to activate the giant using only one arm, she was sure the damage was significant. Edwin said he would kill that guy while she would go to the church to report what had happened. She asked him to be careful, saying Ronan was a monster in a child's body. Edwin said that he wasn't a child, and if they didn't finish him off now, in the future he would become a great threat. Ronan wasn't interested in what they were saying and just started slicing the guy again. This time, he focused on cutting him into the smallest pieces possible. After slicing him up, he asked her where she thought she was going and told her he was sure he had already said this before. Looking at her, he said there was a lot he wanted to ask. She didn't understand how he could still be speaking in such an injured state. Even so, she cast a protection spell to keep him away. He wasn't in the mood for games and said he would never let people like them finish saying anything. The effect of whatever she had done was starting to take over his body. He could no longer move his body as he wanted. Cyrilla, seeing how things turned out, was irritated, but as long as she couldn't secure victory, reporting the situation was the priority. While Ronan was paralyzed by the mana-induced spell, she told him to get ready because she would uncover every detail of his life and take everything he had. His family, his loves, every life would be hers. He thought that he couldn't let her escape like that. If it went like before, he would end up alone. The only thing he could do was wish she would stop. With his remaining strength, he screamed for her to stop. A familiar aura arrived and told that woman to stop, and immediately she froze. The voice said it also had many questions to ask. Ronan recognized the voice. First, she said she would confirm this and wanted to know who that woman was, and how she dared to touch her disciple. Instructor Nabiros told Ronan that she had heard the details and that he had done a good job. He thought her timing was incredible and said that, looking at her, she told him it was nice to see him in a place like that and that he seemed to be fine, seeing how he was flattering her. However, she told Ronan that she would handle these ones first and looked at that woman with a cold gaze. Cyrilla realized that the woman had an aura shaped like a snake, paralyzing her entire body. She thought she didn't need to run away until Nabiros grabbed her face forcefully and told her she had done things she should never have done. And what angered her the most was that she had hurt her disciple and said she could eagerly await the future because she would see it with her own eyes. She pressed the woman's face against the snake she created through mana. The woman began to think and apologized to the stars, then fainted shortly after. The instructor said that after treating his wounds, he could report the situation to the headmaster. Ronan asked if the future she was referring to had something to do with Lodolin prison. She replied yes and asked how he knew so much about it. But why was he asking? He said that, as expected, it was the Fortress of Screams, Lodolin. Lodolin was a prison in the middle of the ocean. It was notorious for interrogating criminals who opposed the Empire. They used all methods. Ronan asked the instructor if he could accompany the interrogation. She found it strange and asked what he was talking about. She said it wasn't a place for him to go, but he grabbed her arm and said he only wanted to go once. He said it was a really important matter for him. She looked at him but didn't say anything for the moment. The wounded from that incident were receiving first aid there. There were several people injured, some elderly and with minor injuries. It seemed like everyone was finally okay. Maria and Asel stayed there and tended to as many people as they could. Asel was worried about what Ronan wanted and hoped he would return soon because he thought something might have happened. As soon as they mentioned him, he showed up. Maria and Asel, along with little Sita, were talking about him. He said that he had heard a summary on the way, so he knew they had done a good job. He heard that while Maria brought all the reinforcements, Asel and Sita saved more than half of the blacksmiths there. He asked if they were hurt. Maria said that was something they should be asking him. Asel, along with Sita, wanted him to get treated quickly, but he said he had already received basic treatment. Now he was worried about everything that was happening around them. He needed to extract information from the prisoners. There was something he needed to do. A few hours later, on the secret path to Lodolin, they were on the cliff of the Grangno forest, the instructor along with Ronan and the prisoners. The instructor told Ronan that they had arrived. The Lodolin escort was descending on extremely large birds. As soon as they arrived, they greeted Miss Nabiros. They said they had been called by the Empire to interrogate the criminal. Looking at the two on the ground, they asked if it was them. She warned them that the man had an incredible regeneration ability, and to keep that in mind during the interrogation. He said it had been a long time since such an amusing subject appeared before him. They said they were leaving and would contact her once the interrogation was over. Looking at her, he told her to keep doing her best for the peace of the Empire. And they left flying, taking the prisoners with them. Nabiros said that a week should be enough for them to open their mouths. She said she would let Ronan know as soon as she received contact, so he should be ready to leave at any moment. She asked him if that was sufficient. He replied that it was and thanked her. After that incident, time passed quickly, and Carpadoki's restoration progressed rapidly due to the Empire's support, and he returned to the Empire, spending time receiving supplementary calls from the structure. A few days later, at the Lodolin Fortress of Screams. In a corridor, several screams could be heard coming from a well-equipped room where someone was undergoing interrogation. The one interrogating said he had been so entertained that he lost track of the time when their guest would arrive. In the prison of Screams, someone was receiving the instructor and Ronan. He claimed to be the interrogator in charge of the new criminal, and would be the one showing them around. He kindly asked if they would like to see the criminal first. The instructor said yes, they wanted to hear the details of the interrogation right away, and asked them to follow him. Ronan thought there was something strange about that old man, who was an interrogator from Lodolin. Ronan said he didn't trust him. The instructor mentioned that everyone said that the first time they saw him. She said he would soon find out why he was called the worst nightmare. He said the cell wasn't far, so he would give a quick overview. The first thing he needed to say was yes, it had to be it. Nebula Clasure was the name of the organization they belonged to. She asked if it was a criminal organization like Caliboro. He said yes, but at the same time, they didn't know who they were and if they were dangerous. He cited various fires in different places and confirmed that the organization was behind them. Ronan didn't know if they were that significant, as he had never heard of them in his past life. The man said he would provide more details through the reports when she excused herself. He asked if they had ever used the term stellar light, or perhaps star's advent. The interrogator said he had never heard of that before. Both the instructor and the man stared at Ronan. Ronan reported that he had heard some things when they were captured, and he thought it might be connected to their objective. Then he asked if they hadn't said anything about it. Ronan noticed the difference when he put on the mask. He saw the aura become more nebulous. He didn't seem to like it because it had exposed flaws during the first encounter. The interrogator was embarrassed. It seemed he hadn't shown complete sincerity. He had no choice but to try even harder. Ronan, looking at what they were now, couldn't believe they were the same people he had seen before. Then the interrogator returned, now with the instructor and the column. He was talking about how to get closer to Edwin and said it was simpler than anyone could imagine. They just had to ensure he couldn't regenerate anymore and should put a lot of effort into that. After that, they became best friends. At least that's what the interrogator believed. But he thought he was still hiding something. Then he told Edwin that they had agreed to be honest with each other. The interrogator wanted to know why the first time he heard the term star's advent wasn't from his mouth. The boy even tried to talk about it, but something blocked him. The interrogator said he wanted the conversation to end with him because Miss Cirilla didn't have regenerative abilities. He said he should know they had been together all that time, so if he pushed a little harder, she might not withstand it. Ronan thought he had never seen anything like that, not even in the times of soldiers. But he thought it was possible to hide things even in that situation, even when their identity was already exposed, perhaps. Then he thought that instead of not saying it, they simply couldn't say it. Ronan said he knew the method they used on soldiers to hide secrets, to prevent information from leaking. He thought it might be their case. The interrogator was embarrassed for not having thought of it before. He couldn't believe he had overlooked something so obvious. He asked to store it there because he was going to get something. He was determined to go because there was something he needed to retrieve. Minutes later, he returned with some strange items. They looked like eyes, and he said they were called cursed eyes. They were a type of monster that devoured curses. They were used for criminals who couldn't speak during interrogations due to being bound by curses. He said, "Edwin, you should start with him," and placed that thing on his forehead. The interrogator told the creature that he would let it go soon, so it should start whenever it wanted. The information seemed difficult to extract, and he resisted for a while. But the little cursed eye ended up winning. As soon as it finished devouring the curse, Edwin was ready to talk. Then he was asked what the advent of the star was. He replied that the star was an eternal entity, the only grace that would save the lower creatures of the earth, and that they were waiting for the advent of the star to begin in the sky. He said they worked to ensure nothing could interfere with their long-standing mission and desires. The interrogator said that was too long, so he would simplify. He asked if Edwin was saying that something would soon fall from the sky, and asked what that was. Now he couldn't hide anymore and had to tell everything he knew, since the curse was no longer on him. He said it was the child of the stars. Ronan, who was watching and listening to everything, understood what he was talking about. It was the Ahiyuti. The interrogator asked Ronan to wait because he was approaching Edwin. Ronan stood in front of his eyes and asked, "If the child of the stars you're referring to is the Ahiyuti?" Edwin asked what he meant by Ahiyuti, and wanted to know how he had that information, and his appearance changed slightly. Ronan stayed there, watching as his appearance completely altered. The interrogator asked Ronan to step back a little and cast a protective shield. Edwin seemed like he was going to explode, and that's exactly what happened. The interrogator's shield protected them. Even though the cursed eye had removed the curse, he hadn't expected things to end like this. Ronan asked if that kind of thing usually happened, and the interrogator said it was quite rare. He believed the curse had been conjured in 2 parts. The first was to prevent revealing anything about the advent of the star to anyone who wasn't a member of the organization. And the second was that when a word related to it was mentioned, the curse would cause an explosion. The interrogator placed his hand on Ronan's shoulders and asked him what Ahiyuti was. The interrogator said that if he was right, that was classified information, and asked how Ronan found out. Looking intently at Ronan, he said that as the interrogator of this case, he needed Ronan to answer. Ronan said it was nothing special and that he happened to learn about it by coincidence. He told the interrogator that he knew he was the first person to find him, so it was just something he overheard when he was hiding. He said that at first, he didn't think it was important, but upon arriving here, he changed his mind and thought it might be a significant word. Then, without realizing it, he got excited and apologized for interfering. Removing the interrogator's hand from his shoulder, he asked if the explanation was good enough. The interrogator thought that he had coincidentally obtained that information, but he was sure Ronan was hiding something. He was watching the expressions in Ronan's eyes. Looking at him, he felt a very powerful will. He analyzed until he discovered the reason for that gaze. It was hatred against those people. The instructor noticed the immense interest that the interrogator was showing in Ronan. She unleashed a warning strike and asked him to stop, calling him Karaka. Very upset, she asked him if he was questioning her disciple in front of her. He said of course, he wasn't questioning him, he was just verifying. Trying to be casual, he said it was better to be careful, and immediately apologized to the Sword Saint's disciple. When someone realized it was quite dangerous, that old man wanted to interrogate him too. The interrogator was frustrated for losing a cursed eye. They were very hard to come by. She asked if they were that powerful, because if you looked closely, they seemed quite cute. The interrogator asked if he wanted to touch the cursed eye. When the interrogator quickly looked at the eye, he realized it had changed. It had absorbed the curse, but it hadn't even gotten close to Miss Cyrilla. Then he looked at Ronan to use the mana shield. That's when he touched his shoulder, but only for a moment. Removing the cursed eye from his shoulder, he called out to Ronan. He placed the cursed eye on Ronan's arm and apologized for being rude. Ronan didn't want to know why he was doing that out of nowhere. The eye began to consume the curse that was on it. It immediately exploded. Ronan didn't like it at all and asked what was happening, why it had exploded on its own. The interrogator held Ronan's hand and said that the moment had come when the eye could no longer withstand so much curse. Then he said that he thought Mr. Ronan was cursed. Ronan wanted to know what he was talking about. Suddenly, the interrogator asked if he had ever felt restricted in everyday moments. As if he couldn't run or hold steel objects, things that only he couldn't do. The instructor was looking with a rather unfriendly expression, as she knew very well what was going on. The interrogator said that if he wanted to hide it, he wouldn't ask any more questions, but it wasn't as if he could solve it for him. However, he knew one thing. Judging by the power of the curse, he didn't know who had cast it on him, but it contained a tremendous malicious intent. Some time passed, and they were already leaving. They thanked him for his hard work. The interrogator said that as soon as he had information about Cyrilla's interrogation, he would let them know. He mentioned that it was a powerful curse, so it might take some time. The instructor said she understood and asked him to inform them as soon as he discovered anything. He told Ronan that he must have a lot on his mind right now. Ronan said yes, since he found out his body was cursed. The interrogator said he was a student of Philion. The instructor asked what he meant by that. The interrogator said he would go as far as he knew where she had been for a long time. The only mage on the continent who knew about curses was Professor Maya's secret. Ronan and the instructor were flying back to the academy. The whole way, she asked what was wrong with him, and the instructor asked if he still couldn't calm down. They grabbed the eye and said they had been like that for some time. He thought it had been that way since he touched that eye-shaped monster. He asked the instructor if there was anything wrong with him. She said it was a sign that the curse was weakening. She asked if he had any idea who might have cast the curse on him. He couldn't think of anyone who would have malicious intentions against him. He felt he lived a saint's life, so he wouldn't know who. He thanked her for what she did in Lodolin. Ronan said that old man's eyes were scary. If it weren't for her, he might have made up something he never did just to confess. She said she only did what needed to be done as his instructor. No need to thank her. He thought that she was not only skilled but also a good person. He found it really strange because he hadn't heard of her in his past life. He thought Nebula Clazier had done something. If it wasn't that, then he wouldn't know who she was. The next day, at the academy, in the training area for magic students, Sherry Forest, he said that the Park of the Pillars was located there. It was the first time she saw him after the incident, and she mentioned that she wouldn't have a position there if it weren't for the instructor. She asked how he had been. He stared at her with a foolish expression. Then he remembered that he still had the problem with the Grand Commander. He didn't know what to do, hadn't thought about what the hell to do. He just thought he would smile and agree. He asked how she was. She replied that everyone who was afraid of Cardan had become friendlier, even though she felt that every time she got close to him, he seemed scared of her. She said it wasn't a bad feeling. Adeshan said she heard from the instructor that he was cursed. She said she knew he needed to find Professor Secret, and that's why she went there. They were waiting for the professor to arrive. While she was talking to Ronan, someone appeared nearby. She seemed very happy to see her, then jumped on her and started hugging her. She told Adeshan that she missed her a lot and asked how she was, as it had been a long time. Looking at that girl, Ronan realized that she was definitely the girl they had been talking about, related to wolves and ears. He watched the two talk. Adeshan apologized for calling her there so suddenly. She had some important matters. She asked why she needed to see Professor Secret. Only then did she realize that Ronan was also there. He was already sweating from the embarrassment of seeing her widen her eyes at him. Timidly, he said that it was he who had asked. He greeted her, saying it had been a long time. The girl threw a fit when she saw him and asked what he was doing there. He didn't seem comfortable at all taking him where he wanted to go, so he kept asking if that was really the place. The strange key was for the professor's office, located in the middle of the forest. He looked at it and said it seemed a bit strange, asked if she was trying to burn him alive, and called her Eli. She got furious and said he couldn't call her that, and asked who told him she would burn anyone. She was very angry and told him to just follow her. He wasn't surprised. How could someone like her be friends with the great commander? He thought she was the original Akalicia and wondered how they met. They arrived at the location and opened the door for him to meet the professor. Ronan, looking around, asked if that was really the same professor. Elizabeth told him not to rush because there was something else. Then the two approached that gentle lady sitting in her rocking chair. Elizabeth told Ronan she was just making sure, no matter what happened from that point on, he should stay still and do nothing. Then she spoke some words that seemed to be invoking something or someone, and cast them toward that old lady. As he watched, he saw that nothing had changed, and the old lady remained the same. Suddenly, she began to open her mouth, and very wide, to the point that they seemed small in her presence. Ronan asked what was happening. Elizabeth said he didn't need to be afraid. She said that was the real office. They seemed to be getting teleported somewhere, so she spoke another word, and the office apparently appeared. He thought the entrance was a bit extravagant. He was walking down a corridor and felt like he was being watched. He was being observed by the students sent by Miss Navy Rose. She quickly jumped at him and was widening his eyes with her own hands. She felt something very determined inside him. That was the continent's greatest curse artist, Maya's secret. Despite her appearance, she was 83 years old. Ronan wondered if that child was really the professor. She told him not to be so surprised. She had some personal circumstances, but aside from that, her body was 80 years old. She said there was a limit to how young someone could appear, but she had something more important to say. She snapped her fingers, and soon his curse became visible. She said she needed to free him from that curse. Now that it was visible, he was looking at all of it. The professor was surprised because she didn't know that so many curses could be intertwined in a single body. She said that even with great skill, no one would be able to touch that. She got frustrated and asked if she wouldn't be able to remove the curse. She told him not to worry. She had come prepared and asked him to listen carefully. At that moment, she would materialize the curse from his body into the mental realm. All he needed to do was find the origin of the curse that was binding him, and cut it. He knew it was simple, just cut the curse. And then he asked how he would know what to cut. The magic instructor told him that when he saw it, he would instinctively know. She touched his forehead to take him to the mental realm. And just like that, it happened. The origin of the curse was there, inside his body's mental realm. Then he saw someone running, passed by him, and realized it was his home. He thought that whatever the origin was, it must be inside his house. Then he found it strange that the child passed by him and called for her mother. He recognized that voice. It was his sister, Iryll. She went straight to the cradle to see her little brother. She asked her mother why Ronan was always sleeping and wanted to know if he was sick. His mother explained that babies grew while they slept. She said that it had been the same for her. She mentioned that if her brother got sick in the future, she would take care of him because she was the older sister. No matter how much he looked at it, it was exactly how his house was when he was born. He concluded that the baby in the cradle was him. He thought it was impossible for there to be a time when he was like that. He thought he had been grumpy his entire life. That meant that all of this was his past. But he didn't remember any of it. Suddenly, someone entered through the door. The presence was so strong that he widened his eyes, began trembling, and realized he couldn't move his body. He didn't know who it was. His sister jumped onto him and called out the name, but he couldn't understand. His mother also said she had been expecting him to arrive sooner. That person was going toward the cradle because he was curious about Ronan's appearance. He touched his mother and made her fall asleep. Seeing his mother on the ground, Iryll got scared. Ronan also couldn't move to defend his sister. The girl asked him why his mother was suddenly the next one he also cursed. Ronan was furious to see that man had touched Iryll's forehead with his hand. Then that person continued walking towards the cradle. He didn't notice that the man's hands were intertwined with something that looked like the curse that had come out of his body earlier. When he touched the baby in the cradle, a very bright light illuminated everything, and even Ronan couldn't see anything. Now he was sure that this was the person he needed to eliminate. Outside the mental realm, the magic structure was talking to Elizabeth. It spoke with a key about that incredible curse. Elizabeth asked the structure if there were many curses there. She replied that, if speaking in numbers, there were 10. Elizabeth was shocked because she thought 10 was too many curses. Elizabeth believed that, even if it was the structure, it wouldn't be able to free him from so many. The structure said it wasn't too difficult, which was why she was so surprised. The curse that was causing trouble now was only one. That person, after putting a sleep spell on his sister and mother, was heading towards the cradle, where little Ronan slept peacefully. After cursing him, he walked past the current Ronan. Only then was the confinement released, and he could already move. He quickly ran to his mother and sister to see if they were okay. To his relief, they were just in a deep sleep. Kneeling beside them, he didn't know what to do. He tried to calm himself somehow. He just needed to do one thing in the mental realm. All he needed was to kill him. He slashed the door with his sword and sped out to chase him. To his surprise, the man was waiting outside. He asked what he wanted from him, since he was there waiting. The man didn't say anything, just remained standing there. He asked how he dared to touch his family in front of him. He said he would never forgive him and charged to strike him down. That man also had a sword and began to engage in a duel with Ronan. The fight seemed very fierce and was giving Ronan, an excellent swordsman, a hard time. He didn't know how a mere curse could wield a sword, and in addition, he was still being pressured. Throughout the fight, Ronan was hit several times. Sustaining some cuts on his body, that man passed by him and slashed his chest. Ronan seemed to have felt that blow deeply, to the point of falling to his knees. The man looked like he was going to leave, but Ronan couldn't let that happen. He didn't know why his sword couldn't reach him. He couldn't let him go without talking to him. He couldn't let it all end like this, and told himself to stop being a crybaby and get up, because he still needed to ask him something. Getting up, he said it wasn't over yet. He asked the man why he was doing this. He said that, by the expressions, tones, and actions of his family, they wouldn't be like that with just anyone. He felt the same affection that Irel had when she looked at him. So it could only mean one thing, that man was that person. He asked him why he did that. He was upset to see that he was talking to himself and wouldn't get any answers. He said that man made his mother and sister sad and even placed a curse on him. And even so, he didn't think about apologizing or explaining himself. Jumping to attack him, he asked how he dared to call himself a father. Then he decapitated him. He did it with just one blow. After the head rolled to the ground at his feet, he drove his sword into it. He said that if he didn't want to say anything, that was fine. He would find out for himself. At that moment, he heard someone tell him to get out of his body. Those images vanished, and suddenly he woke up in another place. He didn't know where he was, but he heard someone reciting some magic. Then he heard a voice saying that he had finally woken up and asking how he was feeling. He was startled and asked who that person was. Ronan was on the ground, confused, and didn't know who was nearby. Then he asked if it could be Professor Secret. She was pleased that he had recognized her. He was worried, thinking she had appeared because of him. She told him not to worry, as it had nothing to do with him. That conversation was enough, and she asked him if he felt anything different. He said, to be honest, he had thought she wasn't normal when he met her, but now he could say that his initial thoughts were confirmed. Then he stared at her, and she stared back. Happily, she said that meant everything went according to plan. They were having tea, and he told her that he found everything very surprising. She explained that the curse inside him used memories he didn't even remember to create a scenario. She told him she thought the person who placed the curse might have been his father. He responded that it was likely. She asked why he thought that, considering he said he couldn't recognize the person. Ronan got very angry and said that when he messed with his family, he realized something was wrong. He realized that all of it felt too distant to belong to him. He described it as a feeling of distant sadness. He said maybe that was why he felt even angrier. Thinking about it now, it might have been his true feeling. The instructor asked him, since he said he didn't have any memories of his parents, and he replied that yes, he and his sister never doubted anything. It was as if the memories in his mind had been cut off. So the magic instructor thought that it wasn't just his human sensitivity that was severed, but his entire existence. She said it seemed that his father, through that curse, had also altered his memories. During the process, part of his memory might have been transferred to Ronan. Memory magic usually had side effects, and the mental realm might have used those memories. She continued saying that the reason he was able to use mana before destroying the curse could be because he had temporarily regained his lost senses. That way, he could use his senses for a short time. She still asked if that thing leaking from those glowing threads was mana. She said that, for now, he would only be able to see it, but one day he would be able to use it, but only if he managed to remove 2 of the 9 remaining curses on him. She also said that it might take a while. The curse placed on Ronan was very powerful and had an unknown origin. She would contact him when the preparations were ready, so he could leave for today. Since the sun was rising, he was startled because she suddenly became young again. He asked if she changed forms according to the time. She said it was as if her body was a bit complicated. She told him he might face a harsh reality, but he should remain strong. He said he would count on her in the future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the hand of that enormous giant was in the Kappadoki basement. Someone was researching and realized it was bigger than expected. A single student handled all of that alone. It was hard to believe. Someone had arrived there to talk to a man who was looking at the giant. That man noticed when the other young man, called Dolan, arrived. He asked how the reconstruction was going. Dolan replied that it was progressing and that things should return to normal within a week. He also said that he had checked what they were doing according to orders but couldn't obtain any additional information there. But thanks to Phil Leon, he managed to confirm the identity of the student who was active there. Dolan asked the Grand Duke if he would like to see him in person. He wasn't just the Duke but also the head of the Grancia ducal family. His name was Joseph Sinivan de Grancia. The Duke agreed, thinking it would be best to meet the boy personally. But as he stood there with his back turned, the giant seemed to be coming to life. There was movement in the giant's gaze. Dolan apologized to the Duke but needed to leave that place for a moment. He was seeing that the giant was moving and about to attack them. Dolan said he would handle it with the Order of Knights. The Duke said there was no need, and the giant was already launching its strike. But the Duke and his servant were still talking. He placed his hand on his sword to draw it, and while doing so, said they weren't in a hurry. He unleashed a slash toward the giant, slicing it entirely with just one movement. Dolan had to shield his eyes from the dust and light that the strike emitted. After slicing the giant, Joseph calmly sheathed his sword. As if nothing had happened, he called his subordinate to leave. As they walked away, the giant collapsed to the ground. He was excited to meet the young hero of Phil Leon Academy. The next day, at the Nabradozer dormitory, someone was knocking on Ronan's door, and he wanted to know which crazy person was doing that. He opened the door, still sleepy, and found Dolan. Ronan asked who he was and said beggars weren't allowed there. He thought that boy was very rude. Then he asked Ronan if he knew who he was being rude to at that moment. Ronan said he looked like a noble. He also thought the mana he felt from him was dark to the point of being strange. But something was mixed into the mana. It didn't even seem like mana. It felt oddly familiar. Someone else was there and placed a hand on his shoulder, asking Dolan to wait. He said they weren't in a position to act that way. The girl asked him why his mother was suddenly the next one he also cursed. Ronan realized he was dealing with the Duke of that empire. Walking towards him, he apologized and also asked permission to apologize on behalf of his knight. He asked if he could take a little of his time. The two were properly seated, and Dolan stood guard near the Duke. The Duke brought the sheath of the blade that had been completed the day before. Ronan did not ask why his grace had brought it for him. The Duke said that the master blacksmiths of the great Kappadoki insisted. He mentioned that, especially Master Doron, was very insistent. Besides, he wanted to express his gratitude personally. The Grancia family and the great Kappadoki have an excellent relationship. He mentioned that the Pale Pass sword was also made by Master Doron. So, as a way of showing his gratitude to the hero who saved Kappadoki, he also provided something else in return. The Duke was offering Ronan the Grancia medallion, which bears the patriarchal seal. Ronan asked if he was giving him something so precious, since with it, he could buy 3 villages. He also mentioned that the other 2 students who helped received gifts from the blacksmiths, as well as the medallions. The Duke said he hoped Ronan liked it. He didn't know they would treat it as a family heirloom. He felt relieved and now wanted to move on to the next topic. He wanted to talk to Ronan about the one behind the incident. The Duke became interested in those sinners. When he said that, Ronan began to feel a different vibration. That sensation made him somewhat uncomfortable. But he was also impressed because that was the leader of the Grancia family. Ronan said he wasn't sure how much he knew, but those rats were more terrible than he imagined. When he heard those words, the bodyguard became uneasy. He also noticed when Dolan started exuding a different mana. Ronan didn't know what it was, but he realized it was a reaction. But he had responded to the mention, and that feeling was the same as when he fought those other 2. He concluded that his bodyguard was one of the rats. Duke Joseph asked Ronan what was going on. He noticed that he had stopped speaking suddenly and didn't understand that his subordinate was emitting that aura. The Duke even asked if he was uncomfortable with something. Ronan didn't understand how Duke Grancia, the most powerful person on the continent, couldn't perceive that. He didn't know why he was the only one who could see it. Then he asked his grace if he had ever heard of the star's advent. When he said those words, the bodyguard could no longer contain himself. When someone kept provoking him, Ronan said it had to do with the Nebula Chaser organization. The Duke was shocked. He never imagined an organization of that magnitude could exist on the continent. He asked if Ronan obtained that information alone. Ronan said it was before the structure arrived. Ronan kept provoking, calling them and saying how much they begged for mercy. The Duke asked if he wanted details. Ronan said that if he wished, he would tell him. The Duke said he didn't want to know the rest because he wouldn't even be able to eat. Then Ronan said that if that was what he wanted, he wouldn't tell the rest. He realized he didn't need to say anything else. That guy was emanating a dangerous aura and could no longer control it. The Duke stood up and said he would leave, thinking that they had infiltrated Grancia and that he needed to take urgent measures. Ronan said there was something he needed him to know about them. The Duke asked what he meant. Ronan said there were many things to discuss, but it wouldn't be polite to talk about it with someone as busy as him. So, he would write a report on the matter that night and send it by mail. He said it would be very interesting, especially since it concerned Ahiyuti. At that moment, Ronan realized he had already managed to attract the attention of the Duke's bodyguard. That night, Ronan lay down pretending to be sound asleep. He felt when that different emanation began to flow through the air, but he was already expecting the visit, so he wasn't caught off guard. Dolan was surprised to realize that Ronan had disappeared just when he was supposed to strike. Fernando said he knew he would show up there. Jumping on him, he said it was a pleasure to see him. Little rat number 3. Dolan asked how he knew, and Ronan told him to take it easy. He said maybe he'd want to take a look over there first, as he brought a special guest for him. Dolan couldn't believe that the Duke's son was right there. It was the young Schlieffen, who was quite upset, and he wanted explanations from the bodyguard immediately. He asked how he should interpret that situation. A few hours earlier, on the upper floor of Naberdozer Hall, Ronan went to Schlieffen's room. Schlieffen was wondering why Ronan was there so suddenly. He came because he said that Sir Dolan wanted to take him away that night. He thought he might have seen Ronan's actions without realizing it, and wanted proof of it. He said that in terms of both skill and loyalty, Dolan was among the best knights of the Grancia family. Then Ronan said that, for years ago, Grancia was full of fools. He said it didn't matter, he could see it for himself, as it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Ronan said that if he was right, he would be getting rid of a rat infiltrating his family. Schlieffen became angry and asked if Dolan was deaf because he wanted him to explain immediately. However, Dolan remained silent, just staring at the young man. When Ronan asked what kind of traitor would respond just because he was questioned, he asked how Dolan planned to survive in that world. He simply lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, but Ronan saw the massive vibration. Ronan's body started to feel heavy. He was sensing all of Dolan's mana. He realized that he was immediately under attack. Schlieffen asked why he was doing that, and he was the next to be attacked. Dolan said it was great that the young master hadn't mastered his mana domain. Dolan said it was a pity. He didn't want their relationship to end like this, but that child ruined everything. Schlieffen said his skills were different from what he remembered. He thought Dolan had been hiding his true abilities. Dolan said he wasn't betraying them because he had never been on their side to begin with. He said those things while trying to attack Schlieffen, who remained still, waiting for the strike. He seemed to be in shock and said he understood. He said he understood everything now and that Dolan could do whatever he wanted. Ronan intervened, stepped forward, and blocked the attack, preventing him from injuring the Sword Saint. He told Dolan that he was being annoying and seemed to enjoy it. He asked if Dolan felt better now. Dolan replied that it was important for him to be sure and hoped Ronan would understand. Placing his hand on Ronan's shoulder, Dolan said that for a while, there would be a bloodbath in Grancia. Then he began to resolve the situation himself. Dolan even thought that Ronan was also hiding his true abilities. Schlieffen wasn't messing around and launched an attack that sent Dolan flying. He knew there was no reason to hide his skills, which meant he had grown stronger in a short time. Dolan thought it was impossible. He knew Schlieffen was a genius, but the kind who, when he entered the scene, would ask if he was just bored. Because he lost focus on the fight that way, he also started launching attacks at him. Dolan was so confident that he thought he could handle the two of them. So he went all out to strike, but even after landing a hit, Schlieffen managed to dodge. Ronan was surprised that he had dodged in time. Not only did he dodge, but he also counterattacked, sending Ronan far away, which made a lot of noise. If things continued like that, he knew the instructors would arrive quickly. He needed to retreat, so he began trying to escape. He hadn't expected things to go so wrong just by trying to kill a child. He had been mistaken in thinking he could take on the two of them at the same time. He needed an opportunity. Leaping up to strike, Schlieffen told Dolan he was right. Unlike his father, Schlieffen wasn't as skilled yet and couldn't use the Tempest sword properly. However, he ran to that side knowing that there was no one there who would be hurt if he used that technique. Except for Dolan, the traitor who needed to die. Schlieffen used the Grancia family's secret technique, Tempest sword. When Dolan saw it, he realized it was the end for him. And as the attack got closer and closer, he simply closed his eyes and said, "Dear Star." Finishing the attack, Schlieffen sheathed his sword and said that from that day on, no one in the family would remember that he ever existed. But it didn't matter because he was never a true Grantia. Ronan told Schlieffen that he handled it in a very flashy manner. He also noticed that Schlieffen was quite upset. Ronan said he wasn't sure if he could take the bodyguard to Lodolin. Schlieffen thought that, theoretically, he wouldn't die. He said that since Ronan would be there, everything would be fine. He needed to inform the family of what happened. Grantia needed to find all the traitors. He left the rest to Ronan and departed. Ronan shouted that Schlieffen had destroyed everything there, so why was he leaving it all to him? Neighbors arrived, asking Ronan what had happened. He turned around and saw them, the academy's headmaster and instructor Neighbors. Ronan's attention was distracted by Neighbors' pajamas. He commented that he liked her pajamas. She just wanted him to answer the question. The director told Ronan that the instructor's taste in pajamas was not important. He was relieved to know that Ronan was okay, but he wanted an explanation. Ronan was about to explain but first wanted the director to listen to him. Ronan said loudly, "Damn Ahiyuti." Those words didn't seem to make sense to them. The director even repeated that word without understanding it. In the office, the director was updated on the espionage problem in the Grantia family. He said that, thanks to Ronan, they managed to prevent something worse from happening. Ronan asked to keep it a secret that he could see that special mana. He was afraid that the people around him would be in danger. The director said that the incident would be investigated soon. He said the Empire was constantly in debt to him. He would reward him and wanted to know if there was something he wished for. Ronan said he had something he wanted and needed approval for it to happen. The next day, in Filian's Great Hall, Ronan was attracting attention. There were several people listening to him talk about something he had created. He said it was called the Special Adventures Club. He wanted to explain about his club, a club formed with external activities focused on real battles. With the director's approval, it was the only club that could go outside. To join, all you had to do was show up at the first Galilean arena during the scheduled hours. That commotion caught the attention of a mysterious woman, who seemed interested in Ronan. A few days later, in Galilean, Ronan regretted making that whole show in the hall. Only his friends showed up. Maria asked if he really didn't know it was just about reflecting on the interviews. Under the excuse of a skills assessment, Ronan had defeated everyone. He also said suspicious things, as if he were ready to sacrifice himself for the club. People were saying that, to join that club, they need to have 10 lives. Ronan defended himself, saying that real fights were like that. For him, it was fine, he just needed promising people. Ronan asked Braun if he felt better after they fought. Braun was exhausted from the fight. Ronan said that he had passed, and Braun was very happy. He also said the club could be very tiring and asked if it was okay for him. Braun said he had been waiting for this, as long as he got stronger. Ronan told them to go rest before everything started. He said he would stay a little longer, hoping a talented individual might show up. A long time passed, and no one showed up there. He told Adeshan that no one had appeared. They were already prepared to leave, and Ronan told her that, as the instructor's assistant, she was very busy. Adeshan said that if it weren't for her duties as an assistant, she would have tried. Ronan thought he couldn't say that even if she tried, he wouldn't have accepted her, because he needed to slowly decide whether to pursue the dream of becoming the Grand Commander. He thought it was an important issue. Suddenly, someone appeared saying it was a relief they were still there. He watched what she was saying. He was very pleased, thinking she was there to try to join the club. She asked if by doing this, he interrupted her because he thought her voice was too low to hear. If she joined the club, she could touch. Looking at Ronan, she took off her hood and asked him to touch her. Ronan was very surprised by her request and asked what kind of person she was to want him to touch her. She explained that it wasn't him, but the creature on his shoulder. Ronan asked if she was referring to Sita and said she should have said that from the start. He said that the little one was always with him, so if she joined the club, she could definitely touch her. Ronan looked at her and thought she was a very strange girl. He also found it hard to believe he hadn't felt her presence even though she was so close. He knew she wasn't an ordinary student. He could feel that she was incredibly strong. She showed interest and asked what she needed to do for the interview. She said she was a high-level beginner mage, and her name was Ophelia the Knight. She said she would start, then began preparing her powers, and Ronan could see all that mana glow. Ronan and Adeshan were impressed by her. She began using dark attribute magic. Adeshan couldn't believe she could control dark magic so perfectly. Ronan noticed that there was something even more surprising. It wasn't very clear, but he could see the red blood energy she was exuding. He saw it and was sure he recognized that mana. She used an attack called Shadow Claw. It was an extremely strong attack. She not only hit the dummy but split it in half. Her power was explosive, so much so that it impressed Ronan and made it difficult for Adeshan to clearly see the attack. Ronan said there was no need for a duel. He had already passed. He was going to ask her a question, but he was interrupted when she used her mental power. She started talking to him through telepathy magic and asked him to keep it to himself for the time being. She asked them to go somewhere else because she had something she needed to ask him. The two of them were alone, and she was analyzing Sita, seeming to understand something. Ophelia asked if he was a dream bird. She found it interesting, a bird born from the mana contained in that area. Ronan also found her very interesting because he had heard that all vampires had left the Empire years ago. She responded that not all of them had. Even if a few still existed, some of them were still in the Empire. She explained that they didn't like troublesome situations, so they lived in hiding. He asked if the reason she approached that club, which attracted attention, was because of Sita's mana. She told him she sensed it when she saw him in the hall for the first time. Blood magic energy was the innate magic of her species. Ronan said he understood, so Sita really was using a vampire's abilities. Ophelia the Knight was surprised to hear that Sita had absorbed blood as soon as she was born. Ronan noticed her surprise and asked what was going on. She asked how long ago Sita had been born. Ronan said it should be about 2 months. She was so young and already had such strong blood mana within her. Ophelia the Knight looked at Sita and said that wasn't true, so it might be possible. She wanted to ask something of the two of them, but she thought it was a bit too early to start making requests. Ophelia asked if she could see her for a moment, but if he granted her request, she would make it worthwhile. She said that, of course, she needed to conduct some research at that moment, so it would be difficult for now, but she promised later on. Ronan was confused and wanted her to explain what kind of research she was talking about. The next day, in the Philion Club room area, in a place called the Nest, which was the Special Adventures Club's location, Ronan said that for them to dedicate an entire building to a club, they had to recognize its generosity. He changed the subject and told them that something had changed. He said those were the great weapons from Cappadocia that the Grancia family had sent. He noticed Maria had switched to a great sword and said that the great commander had made a sword that would enhance her abilities. Asel mentioned that he received a magical bracelet made near the magical city of Delpium. He commented that his magical control had greatly improved, and he thought his power and speed had doubled. Maria wanted to know why he had called everyone to come there armed. Ronan explained that it would be a very important conversation. He told them they were probably curious about why he created a club like this. He said they only had one goal: to improve their latent individual skills as quickly as possible through real experiences. He thought he needed to prepare for that day. On the map, he showed that the first place they would go was one of the mountain ranges that had yet to be discovered by the Empire, the Vadian Mountains. Braun got excited, but Asel and Maria, who knew Ronan well, were terrified. He warned that the place was very unusual, so it would be a good experience. He also said there were some things he needed to take care of there, but that wasn't important at the moment. First, there was a problem between the two of them that needed to be resolved. Maria asked what the problem was. Then he said it didn't matter, they would leave right then. He said they were going to fight. In the hallway, Asel asked what Ronan had meant about the problem he had mentioned. Ronan said he wanted them to finish the models earlier. He commented that when they left, it would take at least a week, and they still had classes. It would be difficult to handle both club activities and classes, and there was no way the headmaster would allow it. Ronan found a solution. They just needed to finish their classes earlier, as he did, and they would become free afterward. Before continuing with individual training, he said they would work on their abilities. Ronan told the two to come at him, saying he would only use the scabbard, so they didn't need to be afraid. He also said it wouldn't be fun if they held back, so they could go all out. Maria said that since it was going to be like that, they would use that. She told Asel that they would show how much they had improved. He said he would do his best. Maria gripped her sword as usual, and said she was ready. Ronan found her strength incredible but didn't understand why she struck the ground. Right after she hit it, it was Asel's turn, and he started moving all the stones that appeared when Maria had slammed the ground with force. Asel, levitating, told Maria that she could start. He connected his power to each of those stone particles that were floating due to the previous impact. Ronan was very excited and dodged all those attacks. He found Asel's attacks quite impressive. Maria also appeared and managed to catch him by surprise, telling him not to try to block, just to dodge. She went all out and used her strength at maximum power, and he dodged at the right moment. He knew that if he hadn't dodged, it would have been the end for him. She was also starting to enjoy fighting, just like him. She kept charging at him, and he dodged all those numerous attacks. To add more excitement, he also started attacking and pressuring her. They exceeded Ronan's expectations in various ways. He looked at the two of them in awe, seeing how much they had evolved. Asel shouted for Ronan to get away from her, and then launched a great power against him. Ronan, sensing that power, drew his sword and charged forward. He was very excited and intended to block Asel's attack with his sword. He sent an attack to counter it. Then he looked to see how far his attack had reached. Very satisfied, he said that the two had improved a lot. It seemed they weren't fooling around while he was away. The two, especially Asel, seemed like completely different people, which surprised him a lot. Asel asked if that was the end of the test, and he said it was enough. It seemed it wouldn't take long. Maybe a month, or maybe just 2 weeks would be enough. Therefore, they could start the special training right at that moment. Maria said they had just finished dueling. He said that didn't matter, they would start right away. He was chasing after them with his sword. He was behind them with his sword looking for more duels. 2 weeks later, he was handing out certificates, which was surprising. The director asked if he was saying that those were early completion certificates for all the club members, and Ronan said that was correct. He also mentioned it wasn't for all subjects, and asked if it was enough for them to be allowed to go out. The director said yes, as promised, he would let them leave the field. The next day, they were already in the Vadian Mountains. Maria noticed that the mana there was pure. Braun asked what they were going to do now. Ronan told them to wait, as they were still far from the center. About what they were going to do there, he said they also needed to find something. The wind carried this information to the ears of someone who realized they had a guest in such a place. That person thought it was time to meet the guests for the first time in a while. High up in the mountains were the 4 members of the adventure club. Ronan, excited, announced that he had found it. He said there really was a swarm of orcs. Braun found the village the orcs had built amazing. Ronan said that in border areas like that, it was hard to maintain public order. Because of their high fertility, soon there would be enough orcs to cover the entire mountain range. The people in the vicinity would suffer great losses. So, before that happened, they would have to put an end to them, and that would be their first battle. He asked if they thought it would be easy. Asel said that when he mentioned he was looking for orcs, he thought it would be something like this. He was worried because there were many of them, and wanted to make sure everyone would be okay. Ronan said they would be perfect opponents for them. He thought that even if there was a variable, the dominant species of the mountain range would be ogres. These were so strong that when Ronan tried to defeat them back then, he almost couldn't. Someone approached him and said they knew their intentions were good, but they didn't recommend it. The weather wasn't good at that moment, and warned the young adventurers. Ronan was startled because he couldn't sense when he arrived. He wondered who he was, and Elielson told Ronan he didn't need to keep his guard up. That elf said he was just a priest who lived in the mountains. Ronan asked if he was a priest. He replied yes, and that he served the old spirit. Ronan, with his hand on his sword, was listening to him invite them to go somewhere else to talk better. When he said that place wasn't safe, Ronan drew his sword and placed it against the elf's neck, which shocked the rest of the group. Ronan apologized to him, but he said there had been many lunatics around recently, so he should listen and repeat what he was going to say. Then Ronan told him to repeat, "Damn Ahiyuti." Even with the sword at his neck, that priest was reluctant to say it. Later, he was completely embarrassed to have said those things. He thought it was the most embarrassing moment in the last 200 years. Ronan asked how old he was and if he was really that old. The elf said it should be in the thousands, which left everyone very surprised. Ronan thought that meant he had been there even before the empire was founded. He asked about what the elf was saying earlier regarding the weather not being good. The elf mentioned that the monster's behavior had been strange recently. He explained that the orcs, which were not nocturnal, had been roaming the mountains every night, and ogres, which usually stayed within their territories, were seen at the entrance of the mountain range. Since they hadn't found the cause yet, it was better to be cautious. He told them to relax a bit. Due to the forest's location, he simply touched what seemed to be a bubble of air, and suddenly, the temple appeared. Braun said that for a temple like that to appear out of nowhere, it must have been a magical barrier. Asel asked if Ronan knew there was a temple. He asked if Asel hadn't seen the surprised look on his face. The elf invited them to enter, and Ronan thought that he wasn't just any ordinary elf. Ronan wanted to know if that strange stone was the Lord Seniel whom he served. He replied that it was a stone with significance, but the story would be boring for them. He told them to pack their things and rest for now, as there were many empty rooms in the temple. Maria said it was a good time for him to ask about what he was looking for. The elf asked if he was searching for those monstrosities because of the curse affecting him. He thought it was because of the strange and dangerous reverberations within Ronan. The elf asked Ronan if he could take a little more of his time. He wanted to talk to him alone, so the two went to have some tea. The elf mentioned that he had a premonition the first time he saw him. He questioned whether Ronan was really just an ordinary student. He realized he had been caught up in Ronan's flow, and was only noticing it now. Holding his sword, he wondered if he was being too sensitive. He was questioning if that guy truly had no connection with the others. But he also thought he didn't see that unusual mana in him. And even when he mentioned the Ahiyuti, Ronan showed no reaction at all. A cup of tea was offered to him. The elf said he was thinking about many things. Looking at the tea, Ronan thought that the elf had done something to it. But he gradually began to be carried away by the aroma that the tea emitted. He thought he had never smelled anything like that before. He quickly began to see the aura, all colorful. It was the pure flow of mana. The elf asked Ronan how the tea smelled and also if he liked it. Ronan said it felt as if his eyes had been replaced. He asked how that was possible, and the elf answered that it was a tea made from an herb that rarely grew in that mountain range. He said the effects were strong, but perhaps, due to his energy being blocked by the curse, he could experience drastic results. He said he would give him some ingredients. He also asked him to stop using the cursed eyes to remove the curse. Even though those things got rid of curses, they also drained one's strength and life energy. He said using it once shouldn't cause much harm, but if he tried to use it excessively, it would put his life at risk. He asked if Ronan had been using it knowing that. Ronan replied that he didn't know about that. He just wanted to resolve the curse problem as soon as possible. The elf said that the more haste he had, the greater the need to take steps back if something went wrong. He warned Ronan that an irreversible outcome could happen. That's when he remembered Professor Secret saying that the curse was difficult to remove, and that many preparations would be needed. Even knowing that there were people willing to help him, after encountering that entity, he started feeling the need to rush. He also thought he should be careful. If his life ended, it would be over before he could even capture that giant. He looked at that elven priest and wondered who he really was. He didn't think he had met him in his past life, but he seemed really familiar. Ronan really thought he felt the urge to hurry because of the religious fanatics around. The elf wanted to know more about those religious fanatics. Ronan said they were waiting for the advent of the stars. They were very dark and eccentric people. The elf thought that the fanatics who followed the stars had started to move once again. When night fell, he was in front of his stone, thinking that the religious fanatics Ronan mentioned were really those people. They were planning something malevolent, and soon, they would take innocent lives. With a terrible calamity, he would once again be forced to watch. Otherwise, that child was his answer to him. He was speaking to the stone when Ronan appeared. Ronan asked if he was still awake. Saranti asked Ronan why he was awake at that hour, and if his bed wasn't comfortable. Ronan said that looking at that stone once again, it was fascinating how a stone like that could represent a god. Saranti said that every 1,000 years, their order moved 1,000 stones to the most remote areas of the empire from the Kanja sanctuary. In a place where it always rains, most of the stones don't last 100 years and are washed away by the water, but despite that, the soul inside them becomes the representation of Senial. He could still vividly remember the day he died as a divine representation alongside his brothers. He dedicated his entire life to a god that never responded. There were many moments when he wavered, wanting to turn his back on his belief and live freely. However, a premonition always found him and made him stay in that place, the will of Senial. One day it would become the first step to save the world. That was the kind of intuition he had. He said that, for him, that was faith, and that he couldn't convey that to anyone. He placed a hand on Ronan's shoulder and told him that he believed the moment was near. The next day, everyone was enjoying the incredible effects of that tea, and with the energy of the mana veins, their sensitivity improved greatly. Meanwhile, Ronan went to help collect roots while traveling through the mountains with Saranti. Ronan thought that to be so kind to them, even though it was the first time they met. It felt as if he had true sincerity in his heart. That elf became even stranger the more Ronan observed him. The 2 peaceful days passed without much concern. But, as always, tragedy hides within celebrations to bring a pain that cannot be forgotten by all. Ronan was leaning on his sword, and Saranti was leaning against a stone. And now it was too late to turn back. On the day of the orc village invasion, they said their goodbyes, and Saranti, worried, asked if everything would really be okay. They still hadn't found the cause of the monster's abnormal actions, and suggested they prepare a bit more. Ronan said it would be fine because he mentioned that only their actions were strange, but they hadn't become stronger, and that they had those people who were enough to deal with them, so there was no need to worry. He also said that, besides, the field trip was coming to an end, so they needed to return to the academy soon. Saranti asked if they would allow him to give them a magic that would let them return to the barrier. With that, they would be able to visit the temple freely. Saranti told them that if they felt they were in danger, not to hesitate, to return immediately. He also asked them not to let their guard down, even if they were very strong, because that forest was also deep and dark. Several monsters were lying on the path, and a person passed by, leaving only traces of them wherever they went. This person said they would make things more dramatic. It was an elf who thought it would be so difficult to find him. She thought she couldn't get him out of there with the beasts so easily. From that moment on, she would find him personally. That elf, who was looking for Saranti, was fighting several monsters to reach him. They were up high, watching the orc village, and noticed that the orcs were wearing clothes that humans usually wore and jewelry that didn't match them. They thought they had raided a nearby village. Ronan asked if everyone was ready. They were going to attack to exterminate all of them. An orc complimented another, saying that the necklace was very beautiful, and he said it belonged to a child from the village. That little brat kept crying until the end and said that his voice was loud and it was quite difficult. A cell arrived before he could finish telling the atrocities they committed in the village. Everyone was ready to annihilate that entire village of monsters. Maria and Braun were prepared and managed to handle those creatures perfectly. They began attacking the two with precise cuts and destroyed several of them. The orcs were quite violent and tried to fight back. Ronan had trained that team very well. They wouldn't let it slide without retribution. Acel was handling the situation very well, with the new powers and techniques he had acquired. He was becoming more precise every day and hit the targets right away. Ronan was very pleased with the results of his training. He told Acel that he had managed to get the hang of it. Now they managed to make Ronan float along with him and attack their opponents with magic stones. Ronan was always nearby to encourage Acel to use his telekinesis more and more. With his encouragement, Acel charged at that village and almost wiped them all out on his own. After everything was over, Acel was very afraid of receiving a divine punishment for all that. Ronan told him to relax, because if he were punished for something like that, they would all be punished together. Braun agreed and said that the punishment he would receive would be the greatest of all punishments. Those words didn't help much, so Maria frowned at him. Ronan was thinking about some things when he was interrupted by Sita. She tapped his face with her paw to get his attention and pointed, as if sensing something. They went in the direction Sita pointed, and Ronan and Acel found the person tied up. From a distance, they realized it was an elf and thought they had left her there as emergency food. They ran over to save her, asking Sita to use her healing magic. She seemed to be waking up, and Ronan asked if she could speak. She had a frightened expression, and Ronan noticed unstable mana. He found it strange because Sita had already healed her, and he thought maybe the healing hadn't worked. But he didn't know why. She told him that the mana around him was different, and asked if he was one of their team. Then she started panicking, begging them to take her there. She began to cry and said they were on their way. If they stayed there any longer, Saranti's life could be in danger. Suddenly, she appeared to faint. Ronan immediately picked her up and took her inside the barrier to speak with Saranti. He asked if they were back already, and if there had been an accident. Ronan explained that the elf was a prisoner they rescued from a village, and that she needed to meet with him. Upon looking at her, he recognized her as Brigitte. He asked how that could have happened to her. A little way off, the three of them were searching and looking around, as Ronan had asked, but there was no one there. Maria was calling Braun to return to the temple as well, when she looked back and noticed Acel had found something. Approaching him, she asked if he had found something there. Acel replied that there was something strange about those orcs. He noted that they looked different. Maria asked if he didn't know what it was either. He said yes and that he had never seen anything like it before. It seemed they had been hiding with double-layered magic until now. Braun asked Acel what those magic circles did. The elf received treatment, and Saranti was taking care of her along with Ronan. Saranti said he had finished the first aid and that she should relax for now. Ronan asked why even healing magic hadn't worked, and if she had been affected by some kind of poison. Saranti said he was indebted to Ronan, that if it weren't for him, he would have lost his precious sister. He said she was one of the few remaining followers of Seniel in the world. One day, she had a deep faith. Looking at her, he said that she was his dependable sister. Saranti asked him what he should do to repay the debt, since Ronan saved someone so important to him. Ronan was confused about what she was saying while trembling and warning them about them. She said her life was in danger. Saranti went in front of the stone again and was speaking with Ronan. He said honestly, even he wasn't sure. He explained that it was a religious order that worshipped an unknown being they called God. He said they hid their identities for so long that even he didn't know who they were. All he knew was that they committed various evil acts. They called themselves a religious order. Upon hearing that, Ronan widened his eyes. Saranti said they were called Nebula Chaser. Ronan asked if those people were after him. Saranti was surprised to learn that Ronan knew of them. He thought they had given up because they had been quiet for so long, but it seemed they were back. Ronan said he needed to run to the archipelago just like they did. Saranti refused to leave that place. He said that if he went somewhere else, the innocent people there would get hurt, and he didn't want that. He also wanted Ronan and his companions to leave that place as soon as possible. Saranti said he didn't want anyone getting hurt unnecessarily, and hoped Ronan understood. Ronan said he would bring the strongest woman he knew. He asked Saranti to hide until then and not to do anything reckless. He placed something in Ronan's hands and said it was the payment for saving Brigitte. When Ronan opened his hand, he saw it was a ring. Saranti said that ring used to be a pass to the magic tower. He told him that if one day he went to the Dawn Magic Tower, he should show it to the librarian. He said that the librarian would definitely help with Ronan's curse. Saranti asked him to be careful on his journey. He said he would spend his last days with it. It was a great gift. Ronan told him it wasn't like they wouldn't see each other again. Why was he saying those things? He said he would be back soon, so he should take care. After he left, Saranti placed his hands on the wall and seemed to be bidding farewell to the world. Looking sideways, he asked if he should say it was good to see her there, since it had been a long time since he had last seen his dear sister. Then, he retracted and said she was not his sister, just the assassin from the Brigia religious order. She said he didn't need to speak like that, considering their relationship. She asked him how he had been. He replied that, of all people, they chose her as the assassin. She accused him of trying to poison her, and he answered, of course he did, as he was dealing with the shadow of Romheim. She pretended to be captured by orcs and said there was nothing she could do. Finding him was quite difficult. Even though she tried to get his attention using monsters, it hadn't been effective. However, she told him she ended up seeing them, those funny little toys full of time energy. She thought of killing him and scattering the body parts. It would be good to bring him out, but her old belief restrained her and asked if he was not touched. He said that, in that case, he wouldn't let her walk away. She found that very scary, as she couldn't even make jokes anymore. She said she would stop talking and tell him the orders she had received, to obtain his surrender and, in case of refusal, to kill him. Saying that, she launched an attack using so much energy that, even from afar, it was felt. Ronan, who was moving away, managed to feel a strong energy. He stopped, as he had just felt something strange. It was at that moment that the team, which was already looking for him, spotted him. He said they had arrived at a good time and asked if they had already searched the surroundings. Maria told him that Asel had found something strange. He said that, shortly after Ronan left, Asel found something odd on the corpses. There was a magic circle he had never seen before. Ronan also found it strange to see a magic circle. They were all surprised by a large explosion coming from near the temple. Ronan immediately thought of Saranti. All that commotion had awakened the ogres. Ronan couldn't believe it when he saw all of them heading their way, breaking and exploding everything in their path. They couldn't check the explosion near the temple, as they had to deal with that situation. The two-headed ogre. Inside the temple, the siblings' fight continued. Saranti was a powerful mage, and the battle with his sister was balanced. She didn't give up on trying to persuade him to go with her. She seemed to have soaked her sword with her own blood. Apparently, she was using blood magic. She launched her attack, which was blocked by her brother. Saranti managed to block that strike. Brigia was really strong and very determined. Both were prepared to block the next strike. Brigia attacked again, and each strike was more curious than the last. Saranti, despite being very strong, was fighting while worrying about Ronan. Their power explosion was destroying the temple. However, the two continued evenly matched. Brigia said her brother was indeed very strong for an old man. She thought it was a waste to have to kill him and asked why they couldn't go together. She told him that if he went, he could definitely get an executive position like her. Saranti told his sister that she had rusted a lot and thought that Romheim's shadow was slow. Brigia said he was just bored. She told him that he was so busy trying to buy time for those kids to escape that he wasn't paying attention to her. He got upset when he realized that she had noticed his plan from the start. She said he did all that so that child wouldn't be dragged into the battle, so he could leave with a clear conscience. That made her a bit curious because he no longer had interest in the world he had been protecting for so long. Saranti said they were just guests they coincidentally met, and asked her not to think of laying a finger on them. If she crossed that line, it would be difficult for him to let her go in peace. Smiling, she said there was nothing she could do because she had already done it. Saying that, he sensed a very strong energy coming from where they were. With that, he let his guard down, giving her an opening, which she immediately took advantage of and severed his arm. That two-headed ogre was giving Ronan and his friends a lot of trouble. Seeing that giant creature, all three of them froze. Ronan shouted at them to snap out of it and stay behind him, saying they couldn't handle defeating that thing. When the two-headed ogre looked at Braun, he froze and couldn't move to flee. The ogre slapped him, sending him flying far away. It hurled him against a rock, leaving him gravely injured. Now he was aiming for the other two. They thought they should run away, but they couldn't. This time, when the ogre attacked, Ronan moved very quickly and intercepted the attack so they wouldn't get hurt. Maria and Asel just watched as Ronan defended them. They realized that Ronan wasn't afraid, not even of that huge beast. When he called the two, he asked them to take the bandage and go take care of Braun. He spoke with great anger and determination, saying that guy was his. Ronan shouted at them to go quickly and threw the bandage to help with the first aid, while the two ran away to provide aid to Braun. Something in the eyes of that two-headed ogre caught Ronan's attention. It was the magical circle in its eyes. It was the same one he had seen in the giant before. It was the symbol of the Nebula Chaser organization. He was very angry and rushed to fight that two-headed ogre. He charged at the ogre with increasingly aggressive strikes. He noticed that its resistance was quite high. The ogre also attacked and sometimes hit Ronan. He blocked the attacks and came back at it with full force again. That brutal strength was the same as before. The ogre was throwing tree trunks and even orcs to attack Ronan. Normally, Ronan would be excited to continue a fight that he hadn't been able to finish. But the ogre had done something it shouldn't have, it hurt one of Ronan's comrades. At that moment, Sita and the two were providing aid to Braun. Ronan faced the ogre and said that bastard was already dead. For a moment, he seemed to be preparing. He jumped high with multiple attacks, gaining enough height to deliver a fatal blow to the ogre. The ogre wasn't making things easy. The reason Ronan hadn't been able to defeat it in his past life was that he didn't have a way to pierce its skin and cause a fatal injury. He was about to deliver several cuts to that ogre. Now things had changed. He had a sword and the techniques he learned from his instructor. He positioned himself for the fourth form of the Neburo style and used the spinning sword. With that, he managed to cut the ogre. As he was landing and his feet touched the ground, he told the ogre to give up because it was already dead. Upon hearing the body of that immense ogre fall to the ground, he thought he had a long way to go. It took too long to defeat a simple ogre. He quickly headed to where Estelle, Maria, and Braun were. He was worried, but they said Sita had finished the emergency treatment. Even so, Braun would still need a doctor. He would be fine for now. Ronan asked them to go ahead. He would go to Saranti. When he arrived at the temple, he was horrified to see that everything was ruined. He didn't know what had happened. It hadn't been long since he left. He noticed someone approaching and called out Saranti's name. Saranti was happy because he realized Ronan was safe. Struggling to stand, he apologized for not coming immediately. Ronan helped him steady himself and asked what had happened and who had done that. Saranti said he was fine but needed to put an end to this today, but they could return at any moment. So before he could finish what he was saying, he was mortally struck. Ronan witnessed his friend being annihilated in front of him. Even so, he still called out for Saranti. Saranti was down, but still alive. Ronan wanted to help somehow. His condition was very critical. Something was coming their way. A woman was upset with her brother for almost killing her. She asked if he was okay doing these things to an old comrade. She was upset because he had used a very dangerous skill. Right after she divorced his arm, he launched that attack. She was deeply upset that he had really tried to kill her. It didn't happen only because she had the blessing of the stars. Anyway, she didn't plan to fight him again, but she found it interesting that he managed to defeat the two-headed ogre. He asked who she was. She realized he hadn't seen her in that form, so she let him thank her once again in the way she was known. She said to him, "Thank you for saving me," and called him adventurer. Then he recognized that she was the elf who was imprisoned in the forest. She was grateful because, thanks to him, she could pass through the barrier. As a reward, she would give him a quick and painless death. That's when she launched attacks near him, intending to finish the job with her brother. She was impressed to see that he had dodged and taken Saranti with him. She thought he was just an inexperienced boy. Ronan realized she was very strong and left Sita to take care of Saranti. Sita immediately started emergency treatment. Ronan was fed up with those rats and told her that they managed to destroy the forge and also spy on the Duke's family. And now he was crawling up to there. The one who spoke the name of their organization, Nebula Chaser, was her. She was finding each moment more interesting. She asked him if he had already met her babies, because she heard there was a bastard who got angry and was killing those who completed their tasks. Approaching him, she said she knew he was the one doing that. He was impressed because her movements were much faster than his. Even so, she was also impressed, as she thought that, for someone as young as him, he had good reflexes. No wonder all her babies had died. She continued attacking, and he kept dodging, which piqued her curiosity even more. The more he evaded, the more she wanted to know what he was hiding. When he blocked one of her attacks, he realized she was very strong and was predicting his every move. He thought he needed to end that quickly while she was still off guard. Moving into attack, he noticed that she was expecting exactly that. Blocking the strike, she told him that she really liked him, and that it would be a waste to kill him, asking why he didn't join their order. She said he could be well treated and would certainly like it. She told him that he really had no choice. She began launching attacks at his brother. She told him that, if he refused, she would kill Saranti first, that she would do it slowly and painfully. When she was launching attacks at Saranti, Sita would dodge, thus interrupting the treatment. Saranti told him not to worry and to run away, that he would be fine. She was waiting for his response, and said the fate of that elf was in his hands. Ronan said that the only decision he would make was to turn her into pieces. Attacking her, he called her a damn traitor. She said he couldn't keep acting like that if that was the case, she would want him even more. A more intense battle began. He was able to fight her on equal footing up to that point. Saranti, looking from where he was, observed the clash. He seemed to be in a lot of pain and tried to call Ronan, but he was too busy blocking and attacking that traitor. Brigia was very excited. It had been a long time since she faced someone so strong. He charged at her with great determination, but she simply grabbed his hand, stopping the sword he was using. She kept saying it would be a huge waste to kill him. She told him to be a good boy, and that if he moved she would kill him. She launched an attack, throwing him to the ground. It seemed to have quite an impact, even though he could still see when she tried to pierce him with the sword. With a very cheerful face, she said that when he opened his eyes, Starlight would be there to greet him. Badly injured and lying on the ground, Brigia was about to finish him off. When he thought that he needed to move, the mana shield blocked her attack, preventing her from piercing Ronan. She was upset because her brother was interfering again. He told his sister that he was sure he had already warned her not to mess with him. He warned that if she touched him, he wouldn't forgive her. Ronan looked at Saranti and said it was risky to do anything in that state. He said that Ronan had already done enough and had bought the time he needed to prepare. When he managed to see all that mana he had gathered, Saranti asked Ronan to stay away, using magic to push him away from there. Brigia asked him if he thought she would just sit there waiting. She was prepared to attack, but when she looked around, she realized she had fallen into a trap. The magical containment seals were everywhere. She asked how he managed to do that, as he was very injured. He told her that this was where it all would end. Forming a great attack, he was bidding farewell to his old sister. She took that entire splendid attack. Ronan was amazed by the strength of those two. He was also worried because if Saranti kept spending so much mana, it could turn out badly for him. Saranti, smiling, said he needed to end things there, even if it cost all his mana and vitality. She was screaming, asking how he used such a powerful spell and still believed in a stupid ghost. Brigia was bursting with rage, and her mana was stronger than ever. She said they were chosen disciples of the star. As long as the star's blessing was with them, no one could stop them. She said that, in other words, she didn't need to try to change his mind anymore, so she would kill him. Sita was in front of him to defend. Saranti thought that this would be his end. Then he spoke telepathically with Ronan. He told him that he had to be direct, as he didn't have much time. It seemed that she could modify attacks with a skill called Star's Blessing. Brigia's movements were restricted at the moment due to a severe injury, so she pleaded, asking him to run away so that one day she could return. She said that what happened there wasn't supposed to happen. Ronan asked why he was saying goodbye. Brigia was trying to kill Saranti. When she appeared, she said that even if she thought about giving up, it still wasn't over. There was something he didn't know for a long time, and even now, he had never run away from a fight. She asked him to believe her this time. Brigia was furious upon seeing that pillar. She said he should know his place. She launched some attacks against him, a rain of lightning bolts that he was dodging very well. Saranti took that opportunity to attack her as well. She asked her brother if he thought that attack would do anything, and she said she had the blessing of the stars and raised her sword to finish. Ronan was running towards her because he saw an opening. Her guard was down. She told him that he would never be able to lay a hand on her. That's when she realized she had lost her arm along with her sword, and more cuts as precise as that one followed. Ronan said that was exactly what he wanted her to think. She asked how he had passed through the blessing of the stars, and he replied, "Who knows?" He asked if she was curious. She believed it was impossible, but after finishing slicing her, he said that if she really wanted to know, she should ask her stupid star, because he was able to cut her. Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, bye bye. The wicked elf was so certain of her victory that she told Ronan that, upon opening his eyes, he might find himself with Starlight. She was about to deliver her sword strike. Ronan thought he needed to move, but he couldn't. That's when the mana shield protected his body. Surprised that she couldn't attack, the elf realized her brother was interfering in the fight again. Saranti, even injured and extremely weakened, was a powerful elf and still had enough energy to defend Ronan. The brother was outraged by the elf's actions, who had lost her way. With a serious tone, he warned her that if she touched him, he would never forgive her. She, however, mocked him, claiming it was risky for him to do anything in his current state. Saranti warned that he would take care of that woman since Ronan had already done enough to buy time to prepare. Then, he asked him to step back and, using his magic, hurled the young man to the other side. The treacherous elf declared she wouldn't just stand there watching. This time, she prepared a new strike. However, she halted her attack when she realized she had fallen into a trap. Several pentagrams were glowing in the sky above her. She couldn't understand how her brother, even injured, gathered enough energy to create such an effective trap. Saranti announced that this would be the moment when everything ended. Even with his heart wounded by his sister's betrayal, he knew he had to say goodbye and eliminate someone like her from the face of the earth. Then, rays of power began to dominate her body, and she screamed in a mix of pain and rage. Sitting on the ground, Ronan watched from a distance the lights trapping the elf in an attack. Even knowing Saranti's strength, he was impressed to realize that, despite being gravely injured, the elf was still so powerful. Saranti didn't let himself be defeated easily, even with severe injuries. He preferred to fight, and he thought that even if the attack consumed all of his brother's mana and vitality, he wouldn't give up because it was necessary to end that situation. Brigia, in an attempt to discredit his determination, said that a person who believed in ghosts could never dare to trap her. In a state of fury, she dissipated the attack and began walking toward him, declaring that they were both chosen disciples of the star. As long as the star's blessing was with her, no one could stop her. The elf was also no longer willing to try to change her brother's mind, so she decided to eliminate him. As she approached Saranti, she looked at him as if they were longtime enemies. Meanwhile, little Sita growled, trying to defend the elf. Saranti believed that could be his end. He attempted telepathic communication with Ronan, who quickly responded. Through this connection, Saranti said he would be direct as he didn't have much time. He warned that Brigia could modify shortcuts with an ability called the Blessing of the Stars. Upon hearing those words, Ronan remembered his past life. Saranti continued, explaining that Brigia's movements were restricted due to a serious injury. He asked Ronan to flee and prepare for the day she returned. He also said all of this had happened because of him. Ronan, surprised, wanted to understand why Saranti seemed to be saying goodbye. However, since Ronan was distant, he didn't notice that Brigia was about to eliminate his brother. When she delivered the final blow, she was surprised by the young man, who blocked the attack. Saranti was desperate to see the young man return to the battlefield. Ronan, tired of losing people around him, told Saranti that he shouldn't think about giving up. He stated that the fight wasn't over yet, and that there was something Saranti didn't know. He said he never fled from a battle, and wielding his sword he prepared for a new attack. He asked his friend to believe in his words. Those words surprised Saranti, leaving him completely shocked. The treacherous elf also couldn't believe what she was hearing since, to her, Ronan was just a brat. Driven by hatred, she said he needed to learn his place. However, the young time traveler was ready for her attack. Almost immediately, a storm of lightning surrounded Ronan, but none of it hit him. This startled Brigia, who realized her brother was interfering in the fight once again. She became irritated and stated that he was mistaken if he thought that would make a difference. Raising her sword and preparing for the final blow, Brigia declared that no one would touch her. However, before she could finish, someone faster reached her and, with their sword, severed one of the deserter elf's upper limbs. After that, he asked if that was what she wanted him to believe. Not even Saranti could believe what he was seeing. Brigia, trembling, asked how he managed to overcome the blessing of the stars. He, however, responded if she truly wanted to know. If she was curious, Brigia, in disbelief, considered all of it impossible. The attack not only severed the elf's upper limb but also gravely wounded her. Even so, she still had the strength to doubt what was happening. Disappointed, she couldn't understand how this could be real. That was when the young time traveler said she could ask her stupid star. Looking at Brigia with anger, he stated that they should seek the answer to understand how he was able to defeat her. And so, she thought it would be the end. She just needed a little more time to reach the truth. It was true that she awaited to hear eternity, but she didn't have the opportunity to understand it. Saranti wondered if she could attain the truth, although deep down, he wished it would turn out differently in the end. Ronan, weakened, stood only by leaning on his sword, and as he looked back, he thought it had been a close call. If she hadn't let her guard down because of the blessing she was expecting, he would have been the one lying there, sprawled on the ground. He recalled that, in another life, other people, besides himself, were also unable to touch the giants. Their power nullified anyone's attack. He thought of a high-ranking subordinate of the nebula, who also managed to wield power in the name of the blessing. While he observed the elf lying on the ground, he heard his name. It was Saranti's weakened voice calling out to him. She wanted to know if he was okay, and that brought Ronan back to reality. Seeing the state of his elven friend, he asked Sita what she was doing, as she had yet to use magic. Ronan asked Saranti to wait a little longer, but everything was already decided, and he assured Ronan he would be fine. The elf placed his hand on his friend's arm, with a weakened look, and stated that it was okay. However, he confessed that he was sorry and needed to ask one last favor. He wanted to be taken to the stone he considered a god. With coughing fits and extremely debilitated, he was placed near the place he so desired, accompanied by Ronan. Saranti apologized for forcing Ronan to see him in such a state, but the traveler felt guilty. Desolate with himself, he said that if it weren't for him, none of that would have happened. Saranti tried to console him. He said it was just a passing issue and that it wasn't anyone's fault. Looking into Ronan's eyes, he felt pity, knowing it would be a long journey. He told the young man that he would have to lose many things and endure much suffering. Even so, he asked him not to give up. Saranti was sure Ronan would succeed, and as he placed his hand once more on his friend's shoulder, he began to radiate an intense green light. The protagonist could barely look at him, but he realized Saranti was turning into stone. Now, Saranti found the peace he had long sought. He departed with joy and gratitude because Ronan had become the answer he had always sought. He told his friend he would continue to accompany his journey, but now he would be beside Seniel and always present with him. As the light intensified, he petrified. His aura transformed into a sphere of green light, which joined the great stone he spoke of so much. Ronan asked him to rest in peace. After that, they left the mountains and returned to the school. That was how their first adventure came to an end, marked by everything Saranti had left them. Now, he was in the director's office delivering the activity report. It was clear that, for a first adventure, things had been quite hectic. He justified that everything happened because of that insane elf. He tried to convince the director that next time wouldn't be as disastrous and asked that the club's activities not be prohibited. Krava Crater, although he didn't know Ronan well, understood that losing someone close was a complicated matter. He asked if he was truly okay. Ronan replied that if he said he was fine, he would be lying, but he knew Saranti would be sad to see him grieving in mourning. He asked the director not to worry and thanked him for his attention. The director understood and promised to let it slide this time. Although they had attacked the orc's habitat and eliminated a criminal, he couldn't punish the students for having achieved something so grand. However, he warned them not to take hasty actions again. Still, he stated that, as a director, he couldn't remain indifferent while students got hurt. Ronan, relieved not to be punished, promised to follow the rules and left in high spirits. He assured him he would return before the next adventure. He apologized for any inconvenience, and before the director could finish his sentence, he ran out. The director reflected, realizing the student hadn't been attending classes lately, perhaps unaware of what was about to begin. Shortly after, at the Special Adventures Club building, Ronan supervised the training session when he encountered Schleifen. He asked when he had returned. Schleifen said he needed to talk about the Glacier Nebula, hoping Ronan would have time to listen. When they finally met, they began their conversation. Ronan wanted to know about the progress, asking if Schleifen had dealt with the rats in his house. Schleifen reported that, over the last 15 days, they had been conducting a large-scale search. So far, they had tracked down 19 traitors, 5 of whom he had personally confronted. The others would soon be sent to Lodalen, where they would undergo proper interrogation. However, he revealed the problem. The prohibition that used to stop them from acting no longer worked. Hearing this, Ronan was stunned and wanted to understand what he meant. Schleifen explained that, as soon as the suspects were tracked, the prohibition ceased to be effective. Considering how meticulous the traitors had been, it was possible they had already found a way to nullify the prohibition. Ronan was deeply frustrated upon hearing this, knowing that he would now have to examine each of them to check their mana. Standing up, he said that was all for now and that he would bring more information as soon as he had it. Before leaving, Schleifen remarked that he looked forward to the moment Ronan could face him again, perhaps during the mid-semester exams. 2 days passed since that conversation, and news about Nebiro's mid-semester exam came to light. It would take place on an island belonging to Philion, where all the students were already gathered. The instructor announced she would be giving the exam instructions, reminding everyone that her discipline focused on real battles. She stated that she would have preferred to conduct the exam on a battlefield, but according to the school's rules, that was impossible. Although many considered this a relief, she went on to explain that, instead, the students would be scattered across the island. They would participate in a real duel without restrictions and were reassured that they didn't need to fear for their lives. A safety measure had been prepared, bracelets that, upon detecting the inability to continue fighting, would teleport the user to the plaza in Philion, where highly skilled healers would be ready to treat most injuries quickly. With this, they could fight at full strength, using any method or technique they possessed. However, only for that day, the students were instructed to seek out their companions and eliminate them as much as possible. The instructor directed that, upon hearing their names, they stepped forward to receive the bracelet. Once they put it on, they would be teleported to specific coordinates on the island. Hearing Adeshan's name, Ronan thought even the commander would participate in the exam. Some disliked the idea, arguing that she was merely an assistant and that her presence was unfair. On the other hand, some believed her participation was advantageous, thinking she was incompetent and thus would free them from taking last place. These opinions deeply annoyed Ronan, and he considered that more objective evaluations were necessary. But he feared sending Adeshan into the battlefield with limited abilities might lead to a grim fate. When his turn came, Ronan was teleported to an isolated region. He quickly noticed he wasn't alone. He ordered whoever was there to come out of hiding. One person, apparently uncomfortable, hesitated, while others hid behind a tree. All of them seemed displeased to have been teleported to the same location as that monster. Suddenly, someone jumped to attack him, but before the strike could land, Ronan noticed the movement. He approached the opponent with his sword at their neck and warned that attacking someone off guard was unacceptable. He asked if that was the behavior of his fragile junior. Irritated by the situation, those around became alert and realized that everyone teleported to the same location had formed some sort of temporary alliance. Ronan remarked that this might be the result of Filian's training, which had prepared them to handle complex situations. When an arrow was shot at him, he skillfully dodged, while the archer was hit by another attack. Observing the branch of the tree where the attacker was, Ronan said that strategy wasn't effective. The allies shouted for caution, as the ambush had failed. Everyone began to prepare. Even though Ronan was considered a monster, he was still just one, and the others had a numerical advantage. They encouraged attacking all at once. Though it took some time, everyone eventually got teleported. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, Adeshan was cornered by an opposing team. They believed she wouldn't hold out for long, and that this would be the end. One of them suggested it would be better if she surrendered. Visibly tired, Adeshan planted her sword in the ground to support herself. Adeshan was exhausted, with a fragile appearance, but she carefully analyzed the two opponents in front of her, and noticed they had let their guard down. Even Ian, the best third-year student, was among them, which perhaps explained their confidence that they wouldn't lose. However, their carelessness created openings, and Adeshan knew she only needed one chance. Seizing the moment, she raised the sword she had previously used for support on the ground and launched a swift attack against her two opponents. Their startled cries made it clear they didn't understand what was happening. There, they saw the true personality of the assistant, who wasn't as fragile as she seemed. At that precise moment, Adeshan revealed herself as a ruthless warrior, striking her opponent's vital points right at the start. However, she knew that after taking down the two, she would immediately have to face Ian. She planned to act quickly, but she was caught off guard by a well-calculated tactic. After being knocked down by Ian, he mocked her, saying she was acting like a stubborn child. He told her she should accept that she wasn't intelligent enough and that, no matter how much she fought, she would never be his equal. Smiling with disdain, he confessed that seeing her defeated was extremely satisfying. With conviction, he declared he was certain the battle was already over. Watching from a tree branch above, Ronan observed the scene. As he had expected, the confrontation reached that conclusion. However, he acknowledged that Adeshan was giving it her all. She had been brilliant in confusing her enemies and seizing the opportunity to build a solid strategy. But there was a clear difference in skill between her and the general Ian aspired to become. Ronan was thinking about this when he was surprised to see Adeshan getting back up. She was ready to face the top student again, challenging him boldly. Ian, visibly irritated, asked if she really wanted to make things even more complicated. Without hesitation, Adeshan replied that she preferred it that way, as the test wasn't over yet, and she had something bigger planned. Her determination was evident, but her initial attack had been superficial, and she knew she could do better. Ian sarcastically congratulated her, saying she was a specialist in annoying people, which cost him a devastating counterattack. While Adeshan tried to recover, he mocked her, saying it was shameful to fight against someone so insignificant. Curious, he asked what kept her convictions alive because, in his view, she had no talent, not even that of a beginner. Despite that, she continued fighting, refusing to give up, which he considered obvious desperation. With apparent honesty, he suggested that it would be better if no one knew the reason why she went so far. Adeshan, with sad eyes, thought about revealing the truth but remembered her father's words as he hugged her in front of a grave. He had told her she should become a great general. Those memories reinforced her determination. Responding firmly, she declared it wasn't about giving up or not. It was about believing that her dreams couldn't be destroyed by anyone. Ronan, still up in the tree, widened his eyes upon hearing those words. Adeshan declared that she would forge her own destiny, shouting with conviction. Ian, laughing, responded that she could keep dreaming, without even understanding her place, before he could finish his attack. Adeshan tried to grab her sword again, but before she could defend herself, Ronan appeared between them. With a precise strike, he destroyed Ian's weapon, surprising both the student and Adeshan. Turning to Ian, Ronan apologized for the interruption but made it clear that everything would end there. Although Ian had tried his best, his mistake had been letting his guard down for a moment. Adeshan could barely utter Ronan's name, seeming confused and full of questions about what had just happened. Calmly, Ronan looked at Adeshan and asked if she was okay. Still shaken, she thanked him and replied that she was. Curious, she wanted to know how he had gotten there. However, he said he would explain another time. Taking her hand, Ronan asked her to lend him a bit of her time, as there was something he wanted to hear. With the two near a cliff, listening to the sound of the waters, he mentioned his interest in why she wanted to become a great commander. Adeshan found it strange that he wanted to know this so suddenly, but noticing his seriousness, she decided to share. Even though it was a painful subject, and with her eyes fixed on the ground, filled with sadness, she gathered strength and asked if he had ever heard of the Midnight Hound. She recounted that, 10 years ago, the invasion of the Wolfmen marked the Empire's first battle in the north. The Wolfmen were determined to stop the Empire's expansion. That night, however, Adeshan lost her entire family. While they were gathered for dinner, her mother and siblings were ordered to leave immediately. Before crossing the door, her mother tried to calm her, saying she had an urgent mission and was sorry to leave her. She asked her father to take good care of their daughter. That was the last time Adeshan saw her mother and siblings. Later, she learned that the village knights had been sent to defend the castle's broken walls. However, this was part of a flawed strategy to face them, underestimating the strength of the Wolfmen's army. As a result, the village was sacrificed, and the residents received only a symbolic memorial in the cemetery. Adeshan, still a child, could not accept the justification of noble sacrifice that others gave for the incident. She believed everything could have been avoided with peace negotiations or better strategies, using the geography to the Empire's advantage. To her, those deaths were meaningless, the result of her superior's incompetence. Since then, she swore to become a perfect commander. Her goal was to ensure no one else would need a symbolic memorial and that lives would be preserved. For a moment, the two remained silent. Trying to change the mood, Adeshan apologized for the heaviness of the topic. Ronan agreed it was an unfortunate matter but said that, thanks to it, he understood something important. When she asked what it was, he stayed silent, reflecting that it would be impossible to make her give up, even if it meant bringing her closer to a tragic end. Ronan remembered Saranti and decided he could no longer be just a spectator. As they talked, someone unexpected found Ronan, bringing a presence that Adeshan found familiar. That Manhwa was known, and Ronan remarked that he had been impatiently awaiting that person's arrival. The newcomer went straight to the point, asking if Adeshan knew anything about the Shadow Manhwa. She had no idea what it was, but he explained there were specific conditions to awaken it, and believed she could master it. Ronan shared that the name came from someone he had met, who had named it so, believing Adeshan could also use it. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he told her not to worry, as he had already decided to help her. Adeshan felt comforted by those words. Smiling, Ronan affirmed he would help her in the right way and called her the Great Commander, but the moment of conversation came to an end. Without warning, he pushed her off the cliff, completing the test stage. Adeshan thanked him before being teleported back to the plaza, while Ronan, smiling, said everything was settled for now. Before leaving, he commented that third place wasn't bad and that he would see her when he returned. Now, Ronan had to face another matter. Schlieffen had finally caught up to him, staring silently. Ronan noticed that, judging by how Schlieffen had arrived, he must have already eliminated the other opponents. Schlieffen confirmed that only the two of them remained on the island and asked if Ronan knew what that meant. Ronan replied that he knew better than anyone and was ready to decide who was the best in the school. Both drew their swords, prepared for a definitive duel. After being thrown off the cliff, Adeshan awakened in the middle of Philion Academy's plaza. She realized she was completely healed and understood she had returned after being eliminated. Ronan's words still echoed in her mind. Looking around, she noticed everyone was watching the final fight on a large screen. The battle between the last two participants was fierce. The movements were so fast they were barely visible, and it seemed like Ronan was being chased. Schlieffen demonstrated an intense thirst for the battle, having long wanted to prove who was the better of the two. He had even divided his storm sword into multiple attacks, increasing the danger. Ronan, however, focused solely on continuing to evade. His opponent seemed to have no limits. Schlieffen used the Nebiro's style, known for fast and precise attacks, moving vertically to reduce counterattack opportunities. Ronan knew that if Schlieffen used his aura at maximum power, escape would be impossible. Still, he noticed something unexpected. Since capturing Dolan, Ronan had significantly improved his sword control. In the past, he was noticeably slower, but now he almost matched Schlieffen's level of strength. Hiding behind a rock, Ronan reflected on how this opponent seemed stronger than he remembered from his past life. Schlieffen, on the other hand, was impressed by Ronan. Even using the storm sword at full power, Ronan had compensated with innovative techniques. The ability to channel mana and replicate a swordsman's instructions with such perfection left him frustrated. Both were pushing their speeds to the limit, their mana reserves nearly depleted. It was clear the fight needed to end soon. Ronan knew he couldn't prolong the confrontation. Adjusting his movements, he prepared for a decisive strike. Both, almost simultaneously, reached the same conclusion. They advanced with final attacks, precise and devastating. The arena now witnessed a clash of two exceptional swordsmen, driven by an insatiable thirst for victory. Each strike seemed to cut through the air, and the defenses were executed with almost superhuman precision. The climax of the battle came with a supreme attack from both sides, leaving the question of who could block or endure it. Schlieffen realized Ronan had no other choice but to dodge the impact of the storm. However, watching Ronan's movement, he was surprised once again. Even after being hit, Ronan smiled, showing the same resilience as always. Both suffered severe blows, and the battle leaned toward a possible draw, depending only on who would fall first. Leaning on their swords, the two fighters remained standing, while the crowd in the plaza watched in total tension. Students commented, fascinated, that this fight was worthy of giants. Ade-chan overheard some saying that both should have taken separate exams due to the intensity of the confrontation. She looked at the screen again and noticed the complexity of the fight, especially the application of the Nebiro's style. Both combatants were at the limits of their strength. The next strike would determine the winner. Exhausted, the two remained in that state, sustained only by the blades of their swords. Schlieffen, with some visible wounds, commented that he had finally found a worthy rival and that he had known Ronan would reach that academy as well. It was the best decision he had ever made, and he believed Ronan felt the same. However, it was time to bring that fight to an end. He said he would do it quickly because, at that pace, the two might end up becoming too attached. Ronan, with a determined look, replied that there was no time for regrets anymore, and hoped his rival thought the same. Schlieffen asked him to give it his all with the next strike. Ronan realized that his opponent was indeed formidable. He knew he would need to win him over eventually, but first, he needed to establish the hierarchy between them. He could only do that by defeating him in that battle, so he went all in, leaving his opponent stunned. Schlieffen realized that, even wounded, Ronan managed to execute a complex attack. His speed seemed to have increased, and now Schlieffen no longer had the strength to match that pace. However, if Ronan continued to use such extreme speed, Schlieffen knew the strain on his body would become unbearable. He was aware that Ronan wasn't considering the consequences when executing that attack. Schlieffen shouted, urging Ronan to keep fighting. He drove his sword into the ground with the intention of amplifying the power of his storm sword. Ronan panicked, realizing he had been wrong to think his rival couldn't match his speed. Schlieffen didn't just stop, he was now unleashing his mana blade before them. Due to his injury, Ronan knew it would be impossible to control his mana precisely. Schlieffen had to be hurting himself as well. Ronan couldn't believe Schlieffen was so determined to win that he would push his body to such extremes. But in a way, he too was resolved not to back down, no matter how destructive the approaching storm might be. Now, both were reaching their limits. They couldn't allow this clash to end in a dull manner after investing so much into it. Ronan knew he couldn't get any closer and that everything had to be decided in that moment. Schlieffen knew exactly what Ronan's next move would be, meeting all the expectations of the fight. When Ronan realized it was a trap, it was already too late, as his opponent had put everything he had left into his attack. Schlieffen unleashed the aura of the Thunder Sword, and an intense blue glow covered much of the island. The result of the Thunder Sword was an immense and ferocious whirlwind, enveloped in blue light. This attack reached colossal proportions, and when the dust finally settled, Schlieffen was still standing with his sword planted in the ground, while Ronan was flung a great distance. Ronan, furious, couldn't believe his opponent would take the fight to such an extreme, exposing himself like that. He never imagined Schlieffen would use the storm with such intensity, even at the cost of injuring himself. Now, it was clear that Schlieffen was truly unpredictable, especially when it came to swordsmanship. Observing his rival's obsessed expression, Ronan realized this was Schlieffen's true nature. But he also thought that coming this far was undoubtedly the best decision of his life. One of them would surely walk away defeated. While still in the air, being thrown back, Schlieffen controlled his body to counter the attack and was already prepared for the final blow. With his sword ready, he positioned himself for the last strike as everyone watched intently. The crowd in the plaza was electric, everyone anticipating the conclusion of that battle. The Nebiro's structure eagerly awaited to see who would truly emerge as the best in the class. Ronan, determined, knew this would be the final blow. Both gave their all, and Ronan struck with speed and precision. His opponent tried to block, but after the dust settled, both were still standing. The fight was far from over. Neither seemed to have the strength to continue. However, Schlieffen exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore and, stumbling, fell to the ground. Ronan, though satisfied to have defeated him, was also on the verge of collapse. The final scene showed both of them on the ground, having fought until their strength was completely spent. On the screen, everyone watched in silence. A cheer erupted throughout the Academy Plaza, announcing the end of the mid-semester exam. The real battle, a display of high-level swordsmanship, had come to an end. When Ronan woke up, he realized he was back in the infirmary. Ade-chan and instructor Nebiros were present. Upon noticing their presence, Ronan asked if the fact that he was there with them meant the test was over. Nebiros confirmed but mentioned that, despite the severe consequences, the fight had been incredible, making all the destruction worthwhile. Schlieffen was also in the infirmary, but since Ronan had awakened first, it meant he had better endurance. Ronan wanted to understand what this meant. He began laughing, saying he had won, but she explained that, in reality, No one knew who had won. Both had regained consciousness at the same time, so the result was declared a tie. The two were tied for first place. Ronan wasn't very pleased with this but understood what had happened. The instructor thought he was handling the situation well, as she expected him to throw a tantrum over not being able to accept such a result. He asked what they thought he was, as he had already reflected on the fight and found it made sense. He knew his opponent was fierce, much more than he had expected, and for him, that meant he needed to train even more. The instructor was satisfied, thinking that not only were his skills maturing, but so was his mentality. She believed he was right and saw no reason for him to be upset. It had been a great experience for both of them, especially for Ronan, as he had finally managed to use mana the way he desired. He was startled and began shouting, asking if he had really used mana. Nabirose asked if he hadn't noticed that the last attack was executed with mana, as that was the true Chi sword. Reflecting on the incident, Ronan realized he had felt something different at that moment, so that's what it was. The instructor confirmed that it was indeed the Chi sword, which could only be used by those who knew how to manipulate mana. She compared it to his internal energy, which he had been mimicking up until that point. She said that if he delved deeper into it, he could reach a new dimension of power. However, judging by his reaction, Ronan still hadn't fully recognized the sensation and needed to approach it differently from other students. He didn't know when his body might impose new restrictions. The instructor asked her assistant to take him to Professor Jaredin's stone song the next day. The following day, Adeshan remarked to Ronan that it had been a long time since she had seen Professor Jaredin. She explained that he was the best at mana manipulation, frequently sought out by other professors. When students' mana became tangled or their core stiffened, they were sent to Jaredin, who easily resolved the issues. Hearing all this, Ronan thought the professor sounded incredible, but he wanted to know why Nabirose didn't like someone like him. Nabirose explained that the issue lay in the circumstances, though she wasn't sure if it was due to their differing personalities. He would understand once he met the professor. For her, the important thing at that moment was whether Ronan could still sense mana. If this professor was truly so remarkable, he might be able to help with the shadow mana, something very unfamiliar to Ronan. In his past life, he didn't know much about it, so it would be good to learn, especially since the two of them were headed there. The assistant observed when Ronan spoke with Schlieffen and asked if he was doing well. She questioned whether Schlieffen had accepted the offer Ronan had mentioned the day before, asserting that it wasn't an offer just anyone would refuse. Schlieffen, seeing that Ronan had sought him out as soon as he was discharged, thought they were on the same page. He said he wasn't satisfied with the tie either, and was already reaching for his sword to draw it. He invited Ronan to go to the training grounds and settle the fight once and for all, but Ronan had other plans. He asked Schlieffen not to look at him that way, as he wasn't happy with the result either, but he had called him for a different reason. With that, Ronan grabbed the Adventure Club registration form and excitedly showed it to Schlieffen, asking him to join the club. To persuade him, Ronan explained that he could leave school, gain real battle experience, and wouldn't get bored. Schlieffen asked if he was suggesting he ally with an enemy he planned to defeat one day. He thought it was absurd and said he didn't have time for such things. He was already leaving. She remarked that it was a shame, as the club members were planning a grand opening party. She explained that everything had been planned to coincide with the date she would head to the islands. She then mentioned her sister Iril, and upon hearing this, Ronan clenched his fists. He asked if Schlieffen's sister was moving to the islands, and he, wanting more details, asked which neighborhood she would stay in and whether he had prepared bodyguards for the moving day. Schlieffen replied that he wouldn't share anything with someone who wasn't a club member. However, he suggested that maybe Ronan should join the club. Immediately, Ronan signed up for the Adventure Club, eager to get information about Iril's moving day. He asked if he now met the requirements to know more, thinking to himself how he never imagined that Man would one day become the Lord of Grancia. Adeshan announced they had arrived. This was where Professor Jaredin was based, in Tower 41. Ronan found the situation strange. Professor's secret had been difficult, but this man seemed even more complicated. Soon, the professor appeared, asking who was the assistant of that woman with the long sword. He introduced himself in front of Ronan, a man carrying multiple backpacks piled on his back, as if he had just returned from a long journey. The assistant tried to introduce Ronan, explaining that he struggled to manifest mana and that they had been referred to Nabirose for guidance. The professor examined Ronan and, upon hearing he was sent only to address his mana manifestation issue, said he must be a promising student. Right from the start, he told Ronan to drop the formalities. He asked how prepared Ronan was, but Ronan had no idea what he was talking about. Extending his hand toward Ronan, the professor said he didn't do volunteer work and required a fee for his services. With a firm gaze, he kept staring at Ronan, waiting for him to prepare to pay. Ronan was perplexed to realize that the professor was seriously asking him for money. The professor, sarcastic, remarked that Ronan's comprehension was worthy of a rising star. He explained that resolving the issue would cost at least 10 gold coins per hour, and that price was per person, of course. Ronan realized the professor wasn't joking. He was 100% serious, and trying to extort the students. He said he didn't have money at the moment, and asked if there wasn't another way. The professor replied that there was. Simply return to where he came from. Once there, it would be great if he could arrange the 10 coins from the structure that had sent him. However, something strange bothered the professor, and he began to feel that a solution might be found. Turning around, he looked at Ronan and ordered him to follow, saying he was about to make a deal. When he looked at Ronan, the professor felt the vibration of the ring that Scienti had given him. Soon, they arrived at a strange, dirty, desolate place that resembled a prison. The moment they stepped inside, all external sounds vanished. The professor cast a spell and set up a barrier. The door's security mechanisms were reinforced with magic, and Ronan had no idea what the professor was doing. Before officially starting the conversation, the professor said he wanted to see the object in question. Ronan reached into his pocket, retrieved the precious item, and carefully handed it over. The professor examined the object and said he also found it valuable. Now that it was in his hands, he could sense it more clearly. The mana was so clear and pure it suggested a dragon had flown through there at least 2,000 years ago. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't from a dragon but an elf. He explained the conditions were simple. He would need to extract a small amount of magical power from the object. The professor had an experiment that required energy like that contained in the item. Although there were many high-ranking mages and elves in the academy, none compared to that energy. He thought the young man, still at the academy, must certainly have good connections. The professor said that if Ronan agreed, he would provide all the support he needed. Ronan remarked that it wasn't a bad offer, provided the professor also helped with the Deshin's issue. The professor assured him the amount of magical power needed was minimal, yet he added another condition. He said that if Ronan didn't want to agree, that was fine, he could simply leave. The professor tried to negotiate further, offering a 50% discount, but this didn't please Ronan much. To avoid further trouble, Ronan quickly accepted the professor's request, acknowledging his talent for negotiation. Jaredin then stated he would first resolve Ronan's issue. If the professor had sent him there, the matter must be urgent. Asking Ronan to stand up, he directed him to the magic circle where he should position himself. Ronan stepped into the circle and was examined by the professor. Jaredin observed that it hadn't been long since Ronan's senses had awakened and that there were barely any traces of magic in his body. This indicated that he had never used mana until that day. Ronan confirmed that someone had cast a curse on him, but the professor declared it wasn't just a simple curse. The small mana pathway that had opened was trying to close gradually, so Jaredin asked Ronan to wait a moment. Placing his hands on Ronan's back, Jaredin said he would channel his own mana to force it open. He warned Ronan that it would feel like a force cutting through his spine, but he should endure it as it wouldn't be unbearable. However, when he cast the spell, the sensation was far more intense than expected. Ronan screamed in pain. Ronan's friend grew worried, but the professor ignored her concerns and continued. It seemed as though the professor himself was navigating through the resistance in Ronan's body. He realized that if this continued, things could end easily. However, he sensed something approaching. The sight was so terrifying that Ronan turned pale, his eyes wide open, and he began sweating coldly. It felt as though his soul had completely left his body. Looking up, he questioned what it was. A giant eye stared back at him. How could something so strange be inside a child's body? The mere presence of that eye caused the magical formation the professor had invoked to vanish. It even released heavy magic outward, and the professor had to manage it bit by bit. Failing to contain it, the pressure became so intense that he was thrown back, suffering physical damage. The professor began vomiting incessantly, and it seemed he wouldn't stop until every bit of red liquid was expelled from his body. Ronan approached, concerned, asking what had happened. The professor, still vomiting, murmured a few words. Summoning a spell, he instructed Ronan to open his eyes. Ronan recognized that incantation. It was the same one Elizabeth had memorized. Gradually, the professor seemed to be consuming both of them. Ronan looked at the professor and noticed the deep pain he was enduring before quickly communicating with Professor Secret. She, noticing the call, asked what was happening. Upon seeing the professor who wouldn't stop vomiting, she instructed both of them to step aside, as he needed immediate care. Secret asked Ronan if the professor had channeled his mana into Ronan's body. He explained that the professor had opened the mana pathway. Secret couldn't believe the professor had made such a grave mistake. She believed that part of the curse had now entered him, mixed with the mana, and transferred to the professor's body. This was something no one could handle easily. At this rate, the professor wouldn't last long as he continued vomiting the red liquid. The professor's situation was critical. If it persisted, he wouldn't survive, and the blame lay with Ronan's curse. It was said that if he wasn't treated immediately, he wouldn't have much time left. Fortunately, the curse hadn't rooted deeply, allowing it to be removed right away. However, it was evident that Professor Jaredin was enduring immense anguish and pain until he could vomit. The curse partially within him was of a being with multiple eyes and a mouth full of white teeth. Secret shouted for Ronan to cut that thing immediately. He acted quickly and precisely. With a perfect strike, he sliced through the curse, just as he always did with his opponents, making the small multi-eyed monster disappear. Ade-shan approached to check if everything was all right while the professor wiped his mouth. The situation improved slightly, and the professor thanked them, saying he had survived thanks to Secret. He explained that if the curse had rooted deeply, there would have been nothing left to do. However, he had already been warned. Before this, the professor had received a visit from a student with the worst curse he had ever seen. However, Professor Jaredin had no idea that the student would turn out to be Ronan himself. When Ronan returned and asked if the professor was feeling better, the professor said he had gained valuable experience thanks to Ronan and hadn't imagined such a powerful curse could exist. Despite this, he said he had already fulfilled his promise and asked Secret to examine him. Secret's eyes widened as she asked what he meant. Looking at Ronan, she realized mana was flowing through his body. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was faint, but the mana pathways, the mana meridians, were open. Secret asked if he had recently done anything to undo the curse, as though he had fallen into a place filled with cursed oils. It didn't make sense, but the curse that blocked the mana meridians had weakened. From that moment on, there was a strange power corroding the curse, like rain and wind erode a rock. Secret concluded that the curse was constantly trying to close the meridians, but thanks to that unknown power, and the fact that Professor Jaredin had widened the meridians, now closing them wouldn't be an easy task. Ronan was overjoyed because this meant he could use mana. The professor explained that, technically, it could take some time before Ronan could use it freely. This was due to the curse still attempting to take control over his meridians. However, if he trained every day, it might take around 20 years. Ronan became irritated and said he couldn't wait that long. The professor said that, with proper training, he could achieve it in less time, though it would be a risky process. It could put his life at risk, but there was a method to reduce the time. Professor Jaredin stated that it would depend on Ronan's efforts. He explained that Ronan would need to use the mana practice method he had invented and asked him to listen carefully. Placing his hands on Ronan's back again, the professor explained that the amount of mana he could handle was minuscule. He had just opened Ronan's meridians, but even so, they were narrower than those of other students. If Ronan learned the method, he could train his meridians, possibly increasing the amount of mana he could control. This would take at least 5 years. The professor channeled his mana and allowed Ronan to sense the pathways of his own meridians. Although it was risky, Ronan needed to try. The professor instructed him not to rush and to guide the mana as carefully as possible. The mana would be supplemented by the professor's own mana, and Ronan had to follow the path it outlined. Little by little, Ronan moved slowly, trying to follow the instructions. His mana would transform into power, and the environment around him lit up with his presence. The professor asked if he understood, and Ronan said he did and that he would try. The professor was uneasy, as he had only guided Ronan through the pathway once, yet he had already memorized everything. Ronan's control was flawless, and the professor was astonished to recognize Ronan's talent. The structure he had observed earlier, particularly in Ronan's eyes, was truly unique, and thanks to him, the professor wouldn't have to deal with the curse again. The professor instructed Ronan to repeat the process every day, whenever he had the opportunity. Ronan was satisfied, finally understanding what mana was, and he realized he was changing. He recalled the initial scene, standing amidst piled-up bodies. He felt that he was constantly distancing himself from his past. At that moment, simply having mana was enough, and he was deeply grateful to the professor. He said he now understood why the professor had charged such a high fee. However, the professor collapsed to the ground. Ronan shouted for the professor, who reached out to him, grabbing his shirt and saying he had fulfilled his promise. He said Ronan should fulfill his as well. Ronan said he understood and asked the professor to take care of himself first. The professor said his body didn't matter. What truly mattered was something that needed saving, even if it required sacrificing lives. And as he said this, an image of the laboratory appeared. A beautiful girl seemed to need help, and the professor begged Ronan to deliver what had been agreed upon quickly. Ronan didn't seem to hear or didn't believe the professor's words, noticing that he was not in his right mind. It was then explained that the professor wasn't exerting himself but was dealing with a temporary impulsive disorder. Apparently, the item was necessary for the professor's research. Secret, feeling for her friend, questioned how long he would remain stuck in the past as another magic circle was drawn. When Secret hoisted the professor onto her shoulders, she was leaving with Ade-shan, who urged her to move quickly as the nearest clinic was in Lection Hall. They believed they could get there in 5 minutes but found the doors locked. The security spells on the doors were strengthened, so the professor said they would have to turn back. He warned that wasn't the right door and insisted the door they needed to open was the other one. He kept muttering that he needed to descend before the rose wilted, but the professor seemed increasingly less lucid. He spoke about saving the flower before it withered, so they descended, using the illumination from the stairs below. Ade-chan covered her mouth and asked what was going on. Ronan replied that he didn't know what was happening but suspected they had seen something they weren't supposed to. There was a girl inside a glass compartment filled with water, and beside her, several roses bloomed in an intense red. Ronan concluded that the chaos the professor was causing was related to that woman. At least, that's how it seemed at first. He placed the professor on the ground and asked them to care for him while he searched for something useful. Ronan thought he had identified the ingredients, but they all seemed suspicious. There were signs that experiments had been conducted on living monster bodies. It was clear this wasn't an ordinary experiment. Just by looking, it was evident the professor had exceeded all limits. Seeing a book on the table, Ronan wondered what Professor Jaredin was up to. The professor said he was almost finished and was waiting a little longer for word from someone named Sunya. On a specific day and month of the imperial calendar, unfortunately, he had failed to preserve her body. As long as Professor Jaredin kept that shell intact, he firmly believed he could bring her back to life. Even though everyone said resurrection magic had no precedence for success, he never gave up. Those were the records of his battle to save his wife. That was already his 54th attempt at resurrection. Even the golden heart he had acquired from the northern black market had failed to work. On the 76th attempt, the Mage Tower removed him from his position due to his lack of progress. Without a salary, he couldn't continue his attempts and needed a way to earn money. With the help of Director Crater, who offered him a teaching position, he moved his wife to the Mage Tower. He hated teaching fools, but he had no other choice, and it was the only way to earn enough money for her. By the 134th attempt, there was still no progress in his experiments. Ronan was reading the professor's journal, and wondered why a professor would be so desperate for money. The truth was that the ingredients involved couldn't be obtained easily. They couldn't be acquired by ordinary means. So, in the end, it was all because of love. Ronan remembered times in his past life when humans lost everything because of mad love. It seemed this man was acting the same way. The problem was that such people never met good ends, especially because others exploited their vulnerability to get close to them. While reading the journal, Ronan noticed a suspicious note. It said the professor believed Ronan wanted to accept the deal with the rebel crowd. Ronan thought the note had been sent by the rebel crowd. He doubted it could happen, but at that moment, someone arrived and asked what he was doing. Ronan was caught off guard by the professor, who asked if he was meddling with his things. Ronan widened his eyes, quickly closed the journal, and said he wasn't doing anything. Calmly, the professor stated that Ronan was looking for something that could help with his recovery. He added that someone like Ronan, who couldn't use mana properly, wouldn't understand even if he saw something. However, Ronan was secretly taking the suspicious note with him. Later that night, in a place resembling a cave, someone said they had found him without difficulty. They mentioned he seemed hesitant, but that the deal was only a matter of time. Since he was desperate for the essence of fresh nectar, only that master could produce it. The person with the cup of nectar appeared to hold the key to Jaredin's downfall. He was being destroyed for the sake of a single woman. The onlookers believed humans were fools. Meanwhile, at the professor's tower, Jaredin handed the item back to Ronan, saying the extraction had been successful. Ronan observed it but didn't think anything had changed. He asked what the professor had done, and Jaredin explained he had only extracted a small portion. He mentioned that the amount of magical power inside the ring was immense. Still, thanks to Ronan, he could easily solve one of the difficulties in his next experiment. Ronan was also satisfied, as, without the professor, he would have needed to wander around to get healed. Moreover, he sensed the professor had feelings for what he saw in the lab. The professor admitted it was shameful on his part but asked Ronan to keep it a secret. Anna, on the other hand, said she didn't want to involve herself in others' matters to avoid creating problems for him. She glanced at Ade-chan and remarked that she would handle her case another day since her problem wasn't as complicated as Ronan's. However, she noted that Ade-chan also possessed quite ordinary energy. As they returned to the academy, the two said their goodbyes. Each went their separate ways, but somehow Ronan had managed to take something. It contained evidence linking the rebel crowd to the order and indicating the professor was aligned with them. When Ronan opened the item, he found it strange. There was nothing written, just dried nectar. Then he realized it was encrypted text. Using magic, it would be a hassle. He wasn't sure if he should ask for help, but the text began to take shape. A massive amount of mana formed around it. Someone remarked that it was a letter written using vampire magic. The person approaching was Ophelia, already carrying Sita on her shoulders, and she commented that she hadn't expected to see Ronan there. She seemed happy to see the headquarters of the Special Adventures Club again. Ronan remarked that she had surprised him since, After leaving with Sita a few days ago for her research, he hadn't heard from her. He thought she had been busy and asked about the research. She said it was going well and that she had made significant progress thanks to him and Sita. As a token of gratitude, she had taught Sita the nectar magic. Unaware of how he had gotten a nectar letter, she asked if he was referring to the paper. She explained that it was the basis of that magic, allowing someone to compress a lot of information. That was why vampires used it when conspiring, explaining to him that if infused with mana in that way, the information would remain hidden. She then read the text, which stated that if one wanted to obtain the essence of fresh nectar, they should go to a place called the Nectar Hook. She asked if Ronan could see the hidden information, and he wanted to know what the essence of fresh nectar was. He knew it was the ingredient mentioned in the professor's diary, and thought it might be needed for the next experiment. It was a relief to know that the rebellious crowd wasn't the Nebula in disguise, and now he wanted to understand who the Nectar Hooks were. Ophelia explained that the Nectar Hook was behind this, and Ronan asked if she knew these people well. She explained that the Nectar Hook was a new organization, composed of young vampires, less than 200 years old. They were immature youth trying to revive the vampire species, carrying out macabre actions, but she didn't want to go into more detail. They possessed a rare item, even among vampires, the essence of fresh nectar. She asked who the original owner of the paper was since someone had agreed to the offer. Ronan remained silent, looking down, and said he was being honest. She was surprised to learn it had been in Jaredin's laboratory. She thought something strange was indeed happening. She spoke about the professor, who had once been one of the best mages in the Tower of Full Moon Mages. However, now, he was no longer the same. She wondered if it was good to know that the man who was once one of the greatest mages still had some relevance. Ronan was satisfied since it seemed he wasn't in immediate danger. He thought he might be able to handle all of this. If the professor was that strong, Ronan believed he could easily deal with these people with just a few simple moves. However, if what they wanted was the essence of fresh nectar, that completely changed the situation. It was a fusion of inherent mana formed within vampires who had used nectar magic for a long time. Something like that was special, containing an incredible amount of nectar magic. It would have extraordinary efficacy depending on how it was used. However, if the owner of the nectar essence didn't activate the power themselves, the magic would become a useless red stone. In other words, without the vampire's cooperation, it was impossible to obtain the full essence. Ronan didn't like what he heard. Just when he thought he had no choice but to accept the offer for the professor, he realized that the Nectar Hook's proposal might be surprising. Night quickly fell, and all the vampires were outside the cave. They asked if he was the new king candidate the master had mentioned. Was he the great mage Jaredin Stone Song? The vampires wondered if that human was really as impressive as a mage. None of them felt a great energy coming from him. Since they felt nothing, they thought it best not to let their guard down. Perhaps he appeared that way at his peak, but he was someone who could even face the Sword Saint. They all greeted him with politeness and kindness. However, Ronan asked where the master was. They said he was waiting inside and that he could remove his hood first. They said they needed to verify his identity, just as a precaution. However, Ronan remarked that since the group was called the Nectar Hook, everything seemed staged. Yet he felt like he was dying of fear. After removing his hood, he asked if that was sufficient. They said yes, thanked him for the clarification, and said they would guide him. One of the vampires sensed something strange and thought Jaredin Stone Song was supposed to be a mage. However, he was carrying a sword. The vampire then asked if he had noticed the sword. Ronan, staring at the man, began unsheathing the sword, and the vampire crouched in fear, saying he had seen nothing. Still, something strange had occurred. The only response Ronan gave them was to push them away, as he couldn't allow his false identity to be revealed. Someone was observing what was happening from the outside and thought the person merely wanted a direct passage to hell. Seeing through the disguise, they realized the professor was just a young swordsman. For better understanding, it was necessary to go back a few days when Ronan was talking to Ophelia. She told him that she had made the metamorphosis potion as he had requested. She warned him that with it, he would only have 30 minutes to remain in the professor's form. Unfortunately, the effect didn't last long, but it was enough to deceive the eyes of the members of the Nectar Hook. Ronan thanked her and said that if it was difficult for her, he understood. She was worried, asking if he would be okay on his own. Even though the vampires were immature, they were from a half-century generation. She knew how skilled he was but still thought she should go with him. Ronan, however, didn't want her to oppose her own kind, assuring her there was no need to worry. Nothing would happen, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of anyone who got in his way, especially at this moment. He was handling the situation well, so much so that it didn't even seem real, and when one of the vampires grew suspicious, he silenced him immediately, forcing him to stay quiet. From that moment, Ronan answered all the questions asked, unless he wanted to end up as a vampire skewer. After properly interrogating the vampire, Ronan walked down a corridor and was surprised to find no traps. When he mentioned there were none, the vampire didn't believe him and failed to spare his life. Ronan felt something strange since the beginning, perhaps due to the patterns on the walls and the atmosphere. It felt like a déjà vu experience, as if he had seen it before. Then he was called by the power of the nectar and realized there was something more important to do at that moment. A strong scent of nectar emanated from all sides, passing through the door behind him. He knew what was happening inside, but it had to be intense for the odor to penetrate the thick wall. Looking through the door, he saw a vampire eating a snack and drinking juice. Other vampires were feeding, which made his stomach churn. Someone inside the room confirmed his arrival. They asked if his journey had been long and exhausting, addressing him as the professor, pretending not to know the truth. The blonde woman, who introduced herself as Zwei von Arnschifel, the leader of the Nectar Hook, apologized for the mess. She explained that he had arrived earlier than expected. She said that if he hadn't had dinner, he could join them. Ronan tried to calm himself since he no longer sensed any signs of life from those around him. Now, he had to focus on his main goal. He thanked her, saying he'd save it for another occasion, as he felt nauseous and wasn't in the mood for dinner. The vampire, however, said there was no need to feel overwhelmed to receive such an excellent talent. Of course, they had put in a little more effort. After all, it had been a while since the last meeting of the Nectar Hook. It was to see how serious he was, and she said they trusted he could obtain the essence of fresh nectar. Ronan didn't care and wanted to know the conditions. The vampire said he should already have guessed. It would be done through a nectar pact, risking his life, and he would have to become one of them. He found the request ridiculous, but the vampire lamented that he thought that way, as it was far more significant than a simple offer. She added that it was an opportunity to rid himself of his inferior human body. They would bring new life to the clan, and to do so, they needed to overthrow the old generation, entrenched in pessimism. She was offering the chance to be at the forefront of a historic moment, for the pride of their race's rebirth. Ronan, looking at her, said he wasn't sure about it at that moment, and thought everyone there was equally insane. Laughing, he said that, as a human, it would be hard for him to understand their profound intentions. The vampire then ordered him to consider something important, as this was his only chance to obtain the essence of black nectar. She assured him the pact couldn't be broken. There was no other way to obtain the essence, as it was a rare item even for them. Ronan, judging by the atmosphere, realized she didn't intend to let him leave if he refused. She asked if he was sure of his conclusion, and if that helped him think better. He shouldn't try to resist, as he should already have noticed the mana flow was abnormal. The magical tools they had installed were of the highest quality, and no matter how skilled he was, there was no escaping the situation they had set up. Even if he used magic, his core would soon shatter, leaving him unable to use mana for the rest of his life. The vampire suggested he think positively, as things had already reached that point. She added that she wanted his beloved wife to become a tasty nectar bag, just like those others. Ronan was urged to accept the pact, which was about to conclude, but as they placed a hand on his shoulder, he remarked that they had all represented themselves quite well. He claimed he couldn't do it since he couldn't use magic. It was fortunate he had come in place of the professor, but the vampire, perplexed, asked who he really was. She wanted to know how he had managed to get inside, and he replied that how he got there wasn't important. In the next instant, he eliminated all the little bats, and declared that their extermination day had arrived. She was furious and demanded to know who Ronan thought he was. She couldn't believe his audacity. With incredible speed, he closed the distance between them before she could react. She didn't even notice his movements. By the time she realized, she was already standing before him, trying to cast magic, but she lost her hand. One by one, her hands were severed, followed by her upper and lower limbs being removed from her body. The disadvantage was glaring. She could never have imagined that this could happen at the hands of a mere human. She wanted to know how that cursed human was capable of such feats, claiming there was no way he could survive after doing something like this. Out of patience, Ronan decided to end the fight, throwing her aside. He told her to stay quiet for a while and said he would deal with her until the very end. The servants couldn't believe their leader had been defeated so easily, unable to defend herself. They thought that human wasn't normal and called everyone to confront him. They were supposed to be ready for battle since those little monsters used nectar as a weapon. Observing them, Ronan noticed it was true. They were all preparing to fight. One of them used an ability called Nectar Swamp, but Ronan didn't know what those puddles were. The vampires mocked him, saying his feet were stuck and that they could attack him all at once. Even in this condition, they were no match for Ronan, who was incredibly skilled with his sword. One by one, he easily defeated his enemies, no matter how many attacked simultaneously. It seemed like child's play to fight those monsters. The vampires were clearly at a disadvantage. However, Ronan knew they were all fast, and their regeneration ability was irritating. One vampire used what appeared to be a nectar pistol and attempted to shoot Ronan. Until that moment, he had been dodging all the shots, demonstrating skills that rivaled those of an intermediate-ranked mage. Ronan thought that if this was the fighting power of the nectar hook, it was far too easy for him. Despite facing challenges, he handled most of them with ease. The vampires couldn't believe what they were seeing or how it was possible, especially in this vacuum where humans couldn't use mana. In a state where the vampire's magic was restricting his movements, how was Ronan still able to move? It reached a point where they doubted if Ronan was even human, staring at him in disbelief. The remaining vampire stood frozen, unsure of what to do. He was on the verge of defeat, the last one left. Ronan said their efforts were commendable, but he had only been pretending to be stuck. He apologized for it. His sword was special, capable of absorbing nectar, and the vampire thought he should flee as quickly as possible. However, he didn't have that option. Ronan wouldn't let him escape. Soon, the vampire was split in half, and Ronan, looking at the scene with a ribbon on his shoulder, said it was his fault for trying to run. He wasn't satisfied, feeling that he had already caused enough trouble for those vampires. He turned to the vampire leader and said that now she would be next. The vampire leader slowly began to wake up, feeling pain, as if a tree had pierced through her chest. However, it was Ronan who was driving the sword into her leg. Looking at her with a cold gaze, he said he was worried. He thought she hadn't survived, but she couldn't understand. The pain was constant, and nothing seemed to make sense. She thought about how this cursed child had eliminated every member of her team. After a moment, Ronan apologized for revealing the true condition of her friends. Smiling, he asked her to hand over the essence of fresh nectar, still maintaining a polite tone. However, nothing made sense to her. She didn't understand why she still felt so much pain, or how any of this was happening. He screamed in anger, thinking that if it weren't for Ronan, he could have saved all those monsters. He felt as though he had finally gone mad. He asked Ronan who he thought he was talking to, but when he turned around, he saw someone. This person said they wouldn't repeat themselves, that human needed to get out of the way. Ronan was easily thrown aside. After being grabbed by the throat, the stranger warned that if Ronan had any hostile intentions, he would be finished right then and there. It didn't seem to be the case, as the man looked at the vampire and said she was a disappointment. When she made the proposal, she had promised to bring Jared into that location but had failed. Now, she was in that pathetic state. She was trembling, and the man said he couldn't even see her reasoning anymore, as she had failed. Because of this, he would take back the essence of fresh nectar, something Ronan didn't understand. Quickly, the magic was performed, and only an aged person remained. The vampire begged for another chance, but the man said he couldn't just stop everything and walk away. He said that if Ronan was truly the rightful owner of the essence, he needed to hand it over. Pointing his sword at Ronan, the man warned that otherwise, he wouldn't leave in one piece. The vampire sarcastically commented on the man's unprecedented arrogance, and found his words intriguing. He wanted to know what Ronan would do if he refused and approached him. Ronan replied that he'd simply beat him until he handed it over. The vampire then said that the boy's fangs were sharper than he had imagined and that perhaps he was worthy of embodying his name. He grew curious about whether Ronan had other talents. He said he would give Ronan a little help and asked him to show his best. Then, the vampire cornered him. Ronan used his bloodthirsty slash, but the vampire was prepared to block and did so perfectly. That was when the master decided to use a nectar pistol. Ronan started wondering what that could be. It was the same skill that other vampires had used against him. That vampire used it in a broader and clearly more powerful way, making it harder to defend against. Ronan had never seen anything like it in his entire existence, and realized the man was only compensating for his magic. He noticed that Ronan was cutting off his own mana. At first, he didn't have high expectations, but it turned out to be interesting. The vampire asked if he really was the leader of the mosquitoes and told Ronan to stop acting like a zombie. Ronan, in turn, told the vampire to shut up and just hand over the essence, as it was the only thing keeping him there. The vampire sarcastically said he loved that kind of spirit and used an even more powerful skill. He promised to show proper respect for bringing him some entertainment, but someone arrived and ordered them to stop. The vampire couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was none other than Ophelia de Night. Unexpectedly, Ophelia de Night arrived and greeted the vampire named Balzark. She said it wasn't a pleasure for him. Ronan asked what she was doing there, and Ophelia asked him not to interfere. The most important thing, she asked, was if he knew the mosquito. Ronan replied that yes, it was Barshaba. Barshaba, relative of the Duke of Shadows who controlled the vampire world, was the second in command, the strongest who assisted the Duke. It was this man who stood before him. However, Balzark said he never would have imagined seeing her in a place like that. He truly missed her and asked how she had been. It was very surprising, as 83 years had already passed. He also asked why she was interfering in matters with that boy. She replied that trivial things like those didn't matter. She thought what truly mattered was whether they were still together. Ophelia then said she was sorry, but it wouldn't be healthy for him to approach her due to the incidents of that day. Upon hearing those words, he was filled with rage and closed his eyes. She continued, saying it felt like a nightmare that wouldn't leave her mind, that she could still feel her touch in his arms. She didn't know how he was capable of doing something so horrible, and every time she looked at him, she was reminded of it. Balzac thought she simply needed a bit more time to forgive him, even knowing he had no choice and needed to stop her younger sister from harming the Duke. It was true that her sister wasn't thinking straight at the time. She seemed fascinated by something. But Balzac also knew he couldn't undo what happened that day. He stated that he understood her feelings. Ronan watched the two of them, not fully understanding what was happening, but it seemed the conversation was coming to an end. Ophelia then asked how Balzac had started working with nectar hooks since the man she knew didn't work with children. She also wanted to know if he had anything to do with Jared and Stone Song. Balzac, smiling, began to explain. The man she had met would have a good reason for it, as he had an unfinished fight with Jaredin. Coincidentally, he encountered him on the western side of the continent and fought against him, with a fighter's pride on the line. Throughout his life, Balzac had fought many strong people with incredible skills, but only a few were truly remarkable. If the sunrise hadn't interrupted the fight, he was certain it would have been one of the best battles of his life. After that, he decided to pursue Jaredin again, but he had disappeared so perfectly that Balzac couldn't find even a trace of him. Years went by while he tried to suppress an insatiable thirst. Then, those children came to the castle with an offer. They claimed to have discovered Jaredin's whereabouts. Balzac assured them he would take them to him, and would also turn Jaredin into a being like them. That would be fascinating. Although he knew they were planning to enjoy endless battles, it didn't matter to him. At most, it would be a fight of a few children, and in the end, all of it would be in vain. All of this, however, was thanks to the human who was after him, who began drawing Ronan's attention. Balzac thought that even with Ronan's power restrained, the fact that he managed to react, even if only for a moment, could only mean that, perhaps in 5 years, he would become a rival capable of putting a sword to his neck. Ronan possessed a strange energy, something even Balzac had never felt before. That was a great victory for him. However, for now, Balzac couldn't repeat that and couldn't harm Ophelia a second time. So, he simply handed over the essence of fresh nectar to the human, to avoid further breaking her heart. As he handed over the essence, Balzac said it was the fresh nectar Ronan had been seeking. Ronan asked if it wasn't extremely valuable to the vampires. Balzac replied that it was, and explained that most vampires would never have the opportunity to obtain an essence like that. He needed to offer it to the future prey who had caught his attention, as a well-deserved gift for a friend he hadn't seen in more than 80 years. Ophelia simply looked on in silence. Focusing his energy on one hand, Balzac threw it against one of the walls and asked them to observe. He warned that looking at it would hurt because he felt a strange energy coming from behind the wall. However, he would take his leave. He hoped that next time they met, Ronan would be stronger. That way, the fight would be even more enjoyable. But he also didn't think Ronan had been overly flashy until the end, despite sensing a strange energy. He looked to the corner and thought it might be something dangerous, but setting it aside, he returned to the tower. There, he handed the essence of fresh nectar to Professor Jaredin and, smiling, said he had worked hard to obtain it. The professor thanked Ronan, who clenched his hand in a gesture of gratitude. He knelt, emotional, and thanked the young man, saying he was deeply grateful. Ronan, on the other hand, was upset because the professor didn't even give him time to finish bragging. Outside, the presence of the vampire who had handed over the fresh nectar essence was felt. Observing, he said there was nothing more boring than someone losing the fighting spirit. He told Ophelia he was after Ronan and went to meet him, merely out of curiosity about how his rival was doing. He assured her he wouldn't do anything more than that, and that she didn't need to worry. She said she knew he wasn't the kind of person to do dishonorable things. Ophelia needed to tell him something. She thanked him for helping a friend of hers. This left Balzac both excited and speechless. Smiling, he said there had been great progress over the past 83 years, and although he would like to stay forever, he regretted that he couldn't. He needed to return because, even among vampires, there was an evil group causing trouble. As far as he knew, it was those vampires who had incited the nectar hook. If she needed him, she could reach out. She simply listened to his words and watched him leave. Then, she made a rose of red nectar and said he would always be the eternal rose. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the professor continued to thank him on his knees, trembling with emotion. After that, Professor Jaredin Stone Song conducted experiment number 144. Using the mana of the Saranti. The energy of the fresh nectar, given the circumstances of the experiment, would take some time to yield results. However, the weight brought joy to the professor and gave him hope to keep on living. The professor wanted to say it earlier, but hadn't had the chance. Now, he was telling Ronan that he had changed a lot. That mysterious energy attacking the curse within his body had grown much stronger. He wondered if something could have happened while fighting the members of Nectarhook. He recounted that many things had occurred, but in summary, he was lucky after making a hole in the wall. Upon entering through it, he noticed a familiar energy and realized he was right not to believe a place like that could exist. There, he found an idol of Senial, and that massive rock emanated in energy. As it was hidden, no one knew of its presence. That place must have been the ancient territory of an abandoned sanctuary, brimming with immense energy. The rock began to glow incessantly, and the energy from that idol started to pour into his body. He could feel it with his hands. The professor observed Ronan's hands but also couldn't understand what had happened. If it was luck, it was unbelievable, but thanks to that energy, his meridians had grown stronger. They still needed repair, but with all of this, he could begin to wield mana to a considerable extent. The professor thought it didn't need to be said, as Ronan likely felt it himself already. He believed that, at this rate, Ronan could use the true Chi sword, rather than just an imitation of it. For days passed, and in the city near Mount Ramaria in Marba, people were busy fleeing. Even the heavily armed soldiers were behaving as Schlieffen had previously described. A wyvern was said to have appeared, and Ronan confirmed it from atop his horse, accompanied by his team. The reason they had gone randomly to Ronan's hometown, in the Ramaria Mountains, was precisely that. This had happened 4 days ago. Before Iroh left home, Ronan received unexpected news from Schlieffen. The monsters around Mount Ramaria were in a state of frenzy for unknown reasons. Fortunately, the damage hadn't yet reached Nimbutan, and a few knights from the Grancia family had been dispatched. That morning, witnesses claimed to have seen a wyvern in the mountain skies. Due to its ability to fly and the capacity to wield deadly venom in its claws and fangs, even mercenaries were fearful. If an entire pack were to gather, they couldn't guarantee Iroh's safety. That was Schlieffen's opinion, and so they decided to prepare. To anticipate her relocation earlier than planned, Iroh was annoyed at him for ruining her moving plans. Schlieffen remarked that once she was safe, he would wipe out the bloodline of every monster. Anna asked him to stop muttering because they were about to split up. She didn't mention that Asel would follow farther behind. Schlieffen didn't understand why they wanted to separate when she said she would check the area. Something made Schlieffen uncomfortable, so he commented that she shouldn't try to bother his sister. However, since he needed to check on something, there was nothing he could do. The longer he delayed, the worse it would be. Charging ahead, he shouted that Iroh couldn't run another moment. Ronan stayed behind, shaking his head in disapproval. Asel wanted to know what was making Ronan uneasy. He explained that the once peaceful monsters had started acting up, and large monsters had begun to appear. That pattern was already familiar since the same had happened in Great Cappadocia and the Vadian Mountains. Because of the actions of those damned individuals, just thinking about the minds behind that incident, they were also a Nemeliclasia, but for now, it was just a hunch, and they wanted to investigate further. When he thought about the prohibition no longer working, the only ones he could find were them. With that special mana, he seemed to be close to the monsters that were gathering. Someone, atop a bird, watched and believed they would subdue all the land monsters in the area for now. But it was a pity, because if not for Lord Voron's orders, he would have severely punished the faithful in that area. There was nothing to be done. It was the will of the one who would become the new executive, and the monsters growled, seeming to understand. The man, atop one of them, wanted to know what was wrong, as if they were terrified. They shouldn't feel that kind of emotion, given the brainwashing he had done himself. The cause of their fear was the shadow of a superior creature, whose presence alone caused panic. A diabolical being, capable of subduing all those monsters at once, instilling fear even in that commander. Looking at that enormous, sinister thing with black tiger-like paws that seemed wrapped in darkness, he didn't think there was a chance it could be what he truly suspected, but there it was, hiding. The beast was faster, and the man only had time to utter, "Nebula Clasier," but that command no longer worked. The giant monster hurled the man to the ground. It was massive, with tiger-like spots. He finished the man with a single strike, causing fear and astonishment among all the other monsters gathering around. Annoyed by the presence of so many monsters, he began defeating all of them within seconds. He showed that his imposing presence was more than just a display. For those so terrified they couldn't even show their faces, the hunt had just begun. For he was the sword saint, Jaipa Turgum. The route Ronan had chosen was under control, and he wasn't pleased about it. They were not a normal group of werewolves. They ordered everyone to stop, as entry through that gate was impossible. From the castle, aside from the parts related to that day, they would have to take another route or wait for a new opportunity. It was made clear that these were the orders of the elite forces of the Imperial Commander's army. Currently, they were working on subduing the monster Jaipa Turgung, and upon hearing that name, Ronan immediately remembered. He was the commander of the strongest elite forces and also the one who defeated the writer Nebiros. He had become the strongest swordsman of the empire, the Sword Saint Jaipa. Asel believed he was the Sword Saint and personally wanted to state that the situation was serious. She found it troubling that the strongest force in the empire had mobilized for a few reasons. It seemed her guess was correct. The Glacier Nebula was involved in that act, and she asked Ronan to be ready for telekinesis. Ronan told her they would pass through the walls to investigate the nearby forests. Their tracks were definitely there, and in the forest, the sealed monsters hovered above. Alongside the masters who had sealed them was also the woman who stood atop one of them. She was worried because she had lost communication with her brother after the bond was broken. Something was undoubtedly wrong. She had told him to be ready before the operation began. Something had certainly changed. Thus, she needed to take action, as those plans revolved around the wyvern. If she engaged in combat and lost power, it would be problematic. And if something went wrong with the plan, the situation would worsen. Varan, for sure, would not forgive her. She considered moving only along the planned route. Her role was to maintain the brainwashing. That was when Ronan saw the monsters flying in the sky, and his eyes lit up because he had found what he was looking for. He asked Asel to begin the telekinesis, which caught her attention. He had thrown a giant rock toward one of the monsters, and the woman had no idea where it had come from. Meanwhile, Asel perfectly manipulated her telekinesis. She used her powers to keep the plan in motion, exerting a little more energy to explode the large rock. This caused one of the monsters to become disoriented, disturbing the peace of the others. The woman was startled by a rock of that size. Being manipulated in that way, it had to be a high-level mage from the mage's tower. She understood what it meant when someone was being thrown and controlled by telekinesis. And it seemed as though the same person was wielding a sword ready to dominate the undead. Ronan remarked that the size was perfect to test the chi sword, as he believed it would be the perfect monster to challenge. Even he was surprised because it was stronger than expected. The current range and strength were incomparable. Meanwhile, the woman witnessed such power and the scale of his strength, and she was shocked to see a monster fall. It seemed that even seeing it, she couldn't believe what was happening, and she wanted answers to understand how it had happened. She was so engrossed that she didn't notice when Ronan approached her from behind, also standing atop the monster. He told her it was obvious that such large creatures could move undetected in that area. Ronan, smiling, said she had outdone herself and called her a rat. She immediately armed herself with a pentagram. She began to say something, but Ronan didn't let her finish and severed the upper part of her body. He smiled, saying it was cruel, but he was still learning. He had tried to cut only her hand, but it seemed he went a bit too far. Seeing the red liquid bubbling, she felt pain and lay on the monster, beginning to cry. Ronan felt pity seeing that she was suffering. Or perhaps she was just a low-level fool. Surely, she wouldn't have been capable of planning something like this. She, trying to suppress the pain, said she needed treatment, but he told her to be quiet. Countless villages had been destroyed because of them, yet she was whining over an arm. Either she swallowed her tears and answered or told him what their plan was and what they wanted. He asked what they were planning. The woman was so terrified she couldn't even speak. Even though she was scared, she declared that as the torch chosen by the light of the stars, she would ruin his mission. She began concentrating chi in her hands, saying she couldn't allow him, a heretic, to destroy anything. Ronan noticed the energy shifting, but it was a little late. He asked what she was trying to do. She was signaling the larger monster to approach them, and it was descending rapidly. As the monster approached, Ronan glanced to the side and thought, "What's happening?" The giant wyvern was there. The beast growled, signaling a warning, and Ronan thought it was so high up he couldn't feel its presence. However, realizing it was there didn't change the facts. That monster was definitely the opposite of the weaklings she had faced before. It was huge and strong. As the monster neared them, the woman told him to simply accept death. However, a light emerged from below, piercing through the monster. The woman was startled. Ronan, too, was astonished. Someone had split that monster in half. Ronan looked and realized it was him, and when the woman noticed it as well, she was stunned. She couldn't believe something of that magnitude was there and screamed at him. She didn't know it was Jaipa, the Sword Saint, who appeared to be heading toward them. He was a beast man, tiger-like, and proficient with swords. He looked and noticed the two of them. He said he only saw 2 ants, and, raising his enormous hand in their direction, struck mercilessly. Ronan froze for a moment, eyes wide with fascination as he watched the movement. Jaipa sliced through the monster Ronan and the woman were on top of. The impact was so strong it sent them flying apart. When the woman realized it, she saw he had performed the entire movement without using his sword. It was merely a hand swing, but so powerful that it left her impressed. For Ronan, it made no sense. However, that enormous hand was still coming toward them, now glowing like a star. The woman was already on the ground, and the tiger man pinned her down with his paw. With his other hand, he held Ronan by the neck. The woman, still alive beneath the beast's paw, lamented her pitiful end, while Ronan struggled to free himself from the giant beast's grip. Jaipa told Ronan to answer carefully the question he was about to ask. Jaipa said he didn't feel the energy of those religious fanatics within Ronan. Struggling, Ronan called the tiger a damned cat, and asked who he thought he was to associate with those monsters. With fury in his gaze, he asked if the sword saint would die wielding his sword and channeling chi. Jaipa ordered him to shut up and then let him go. Seeing Ronan's movements and intent, he quickly released him. When he did, Ronan didn't like at all having been held by the neck and realized the difference in their strength was brutal. He had thought he might be able to defend against that attack, but Jaipa had struck him square in the chest. Ronan knew Jaipa hadn't defeated Instructor Nebiros by accident. Just looking at Jaipa, he realized he couldn't beat him. But that didn't mean he should just stand still, waiting for death to come. He needed to wait for the moment Jaipa let his guard down. However, the tiger told Ronan he was a warrior. Ronan wasn't surprised by the comment, as Jaipa seemed the type to make such remarks. Jaipa offered a slight smile and said he wanted to properly greet him. He asked Ronan to raise his sword. It would be a simple vertical slash, directly from top to bottom, and Ronan was expected to block it. Ronan saw Jaipa's sword lowering and started thinking of a way to handle it. The attack concluded in a very bright blue light. After all the light and dust settled, Jaipa was surprised. He thought it was impressive. Although the young man needed a bit more strength, it was an excellent defense with no room for flaws. However, he realized the final attack and Ronan's movements were familiar. He asked if Ronan was a disciple of Nebiros. Ronan introduced himself, saying he was Ronan from the Phil Leon Academy. Jaipa then asked if Ronan would like to become his disciple, but Ronan replied it wouldn't work out. He said those who recklessly attacked weak students wouldn't succeed by his side. He asked if the current sword saint understood, finding the young man very insolent. Jaipa affirmed that he was sure Ronan was his master's disciple and apologized if his greeting had been excessive. He argued that, normally, an exchange of blows said more than 1,000 words and that if Ronan was a warrior, he should understand that. Ronan, smiling, said that since it was like this, he should also receive his greetings. Damn cat, he added. Then he launched the attack of 1,000 cuts at the giant tiger, which was quickly approaching. However, Jaipa merely swung his sword lightly to block the attack. Meanwhile, a hand grabbed Ronan by the neck, and someone called him a human warrior. The commander asked who that child was, one who seemed to be part of Jaipa's force. The leader of the humanoid squadron's 3rd unit, Hyena, questioned whether that child was also a fanatic. Another member of Jaipa's force, the humanoid leader of the 2nd squadron, Barry, commented on the situation. The bear then said there was no need to ask. They only had to see how he was pointing his sword at the commander. He said they could resolve it themselves, and releasing a burst of power, they threw Ronan far away. Ronan regained his composure, returned to a warrior's stance, and called the commander a religious fanatic. He rushed toward him, evading attacks in the air, but quickly realized Jaipa had reached him again. He also launched himself at them to attack, and now the two were locked in battle. The bear had to admit Ronan wasn't an ordinary person. Ronan already had his sword at the bear's neck when, amused, someone stepped between the two to stop them. He wasn't startled because, upon paying attention, he hadn't noticed when she appeared there. She scolded the bear for fighting in front of the commander without permission. She asked what kind of behavior that was and, addressing Barry, asked if he needed disciplinary action to pull himself together. She was a member of Jaipa's force, the Lion, known as the Knight. It was Captain Nemia, and the commander ordered Barry to stop immediately, saying that child was not his enemy. He explained it was merely his turn to receive the greeting. Barry was astonished, as this person had managed to defend against the commander's scimitar, something none of the members had been able to do. He was upset that such a child could achieve it. Jaipa said it was obvious he should be able to since he was a disciple of Nebiros. Barry asked if Jaipa was referring to the sword monster, Instructor Nebiros, who had single-handedly destroyed their forces. Just remembering her, Barry thought she was a dragon in human form. Quickly, he began treating Ronan with more respect. Ronan didn't even want to imagine how much that bear had suffered under the instructor. The commander asked the captain if her presence there meant the situation had been resolved. She explained that, as per his order, they had already dealt with the monsters in that area. Meanwhile, Ronan looked up and saw several of the monsters returning. As they reported their accomplishments to the commander, the sound of many footsteps approaching the ground could be heard. The commander wanted to know if they had managed to capture any of the creatures alive. He reintroduced himself as the commander of the humanoid Imperial Elite Forces. He had received written Imperial orders to eradicate the Clasier Nebula hidden within the Empire. Jaipa Turgum, the spearhead of the Order's search force, found it amusing that he was the search force. They were currently in part of the Ramaria Mountains, but they needed Nimbutan. Citizens were astonished by the presence of so many knights and bodyguards in the city. Iroh didn't understand what was happening and asked Ronan's friend for an explanation. Schlieffen apologized for surprising the young lady and explained he had prepared some nights for a quick response. He asked for her forgiveness for the lack of prior notice and knelt to greet her. He introduced himself as a knight known as Schlieffen and swore by the honor of Grancia to assist with the move, urging her to begin preparations. Ronan was shocked to see the human Imperial elite force. He thought such a unit hadn't existed in the past. The Imperial Palace had acted due to the members of the nebula he had previously captured. Who would have imagined that the Sword Saint Jaipa would be made the leader of this unit? He then wanted to know how they had found the members, given that they were making every effort to remain hidden. She explained that she had obtained some information by interrogating one of them and that the seals no longer worked on them. Jaipa said the information about them was deeper than expected and that the structure had revealed something important to Ronan. Hearing a distant voice, he recognized his friend Asel, who was being brought in by another humanoid. A member of Jaipa's group was carrying Asel, who was dangling, claiming he had been acting suspiciously. The boy, already uncomfortable in lavras, called out for his friend Ronan to help. The creature said it had caught him behaving suspiciously and brought him to the commander, asking if it should dispose of him since he had cried the whole way there. Jaipa asked Ronan if that was his friend. Ronan confirmed, but he was furious. At night, they were still gathered in the same place, discussing their investigations. The chaos in the region was being caused by brainwashing the monsters, creating sporadic havoc. However, that was just a facade. They believed the true objective was at the center of the mountain. Jaipa listened and made his own analyses, as he knew that was where the entrance to Mount Ramaria was located. The entrance to Mount Ramaria was one of the Empire's main trade routes, with almost all transported goods passing through it. The description of this route implied something very serious. Two fanatics were attempting to take down an economic pillar of the Empire, and after hearing this and the entirety of the fanatics' plan, Ronan understood they were using the monsters to do most of the work. But he wondered what methods they were employing to achieve it. That's when Ronan drew his sword once again. He wanted answers and thought that woman might have them. Frightened, she asked what he was trying to do. He wanted to know about the mountain's entrance, one of the most heavily guarded locations in the Empire. It was to demonstrate how important it was and how it was not an easy place to destroy. They had brought some monsters to cause confusion, but they already knew that. He warned her that if she wanted to keep her head intact, she should just answer what they were planning. She looked into his eyes, and after reflecting, she closed her eyes and, with a mocking smile, said none of them feared death. The three of them gathered their mana and began to emit light. Ronan noticed they were concentrating mana, and before he could fully grasp it, he saw a large flash from the three of them. They believed the Great Star could bless them despite their limited abilities. After working so hard to fulfill their role, they planned to channel even the last pieces of their souls to eradicate the atheists from the world. They dared to oppose the coming of the stars, and the combined mana of the three formed a large sphere of energy that exploded, absorbing much of the mana. They managed to alert others, who recognized that they had made a noble choice. They noted that they had overwhelmed their accomplice siblings, who failed to buy time against Jaipa's unit. The elder accountant, deeply saddened by the siblings' sacrifice, spoke to Lord Baron, saying things were becoming complicated and that if Jaipa reached him, the situation would become even harder, and asked if it would be better to wait. However, the Lord warned that this would give them time to regroup, so they would no longer delay the operation. Although they weren't in the mountain center, they would start from the Ramaria mountain valleys. He placed a curious artifact on the ground, declaring they would strike a hard blow against the filthy atheists. After that, a pentagram was formed beneath the three along with that curious object, which began to shine intensely, as though the artifact was reacting. He explained that the artifact was a detonator, a masterpiece created by the great craftsman of Lord Alabrige. The artifact had 30 layers of spells inscribed personally and, after absorbing the leyline mana, functioned as a detonator. He stated they needed to protect it from enemies, as they would sense an anomaly in the mana flow. The former commander of the Knight's Tower, Evan, along with the former leader of the Magic Tower, Verde Blois, were willing to help. They said they had heard about the mission, and after completing it, Lord Baron would take the position of the late leader Brigia. This meant he had received the blessing. He agreed, as it was customary to receive the blessing afterward. However, since the mission required greater power to guard against the explosions, the merciful leader granted the blessing. He dared not compare himself to the former leader, but it didn't matter what variables arose, for now, they had the blessing. Nevertheless, he heard something that made him shudder and immediately reacted to the force attacking them. He lost a barrier while trying to protect the explosives, himself, and the knights. Lord Baron, impressed, realized they would be located precisely by tracking the leyline mana. But it was too late. It had already begun absorbing the mana, and he now understood how Jaipa, the Sword Saint, had found their location. Jaipa asked if they truly believed they could escape his sight the moment they set foot on Ramaria. He had discovered the location instantly, and was merely waiting to uncover their ultimate objective. He concluded, saying they were merely prisoners blinded by illusion and arrogance. They could try to resist as much as they wanted. 10 minutes before meeting the fanatics, Jaipa immediately noticed the 3 followers gathering their mana. He understood they were using mana to catalyze a self-destruction spell. He told Nemiya to stay behind with the other members while he resolved the situation. But before that, Ronan had already charged into that mana explosion, armed with his sword. Leaving Jaipa, Nemiya, and Isel surprised and frightened, Ronan launched himself at the sphere of energy, determined to do whatever was necessary. He sliced through the air with his sword, cutting through the mana as well, and unleashed a massive attack. The Rosis, terrified, realized it was their last spark and that of their brothers, but the attack was easily stopped, as Ronan didn't allow them to self-destruct. He wanted to handle it himself and commented on how clever they were to plan such tricks. Then he stated that it would be better if they ceased to exist immediately. The commander, observing, thought that what had just happened was shocking. It wasn't merely a clash of power, one nullified the other, and he noticed that the young man had severed his own mana. With fire in his eyes, Ronan rested his sword and spoke to the Sword Saint. He asked if he should already know. Jaipa had faced them before, head-on. These people might flee and plan for the future. They were clearly planning something important, given the gravity of the matter. He was certain there were individuals at an executive level or close to it present. Ronan still didn't fully understand who Jaipa was, but if he was at the forefront of the unit hunting these lunatics, that indicated something significant. He asked the Sword Saint to cooperate with him. He wanted to earn a favor from the Emperor. At the moment, the commander stood before the 3 disciples, holding the explosive artifact in hand. Lord Baron thought he hadn't sensed their presence until the attack was launched, but that attack didn't contain a trace of mana. It was nothing but his sheer physical strength. The Sword Saint and the Lord had already heard plenty about him. Face to face, with a tone that reflected his strength, he said it seemed they had received a most unwelcome guess right at the start. He asked the brothers if they thought they could hold him back. United by courage and faith, they declared that this had been their lesson from the beginning and that they would gladly face him. The 2, who were to fight the commander and the Sword Saint, began emanating a strange aura. As if their bodies were enveloped in mana, they quickly gained a bizarre appearance. The Tiger Fighter recognized it as a fusion of rank knights with a mage, which wasn't bad. He thought that if he had brought his team, the 2 would have made for excellent training material. But fighting someone like the Sword Saint at Jaipa's level was an impossible mission. Not even the blessing of the stars would help. One of the zealots believed that this fight would put the honor of the Empire's finest swordsman at risk. Pleased, he said there was no greater joy than battling someone who possessed the honor of a warrior. He asked Jaipa to demonstrate the technique that made him the strongest, believing he could defeat it. It would be an honor to be compared to Commander Jaipa, but before he could finish speaking, his sword was shattered. To him, it was surprising, but to a superior being like the commander, it was nothing more than a formality. The commander, enraged, pointed out that this individual had just dared to challenge a fight with his honor on the line. Hearing that from someone who had taken so many innocent lives infuriated the commander. With that presence, the Sword Saint granted those lunatics the honor of meeting their end at his hands. Although they were furious with empty words, now that one of the vermin had been eliminated, the other, a renowned mage, believed he still had a chance and activated a mana shield. However, the shield had no time to react. Jaipa had already cut through the evil being. The Elder and Lord Baron, seeing only the last one remaining, reinforced the shield to protect themselves and the detonator, which was still charged with mana. The commander moved to finish things off. Kicking the mana sphere protecting Baron, he looked at the man and mentioned that his face seemed familiar. Then, he remembered, this was the known vermin who had been hiding behind a sect of lunatics all this time. He was wanted for being responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. He had used the villagers of Athen for dark magic experiments decades ago. Lord Baron thought it an honor that the Sword Saint remembered his name, after so many years. Now, however, he was nothing more than a devotee of the stars. Nothing else. But Jaipa didn't care. After breaking the barrier separating and protecting Lord Baron, Jaipa remarked that, in the end, no matter which side they were on, the facts wouldn't change. He had taken countless innocent lives, and as the commander was about to lay his hands on him, Lord Baron invoked the blessing of the star. He was so confident that everything would work out that his face radiated assurance. However, when invoking the blessing and trying to lay hands on Lord Baron, something different happened. He was repelled and noticed a peculiar presence. The most promising candidates of the cult were nothing compared to him. Finally, the title he carried made sense, but even so, he would not be able to break the great authority granted by the stars. Lord Baron's words were filled with conviction as he laughed maniacally. The commander didn't forget that, despite everything, he too was mortal, growling about the stars. However, the commander simply observed the madness of the man before him with calm detachment. Spreading his arms to the heavens, he said, "Why did the great Jaipa think he was who he was? Now, I feel the greatness of the stars for the first time." He asked Jaipa to tell him as a devoted believer, clearly intrigued. The Sword Saint thought that Lord Baron was still trapped in these illusions, even as their lives hung in the balance. Lord Baron didn't understand and lost the smile on his face until the madness gave way to fear before the tiger. Looking even more terrifying, the commander warned that this was why he would have to eliminate prey that thought it was a predator. The commander raised his sword against Lord Baron, who also tried to defend himself from Jaipa. The lunatic lord found it interesting that this being was the Empire's best swordsman. He was about to be exterminated by him, and the overwhelming power covered much of the forest. A commander's sword carried immense weight and presence, and the tiger knew how to wield his weapon well. However, Lord Baron remained in the same spot, shielded by the crust strengthened by the star's blessing. He found it remarkable that even as the Sword Saint, Jaipa depended solely on the sword's chi. Jaipa had already demonstrated such astonishing power that it was incomparable to others. But unfortunately, the great Sword Saint's chi was nothing more than a mere trick. Compared to the star's blessing, Lord Baron was becoming intoxicated with the power he had gained. In his arrogance, he asked Jaipa what he would do as the magical bomb continued to absorb mana. He wondered why Jaipa didn't retreat and try again, thinking that if he went alone, he might succeed. Fleeing the explosion's range, the others would only be dead weight to him. With a crazed expression, he said they would all turn to ash, along with the mountain. Jaipa, for his part, assumed he had neutralized the attack and found the man irritating. But he thought that if they hadn't prepared properly, he could pose a significant threat in the future. The commander asked him to pay attention as he destroyed that pathetic attack they dared to call the star's blessing. Now, he felt a far greater oppression than the previous attack. It was an overwhelming aura. The tiger commander was not intimidated in the least, proving he was a beast in combat. This made the lord think Jaipa was desperate, fighting against the heavens, and the sight was impressive. The commander remarked that this was the day to earn his respect as the strongest living being and challenged Jaipa to show him his best. However, just as the commander was about to lose control in rage and finish him off, Ronan shouted for him to calm down, easing his strength, and asked if he had gone mad. At this rate, the commander would destroy the island before the bomb exploded, and the entire mountain would suffer. Hearing this, the lord wondered what was happening. He turned to listen to Ronan, who said the commander had already forgotten why they were there. The tiger told Ronan he was slower than expected. Ronan, irritated, replied that he had never heard such a thing before. Then, he retorted that he wasn't slow. It was the tiger who was absolutely fast. It didn't matter what it was. The star's blessing couldn't handle this problem. Ronan warned they didn't have time and that the commander needed to stop interfering. The tiger found Ronan's judgment reasonable. Lord Baron found it strange that some random boy spoke so arrogantly to the Sword Saint. He grew curious about who Ronan was when Ronan called his attention. Ronan thanked him for shouting so much, as it was the only reason he understood what was happening. Now he just needed to deal with it and disarm the bomb to put an end to the mess. After all, Baron truly was an executive. Looking at the Lord, Jaipa remarked that he didn't seem stronger than that crazy elf woman. He said he believed her name was Brigia, but he couldn't quite remember the names of people he had eliminated. The Lord couldn't understand how that insignificant boy knew her name, and concluded that it must have been him who had eliminated them. Everyone assumed that Saranti asked how he dared to dishonor Lady Brigia. Managing to control his rage, he warned that he desired Jaipa's death for meddling with Lady Brigia. She had risen to the position of leader through true strength, being considered one of the most esteemed figures in the order. He wanted to know how someone with such a pathetic amount of mana could harm someone so noble. The Lord had created several tentacles, each ending with a head, eyes, and teeth. He ordered Jaipa not to use those unholy lies against him, especially Azamateus. The truth was that Jaipa, who wasn't even a believer, only knew her name because he had witnessed her death. He demanded Jaipa tell the truth about what had happened that day, and the tentacles, with mouths and teeth, began to growl. Even so, Ronan wasn't intimidated, and since the Lord wanted the truth, Ronan was curious enough to quickly approach him. The Lord realized the boy wasn't there just to talk. Jaipa insisted it was suitable for an assistant, but it was impossible to lose strength in that way. However, Ronan proved he wasn't there to play and sliced through the Lord and his tentacles. Ronan amused himself as the Lord screamed in the same way he did, and after that, he moved to disarm the bomb. He drove his sword into it, saying that she had died just like him, and that answered the Lord's question. Even with the man destroyed, it was impossible for Brigia to have met the same end at the hands of that insect. Someone like him shouldn't have been able to surpass the blessing of the star. These were his final thoughts. He realized that the boy's power was similar to that of the cult leader, who transcended the rules. He wanted to know who the boy was, but in life, he didn't have the time. Ronan was tired of looking at his face. The commander asked if Ronan had already eliminated him and commented that believers always ended in a pathetic way. Ronan stated that the fanatics had chosen a radical approach and that they needed to remain alert. Ronan couldn't understand how the commander could speak so calmly, even after nearly destroying his hometown. The forest was in terrible condition, and even with the chi sword, it would have been a disaster had he used his aura. The commander offered to assist if Ronan needed anything, as the emperor had decreed that anyone aiding and punishing such wicked people should be rewarded. If Ronan wanted anything, he just had to ask. Ronan wasn't particularly pleased with a little something he wanted from them, but left the scene to head toward where Iroh, Ronan's sister, was being escorted. She was accompanied by several soldiers under Schlieffen's command, ensuring her safety. Schlieffen, personally, was overseeing the protection of the most precious person in the world. Iroh, with a concerned expression, gazed at the landscape through the carriage window as it traveled through the night. Everyone thought it was too calm until a soldier reassured the young master. He believed they would have to fight an army of monsters or something worse, and the soldiers chatted among themselves, relieved by the calm. They wondered who the lady inside the carriage was. Some thought she was from Grancia, but they weren't sure. Schlieffen, riding his horse near the carriage window, blushed at the mere thought of looking at her. Trying to make conversation, he asked if she was uncomfortable. If that was the case, he asked her to report it to him immediately so he could arrange for a new carriage. She smiled and said she was fine, thanking him for his kindness and commenting that the carriage was very comfortable. She then asked if he wasn't tired of riding the horse all day and said it would be fine if he wanted to sit inside with her. She leaned slightly out of the window. This nearly made the night dissolve in joy, but he replied that he couldn't do that. If he let his guard down, her safety would be at risk, but he was glad she was comfortable. As they spoke, he sensed a presence, and the tremors began to intensify. He noticed something approaching, making the horses uneasy. It was an incredibly strong energy. He ordered all forces to prepare for battle, prioritizing the lady's safety. He moved ahead in the name of Grancia, and all the guards began shouting the same rallying cry. He thought he couldn't believe this wasn't a threat on the level of a wyvern. To him, sensing such an aura was overwhelming even at a considerable distance. Even so, the knight charged forward without fear, determined to protect his beloved lady. As he set his eyes, he realized that the being from earlier, who had raised its sword against him, hadn't hesitated for even a moment. It received the attack, trying to block it, but Jaipa was satisfied, as he had been surprised twice in the same day. He had heard rumors, but even those had underestimated such strength. The commander was pleased. Schlieffen defended himself incredibly. He was a rising star of the empire. This was the next sword saint, human or not, but he asked why Schlieffen was pointing his blade against the Grancia banner. He wanted that answer from Jaipa, who replied it was simply a greeting. A warrior like him should know that a fight with swords speaks louder than 1,000 words. However, Ronan couldn't stay silent and shouted that it only counted if it was in his homeland. Schlieffen immediately recognized the voice behind the great Jaipa. It was Ronan, who congratulated Schlieffen on a job well done and said he would help. He also told him not to worry about what had happened because a few incredible people were already on their way. The army noticed it was a team composed of the Sword Saint soldiers. Ronan asked if Schlieffen was taking good care of his sister, while Schlieffen, his mouth agape, watched the cavalry arrive. The next day, in the imperial capital of Valen, Iroh was awestruck by the grandeur and beauty of the place. She couldn't believe she might actually live in such a beautiful place when she asked if he would continue repeating the same thing over and over. He explained it was right in front of the school, so they could meet often. Schlieffen had asked his family's craftsmen to renovate the entire place and instructed them not to spare any resources. She took the knight's hand and said she was thrilled to live there. It made her feel like she was in a fairy tale. She thanked both of them for providing such joy and satisfaction, saying she couldn't send them away. Even on such a happy day, she asked if they had time to eat something before leaving. She mentioned she was confident in her cooking skills, and Schlieffen was overjoyed at the thought of eating something she had made. Ronan was also content, as he had time, having spent time with his sister. But soon, Iroh grew very curious and asked what the two were doing there. When the two turned around in shock, they realized the voice came from Instructor Nebiros. She was standing in front of Sword Saint Jaipa, exuding a threatening aura. The two began staring each other down, and initially, it seemed the tension would rise. The commander wasn't alone. He was with his entire army. He greeted the instructor, saying it had been a long time since he last saw her. Her temperament hadn't changed at all. He wondered how she managed to be a teacher. She, visibly angry, asked if he was mocking her teaching methods and warned that this wasn't the place for him. She told him to leave, calling him a two-legged beast. He retorted that her tongue hadn't changed either. He was curious to see if her current skills could back up her words. He asked if she had overcome all her past defeats, and reminded her that she had lost the title of Sword Saint to him. Everyone around could feel the heavy tension in the air. She, placing her hand on her sword, said that if he was so curious, she would show him personally, intensifying her intimidating aura. It became clear to everyone that things were taking a different turn. The power was so overwhelming that the soldiers couldn't move their bodies. The paralysis was intense. Suddenly, she invoked an aura in the shape of a serpent, the Viper of Lamentation. Jaipa realized she still wasn't using her full power, but his body was already becoming rigid. He noted that she seemed to have grown stronger, and found the snake woman quite intriguing. He began to heighten his fighting intent, channeling it into his sword, telling her he would oblige her wishes. He also released his aura with the intent to fight, but someone arrived and asked if the two of them had gone mad. Ronan asked what they thought they were doing in front of someone else's house. He was being held back by his sister while Schlieffen watched, surprised by his impulsiveness. Ronan asked if they knew who lived there. This was a single strand of his sister's hair. Even after taking down the two of them, he calmed down slightly and came down to talk to them. The two strongest fighters in the Empire were reduced to children, now receiving a lecture. He asked if they understood what could have happened because of their tempers. He said the two of them should be ashamed, agreeing that he had lost his composure for a while. He admitted he had acted improperly just because of the provocations of a mere snake woman. He sincerely apologized, but the move had been a success, and they were leaving. Jaipa told Ronan that he hoped he would grow stronger so he could put up a good fight next time. Everyone said their goodbyes and departed in a flash. After their departure, Ronan could finally breathe easier. He asked his instructor what she was doing there so early. Furious, she demanded an explanation. She knew he would tell her everything without leaving out a single detail. Now he was in trouble. After sitting down and having tea, only after everything was properly explained did peace return. The instructor finally understood everything that had happened, thanks to Ronan's contribution against the fanatics. The commander had helped with his sister's relocation, and Neighboros thought the tiger must like him to have done such a thing. A human warned her not to get too involved with him in the future, as he was dangerous. It was said that, due to a werewolf invasion, the northern region had been plunged into chaos. That invasion became known as the Night of the Fangs. The leader who led everyone to commit such acts was Jaipa. After negotiations at the end of the war, those beast men became imperial soldiers, and he became the Empire's sword. Even so, Neighboros couldn't trust him because, at that time, instead of fighting the Empire to the end, he inserted himself into the negotiations, stating that his forces would become imperial soldiers. In exchange, he would not attack the Emperor's hometown, and the Emperor accepted the offer on the condition of a nectar pact. Most of the Imperials were pleased with such a strong attack force. In Neighboros' view, he was simply hiding his fangs for now, just to protect his people. If that pact were broken, he would become an even greater threat than the fanatics. And that was Jaipa's true face. Ronan found it strange to think that he hadn't revealed himself during the fight against Ahiyuti. Of course, it was possible that he had been eliminated by the Order's fanatics, like the other fighters. He didn't rule out other possibilities, and the two fell into a terrible silence for a few moments, until the instructor broke the silence, saying she was there to talk to him about something else. She asked if what he had said earlier was true, if he really managed to use the chi sword effortlessly. Although it wasn't anything extraordinary, the instructor remarked that it seemed Jaredin was finally the last one. She said they could start training immediately and began working with the dummies. She was eager to see his progress, while, elsewhere, Schlieffen was eating food prepared by Iril and found it very delicious. Neighboros said the method to confirm whether he had improved was simple. It was only necessary to demonstrate the chi sword. What she had in mind wasn't executing a strike but rather using the maximum physical strength he could muster to demonstrate the chi sword's level. Ronan was aware of this. He calmed himself to convey the skill he had acquired to those dummies. He couldn't understand why the movement simply disappeared without forming, thinking it impossible. He was upset because, just a few days ago, he had used the chi sword with all his strength. He wanted to try again, but she asked him to stop. It was exactly as she had thought. He had already made significant progress and could now imbue mana into his sword, but that couldn't yet be called a chi sword. He had only infused a bit of mana into the absurd attack technique he possessed. Of course, this would already be a great help to him. She discovered this just by hearing the news of him taking down a wyvern with a single strike during his first year at the academy. Ronan didn't fully understand the difference, and she asked him to think about the concept. To think of the chi sword as a condensed mana project capable of inflicting great damage on the enemy. However, seeing mana merely as a way to increase power was a very shallow perspective. The true strength of those who possess mana lies in knowing how to pave the way to the next level. That was why she wanted to see his chi sword, to evaluate his level of understanding. It was necessary to understand which area he needed to improve. Perhaps he didn't fully grasp what they were discussing, but luck wouldn't always be on Ronan's side. This difference could one day determine his fate. When she said that, her words began to make sense. Now the future had changed, as he had developed 3 great strengths he didn't have before. Nabirose noticed he had changed and placed her hand on his shoulder, saying this was only the beginning. After all, he could refine his flaws as he advanced, and should remember that she was there to help him. He said it was time to further refine the fundamental aspects, and placed his hand on Ronan's sword. After inspecting it, he said things would naturally progress, and Ronan asked her why she was holding his sword. As she did so, she channeled mana into the blade, and a great blue and red light filled the area. She told him to watch closely. This was the true form of his sword, but he didn't understand what she meant by true form. The sword glowed red and imposing. Yes, it resonated with the mana she had infused into it. She explained that the sword was originally Usura, the sword of Duke Grancia, a fallen noble. It had been forged by a craftsman, renamed, but concealed its true power. The true value of a sword that unlocks latent power is that it exhibits a force several times greater than usual. She demonstrated this to Ronan with a single swing of the sword. He had heard of the masterpiece crafted by the artisan Doran, and it seemed it was indeed true. Ronan realized she had destroyed the training field with a single strike. The sword had been forged with enchantments, but why then? Had his earlier attempt to use mana failed? She explained that it seemed his mana level was too low, which was why the blade couldn't resonate. She acknowledged Ronan's inexperience. He felt as if the sword was rejecting him. Thanks to this, he now had a clear goal in mind and knew where to start. He asked her how to show that kind of master, what kind of person he was. She thought his mindset was good and wanted to begin training him to sustain his aura, as that was his greatest weakness at the moment. On the first day of training, he managed to sustain mana for 48 seconds. By the third day, he held it for 1 minute and 32 seconds. On the fifth day, he reached 2 minutes and 12 seconds. By the 14th day of training, he sustained it for 13 minutes. He had long surpassed the goal. Most people took years to reach that point. She asked him to show the chi sword while maintaining that state. She didn't need to tell him not to lose focus again. He concentrated and demonstrated it, and she observed his reactions intently. After executing the movement, he waited, with countless thoughts running through his mind. As he waited for the results of his action, he remembered hearing similar things many times before. She was pleased when he managed to hit one of the training dummies. He was beginning to understand the process better, and could see the progress in his training over the past days. He responded that he now understood that the more he trained, the better his perception of mana would become. By focusing solely on sustaining mana, he could feel all his senses sharpening. Finally, he understood how immense the power of mana could be. Nabirose was pleased because he finally grasped the basics of mana. However, at that moment, Professor Jaredin arrived. He remarked that she was working her students too hard, even at that hour. He commented that her passion for teaching hadn't changed and mentioned that it had been a long time since they last spoke. He apologized for interrupting but said he needed to borrow her time. He had something very important to discuss regarding the esteemed disciple she valued so much. Ronan didn't understand why Professor Jaredin's stone song was there, and on top of that, he seemed different. Nabirose noted that if he was talking about the disciple, it must have something to do with Ronan's mana. The professor continued, saying that, as she knew, Ronan had a unique constitution. Because of this, he required regular checkups. She retorted that this was just an excuse for him to take advantage of the situation. With a threatening tone, she added that if that were the case, the professor assured her it wasn't and asked her to calm down. It wasn't as though the mercenary group was asking him to release the sword. He was merely keeping his promise because of Ronan, and also because Sunya hadn't made progress in her experiments for a long time. But now she was beginning to show signs of hope. Nabirose was startled to hear that name. However, the professor said there was still a long way to go, but he would love for her to visit someday. Sunya loved her adventures, and at that moment, the important matter wasn't Ronan but her assistant. Nabirose wanted to know what he wanted with Adeshan or if he had researched as Ronan had requested. The professor wasn't certain yet, but his theory was that the child was dangerous. She possessed a power that was difficult to control on her own, and Nabirose must have already sensed the danger behind that power. That's why the professor wanted to keep her close, to keep an eye on her. Nabirose warned him not to underestimate the assistant, as she was not as fragile as he thought. She would not allow him to draw conclusions about her future. Hearing those words, he remained silent. He then said that if she believed in it to such an extent, fine, he would leave that matter behind. Ronan spoke with Professor Jaredin, mentioning that the instructor seemed furious. He wanted to know what the professor had said earlier about the group of mercenaries. He asked if they had worked as mercenaries in the past. The professor confirmed, saying yes, about 10 years ago, when they were quite famous in the south. Although the first time they met had not been the best experience. He recounted how they had been tasked with eliminating one another and began working together. He recalled that day when the instructor was the very incarnation of death. The fear he felt from her that day was indescribable, far stronger than anything he had experienced at the time. She had grown even more imposing over the years. Now Ronan admired that human version of the instructor. The professor shared that, as a result, he had been brutally defeated by her that day and nearly died. If Sunya, a resident of the area, hadn't saved his life, he wouldn't have survived. She had cared for him, a nearly lifeless body. Naturally, they ended up becoming a couple. After that, the professor believed that even fighting could be a form of connection. Nebiros and he had become something akin to comrades. Of course, all of this was only possible thanks to Sunya's pure and innocent nature. She wasn't thinking much about what she was hearing but knew that Professor Jaredin was a mana specialist. She remained silent, only recalling her desire to become a great commander. She remembered the promise Ronan had made to help her and that, together, they would do their best. She also recalled the emotion she felt when he called her a great commander. Although that title was significant, she knew the professor was lying when he claimed otherwise. She forgot her fear because someone had already told her not to worry. She only needed to try her best, and because of that, she believed she couldn't afford to have a weak mind at that moment. She asked the professor to please continue. He, in turn, said he liked the sparkle in her eyes, and as Nebiro's assistant, she needed to be brave. Having reached that conclusion, the professor began his explanation. She prepared herself again and, upon focusing, noticed that the mana was reddish with a bright core. She told the professor that the sensation felt familiar. The professor explained that they were extracting the mana she had accumulated up until that point before proceeding with his explanation. He guessed the sensation she was experiencing, even admitting it was just a hunch, but he was likely right. What mattered was what needed to be done, though she couldn't calm her classmates. Shadow mana was a power that went beyond the logic of this world. It was impossible for such a power to simply hide peacefully. Shadow mana should have continually collided with the mana she had collected, hindering its growth. Yet, the fact that she was still able to gather so much mana was astonishing. Her efforts were admirable. However, she would have to say goodbye to the fruits of that mana. The solution was simple. The problem was that these two energies were interfering with one another. They would need to hide one and eliminate the other, leaving only shadow mana in her body. Now the situation became even more intriguing. One student was struggling because they couldn't accumulate mana. Meanwhile, another couldn't get rid of it, though it felt oddly familiar. The mana found wasn't easy to remove, even though it appeared to be extracted. The professor wasn't sure if there was another way to remove the mana all at once, as it could cause side effects. He believed it wouldn't be the case since she would simply return to the state she was in before possessing mana. When Ronan saw the flow of mana rising, he cut it off, which made the girl feel relieved. The professor was logically surprised, as Adeshin's mana had disappeared. Ronan explained that it was simple since he had too much to do with the assistant, and couldn't wait 5 years for it to happen. At that moment, the shadow mana's energy reappeared, and Ronan thought the great commander might be in danger. When everything unfolded, she fainted, but upon reopening her eyes, she felt immense relief. She asked why she was lying on his lap, and he asked if she had fainted. He wanted to know why. Meanwhile, the beings contained for the experiment were apprehensive and furious. Ronan noticed that the experiments, which should have been dormant, were growling because of her. The professor summarized that since her original mana had disappeared, the shadow mana had now become dominant. She was furious again, and Ronan congratulated her on her progress. The strange sensation near her heart was the shadow mana's pure healing effect. This was the new power she would need to learn to control. She remarked that it was surprising but cold and heavy. There was still a bit to go, but she would soon start learning to use the abilities gained from awakening the shadow mana. However, she needed to take it slowly, and the professor was about to calm the experiments. Ronan asked the professor to let her handle it on her own so she could command the experiments to settle down. In her current state, she thought it was possible. She then looked at the experiments and firmly ordered them to quiet down. The professor observed that, just as Ronan had said, she managed to make them stop. She had gained a mental domination type ability. A simple mind control typically consumed an unbelievable amount of mana, but she managed it with just one word. The professor commented that this power could be more dangerous than he initially thought. Her new power as the great commander was mind control. This ability allowed her to target a living being and impose her will upon it. If used for instruction, it would be an excellent method for commanding others. But if she narrowed the scope of her power to a single unit, she could turn it into mayonnaise, or even take its life. That was the great commander. In the battle against the giants, she didn't hesitate to use her abilities. In the past, she did what had to be done, and Ronan watched it all from the sidelines, observing every decision she made. He asked her, seeing her expression, if that truly was the only method for a great commander. She always answered without hesitation, saying it was the only way to achieve victory. Ronan could continue, devouring the battlefield until the end, and that was the only reason they were alive. He now remembered that in her previous life, she had no choice but to become the Iron Lady. When they faced the same situation again, he wondered what he could do differently, and what decision the great commander would make this time. He thought about this while they were in the tower, observing all those experiments. Outside, the sun illuminated a beautiful day. He walked beside Adeshan and commented on how busy the day was. She had awakened a new innate power, and the professor even suggested he could help her. Turning to her, he asked how she felt, how it felt to be one step closer to becoming the great commander. However, he noticed she seemed too worried to answer. She was concerned because that power was growing quickly, and its influence would eventually reach the people around her. She questioned if it was okay for her to wield such a dangerous power. She confessed that, at first, she was excited about gaining a new power. She felt she was getting closer to her dream, but after seeing the true nature of the power, she started to fear it. She worried that one day, under the guise of doing the greater good, she might end up using innocent people as pawns, sacrificing them. She feared becoming a monster who would do anything to achieve victory. Ronan widened his eyes as he looked at her, realizing that she already understood both sides of her ability. In her previous life, the great commander's plans were near perfection, pushing the boundaries of judgment. She had saved countless people and become the light that guided them in the morning. But in the end, some soldiers were sacrificed, dominated by her ability. He had no right to tell her that the path she was taking was wrong. She asked him to be by her side when the time came, to have the strength to keep moving forward as she had done so far. He simply told her not to regret what she had just said after she became successful, because things wouldn't end with him pushing her off a cliff. After that day, peace began to return to Philion Academy for the first time in a long while. Ade-shan and Professor Jaredin officially began training her shadow mana. At first, she struggled to control a single bird, but now she could control 5 at once. Next, she would attempt larger beasts, while Brahm continued his individual training as usual. During the day, she was nowhere to be found, but she enjoyed teaching nectar magic to Sita, who had already mastered her magic perfectly. Sita excelled on her first attempts and was considered a genius. Ophelia spent a lot of time teaching large-scale combat spells and the nectar cutter. Although her passion for teaching seemed a bit excessive, it was always good to learn as much as possible. Ronan spent his days peacefully, training extensively with Schlieffen, who seemed to have grown stronger. Schlieffen also thought Ronan had become more strategic in his attacks and suspected he was receiving special training from the instructor. Even so, the two continued their rivalry to see who was stronger. Maria thought it would be better for them to take this rivalry to the battlefield. She found it to be part of Ronan's charm and turning around, asked Isel if he agreed. He also thought Ronan was impressive and very strong, even for someone from his homeland. Maria's trembling voice asked if she, too, saw Ronan that way. In her opinion, someone as reliable as Ronan had to be the best. Smiling, she asked Isel what his reaction meant. Was he jealous? She said he was adorable and didn't need to worry. She assured him that her Isel was better, leaving him flustered as he tried to explain that wasn't what he meant. Maria suggested the two needed to work better as a team for their next duel, to have something to show. She asked if he thought that was a good idea, and when she called him cutie, he turned red. Ronan, speaking with Professor Varen, wondered why he had been sought out so suddenly. The professor told Ronan that his predictions seemed to be correct. From the scent, he could tell Ronan's senses were heightened. Ronan mentioned it felt similar to what he had experienced at the Saranti Sanctuary. He added that he wouldn't waste a single leaf until he succeeded in cultivation. The fact that Ronan had brewed that tea meant the advising professor had achieved his goal. Now, he was the advisor for the Special Adventures Club that Ronan had created. He explained that, after Ronan had ventured into the mountains on his last adventure, if he hadn't received Saranti's gift, he would never have known about the herb's existence, or its uses. It had been a bit challenging, but he had successfully cultivated it, and was happy it could help so many people in the future. The professor also wanted to reward Ronan for managing the chaos and assisting all the helpers during club activities. He wasn't sure if he would cover all the costs and more that would arise, but the professor admitted his uncertainty. In any case, there was another reason he had called Ronan there. Showing him a document, he said he had finally received a response. It was about the place Ronan wanted to visit to learn more about the curse of the Twilight Magic Tower. The visit had been approved, and when Ronan expressed satisfaction, he became eager to see it quickly. The professor advised him to proceed carefully, as they needed to exercise caution. The situation was likely tense due to an unfortunate incident that had occurred recently. The professor also mentioned Ronan couldn't go alone. The plan was for honors students specializing in magic to accompany him. This meant one of his peers would go with him. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was repeatedly sketching and writing her name alongside additions. Aboard a luxurious airship heading to the western wing of the Dawn Magic Tower, Elizabeth found herself with Ronan, who seemed displeased with the situation. She recalled Professor Varen's words, noting that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She asked if, instead of Elizabeth, he shouldn't just call her Eli. This left her furious. She repeated that only Ade-chan could call her that, no one else, and she wanted Ronan to respond first. Elizabeth remarked that there was no need to ask since the airship had only one destination. It was clear he had business related to the Dawn Magic Tower. She commented on how unusual it was for a martial arts expert to have interests in the Magic Tower and, on top of that, to go alone. She noted that his circumstances were complicated. Ronan had considered bringing Estelle with him, but he was busy with some kind of training with Maria. But where were the other students from the first list? And why was she alone? What Ronan had been told was that several mages were supposed to be heading there, yet she was alone. Elizabeth also mentioned that the mages of the Dawn Tower were known for their fire magic. The opportunity to visit the tower was only granted to the top 10 students practicing fire magic at the academy. First-class travel was awarded only to the student who ranked first in the tests. That's why no one was better than her in the Magic Education series, and she was enjoying the delightful silence. Ronan concluded that the reason she was alone was because she didn't have friends, suggesting they could enjoy each other's company. During that journey, he was also alone, so they would make a good pair. He asked her what she thought of the idea, but Elizabeth didn't like being called Ronan's pair at all. She said she didn't need him, and Elizabeth reminded him that even though she was close to entering the renowned tower, her peers were just talking nonsense instead of using their time more productively. She couldn't help but sigh every time she looked at him, saying she couldn't stand spending time near mediocre people. She asked him if he didn't agree, and he replied that he was quite particular. Within the academy, Ronan was the only person she knew with such talent, besides Ade-chan, as Ronan had recently given incredible performances. He had even opposed someone arrogantly, putting them in their place in front of everyone, and helped Sword Saint Jaipa. He dealt with some lunatics, and the royal palace was surely aware of his achievements. She asked when he would respond to the invitation she had sent months ago. She wondered if he was planning to decline since it was an incredible opportunity. He thought that after she said she didn't need to speak to anyone, she would stop talking to him. However, he couldn't just reject her invitation outright. He considered changing the subject, so he asked her something. He called her Eli, and asked why she liked Ade-chan so much. The question caught her off guard, leaving her uncomfortable, but Ronan was genuinely curious and wouldn't give up. Elizabeth began by saying that, according to her own words, when Ade-chan entered the academy, she was just an ordinary student without remarkable talents. Yet, seeing how much she still admired her assistant, Ronan wondered why she felt that way. Elizabeth remained silent, but Ronan insisted. Elizabeth then said that Ade-chan was unlike anyone she had ever met. Elizabeth first encountered her a few days after entering the academy. She was looking for the library when she got lost, and it was Ade-chan who kindly helped her, showing her the way. They went together, and Elizabeth remarked that it was incredible to see how Ade-chan conducted herself during the entrance exam. She could hardly believe what she saw because, even as a freshman, Ade-chan already displayed so much talent. Elizabeth said she couldn't stop talking throughout the entire exam because she was so impressed. Elizabeth thought it would take a while for someone to start flattering her, but instead, most people claimed all her achievements so far were due to her prestigious family. However, there was that girl who said something different. Perhaps Ade-chan had worked hard to reach that level at such a young age, persevering and smiling. Elizabeth could barely imagine how difficult that must have been. She admitted that someone like her could never fully understand those feelings. But even so, she thought it would be challenging to handle everything in the future. And if one day Ade-chan needed to vent, she could talk to her. Ade-chan replied that she wouldn't be much help, but perhaps she could offer some advice. Elizabeth told Ronan that the feeling she experienced that day was a precious memory. She couldn't fully explain it, but above all, Ade-chan was incredibly beautiful. She blushed as she said this, continuing that her long, soft hair matched her tall, slender figure. She wondered who could compare to such beauty. She added that she felt at peace but, just imagining it, felt an immense longing. With sparkling eyes, she thought all the geniuses of that generation were very peculiar. After taking a deep breath, she thought it didn't matter and that a relationship with Ade-chan would be very helpful. Suddenly, Ronan sensed a presence. He told Elizabeth to stop talking and get ready, asking for her help. She didn't know what he was talking about, but he said there wasn't time to explain, and she needed to act quickly. Something was approaching the ship rapidly. He grabbed her and jumped with her, Elizabeth, irritated, asked what the meaning of such disrespect was, being lifted as if she were a backpack. She questioned if he had no respect for women. Ronan replied that if he had telekinetic powers, he could lift someone with ease. But what was approaching should be her main concern, not how she was being carried. He looked up, and she did too, but all she could see were the clouds. Suddenly, a light illuminated everything around them. Elizabeth was startled when she realized what he had noticed, a giant fireball. She asked why a spell typically used only during large-scale outdoor battles was being cast there. Ronan carefully set Elizabeth down and prepared to draw his sword. He told her to do her best, and the rest would be up to him. She shouted his name in anger, using telekinesis to push him away as quickly as possible while approaching the giant fireball. She used an invisible hand to levitate Ronan and assist him in slicing the fireball into several pieces. After cutting through, he found himself at the core and realized there were far more fragments than he had anticipated. At that rate, it could destroy the airship, but to his surprise, Elizabeth managed to handle one of the fragments near her. She declared that a little pebble like that wouldn't trouble her. Elizabeth Akalushia was above such things. As expected of someone as strong as Elizabeth, she was managing the situation. She was controlling the falling debris around the ship, while simultaneously holding Ronan with her telekinesis. From above, Ronan praised her, saying that, as expected of the lady of the Akalushia family, she wasn't all talk. He shouted that she was amazing, insisting on calling her Eli, despite her repeatedly saying only Adeshan could call her that. Landing back on the ship, he ignored her curses but wondered if he had accomplished anything with his actions. Still, he thought that for a welcome ceremony, this had gone a bit too far, and he wanted to know what was happening. At the Dawn Magic Tower, someone attempted to communicate with them, asking if they were all right. They confirmed that a spell designed to bring down airborne vehicles had been launched from the tower. Elizabeth noticed a communication spell in the area. The tower continued the conversation, explaining that it had not been intentional. It was an unforeseen accident. They informed them that they had adopted maximum security measures and that everything was fine. The airship could land. They added that they would discuss things in person as soon as the airship docked. Everyone was on edge, trying to understand what that fireball had been and who had sent it, but relieved that they could proceed to the tower. Elizabeth was disappointed. One of the 5 great mage towers had caused such an accident. She declared that if there wasn't a plausible explanation, she would file an official complaint through her family. Ronan, however, suggested she hear the explanation first, as he believed he already had an idea of what was going on. Based on his conversation with Professor Varen, he suspected the visit to the tower was linked to members of the Order. He explained that, up until now, traces of the Order had been found in the tower, and before being captured, the members had used self-destructive magic. Fortunately, the mages present reacted quickly, avoiding casualties. However, 20% of the area near the tower had been destroyed, though the situation was now stabilized. Professor Varen thought it was wise to take precautions, as the real motive behind the infiltration remained unknown. Even though their plan had failed, a persistent risk lingered. Ronan had a hunch and believed the action was the Order's doing. It couldn't be a mere coincidence. If something suspicious happened, he thought it best to act first. Suddenly, someone appeared, frantic, apologizing for the wait and the issues they had faced earlier. He introduced himself as a One Phila, Vice Master of the Mage Tower. Ronan, surprised, couldn't believe what he was seeing. The man was famous throughout the Empire for his expertise in fire magic. He was there, standing in for the tower's master. A One Phila, the Vice Master, continued, stating it was his duty to explain the situation. However, the cause of the incident had yet to be determined. He assured them the tower would take full responsibility for the damage caused and that they were thoroughly investigating all tower members. Additionally, internal security had been reinforced to ensure no further issues and that the schedule wouldn't be disrupted. Most believed what the Vice Master said, but Elizabeth wasn't convinced that someone like him would personally apologize. She thought they were brushing off the incident and should move on. Ronan, on the other hand, believed it was wise to trust him. During the battle against Ahiyuti, a One Phila had been on the front lines, saving his comrades. In a fight where everyone was at risk, he had inflamed his body multiple times, until turning to ash and dissipating into the wind. He had never hesitated, which made Ronan believe he wasn't aligned with the fanatics. Ronan asked if the two of them had been the ones to block the fireball. The Vice Master bowed to both of them, deeply thanking Ronan and Elizabeth. He expressed that the Mage Tower was indebted to them. He explained that while Ronan's presence was not surprising, Elizabeth's situation was different. It was a separate story, but he mentioned he had heard about her. He invited them to follow him, as he wished to express his gratitude and share more about what was happening. The Vice Master led them to the center of the Tower of Dawn, where research on magic, specifically fire magic, was being conducted. The place was a bit warm due to the ongoing experiments, but he wanted to present everything in the best way possible. Elizabeth began to understand why this was one of the 5 greatest towers. Seeing the people there, she noticed they were above the 4th circle, meaning they were always prepared to enter battle at any moment. However, she observed that the atmosphere wasn't exactly welcoming. The people talked among themselves but seemed uncomfortable with their presence and the absence of the tower master. As the vice master ascended the stairs with the visitors, Elizabeth noticed a fragile-looking mage in the corner. She was holding a bear, talking to the master, and mentioning lighting some flames. According to her, this would bring the end to Akalicia, but despite this, the tower seemed calm. Ronan and Elizabeth, after hearing the explanation and observing the atmosphere around them, finally understood the incident. However, Ronan noted that there were still unresolved questions in his mind. He wanted to know why the vice master hadn't been able to react to the fireball before it got so close to them. Phila, sweating, admitted that indeed, he and the other mages of the tower should have been able to respond in time, had they been warned. If they had been warned, of course, he said, which left Ronan unsettled. He then asked what that meant, as it seemed like the Tower of Mages hadn't noticed the fireball until it was almost upon the ship. Elizabeth, aware that it didn't make sense, commented that something so massive couldn't have gone unnoticed. To Ronan, she explained that if it were true, it indicated a much more serious problem than anyone was considering. Ronan wanted more details, and Elizabeth elaborated. If no one had noticed something so imposing, it meant someone had used powerful magic in the area of the tower's occupation and configuration. Even the vice master, a 7th circle mage, hadn't detected it, suggesting it was the work of someone with 9th circle power. She reflected that Lohan, someone very experienced, might have been involved. She thought that he, a man who had sealed one of the 3 giants in a past life, couldn't be the culprit. However, his enemy could be someone capable of rivaling him. Phila, seeing the tension, urged them to calm down. He said that, for now, there wasn't enough evidence to draw conclusions and suggested that the enemies might have used methods beyond magic. In a more serious tone, he said that when they found those responsible for threatening the tower, he would make sure to annihilate them personally. He suggested they relax and thanked both Ronan and Elizabeth for helping during a critical moment. Ronan, though he thought one was speaking nonsense, felt the man was sincere, especially after hearing the reports about them. The vice master then suggested a reward for their deeds. For Elizabeth, he offered the opportunity to learn fire magic, a rare skill at the academy. He promised to teach her spells that were difficult to come by. For Ronan, knowing he often sought dangerous places for his adventures, he offered an enchanted scroll containing high-circle fire magic, useful in emergencies. Ronan thanked him, surprised to receive something so valuable. The vice master then mentioned that regarding the book Ronan was searching for to undo the curse. The library of the Tower of Mages was one of the largest in the empire. Though it wouldn't be easy to find what he was looking for, he made it clear that it would be simple to ask the students for assistance. The librarian could be of great help. Hours later, Ronan, looking at the gift, thought about what Saranti had said about that librarian. He wondered if the librarian would be trustworthy. Perhaps it was an elf, as Saranti always spoke seriously about him. However, he still didn't know exactly where to find him. At that moment, someone approached and asked permission to speak with him. The person introduced herself as the Librarian of the Dawn and said she was there to guide him. Her name was Air, and she seemed delighted to meet him. Ronan, surprised, was speechless. She was, apparently, the only librarian in the tower. Curious, he asked if there were other librarians, such as an elf or a mage. Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, bye bye.